Volume 1. Chapter 1, Make Your Choice, Youth. Chapter 1, Make Your Choice, Youth. Implode reality, pulverize thy spirit. By banishing this world, comply with the blood pact, I will summon forth thee, O young demon king. At a park during sunset, a childlike, handsome youth placed his left hand on his chest, while his right hand was stretched out with his fingers wide open, as though he was about to release something amazing from his palm. He looked serious and solemn. His eyes were as bright as the stars, reflecting a shadow in them. It was like it encompassed the darkness of the entire world. "Big brother, who are you?" Standing opposite the youth was a fat, little boy at about the age of 5. At this moment, he was hugging his soccer ball. He was covered in dirt and, as he spoke, snot hung so low down from his nose that it was just short of flowing into his mouth. "Ha ha ha!" The youth roared out loudly thrice. As he flipped his right hand, he retracted it back and covered his face, immediately covering half of his face and one eye. Then he said with a cold voice, "Who am I?" "I've been called the Fairy of Towering Mountains, the Father of the Sun, the ancient heroic spirit, the soul of animals, a deity, a ghost, and a little green Hulk. Then, I was called God, demon, fae, alien, extraterrestrial biological being, lepton and quark. My titles are constantly changing, but my name has only been one. That's right. I am the master of fate, an emissary of justice, a hero who will save the world, Shi Xiaobai 1. Upon saying that, the corner of Shi Xiaobai's lips curled up as he guffawed loudly once again. Little Fatso sniffed forcefully as his snot flowed back up into his nose. His eyes lit up. So Big Brother is a hero. Mommy said that heroes can defeat calamity fiends and protect everyone from disasters. Can Big Brother do that too? Shi Xiaobai crossed his arms and nodded, saying, "Of course. There is no demon from the alternate worlds that cannot be finished in one punch by me, Shi Xiaobai. If one punch isn't enough, then 2 punches would do. This ruined world shall be saved by me, Shi Xiaobai. As for you, young demon king, you will be my servant from today onwards. You will expel the darkness in this world, breaking the shackles of destiny, and become an eternal hero by following me, but Can I do that as well?" Little Fatso was immediately thrilled as he wiped his leaking nose once again with the back of his hand. "You have already signed a blood contract with me. As a servant of a king, you will obtain 100 millionth of my energy. With this energy, you will be able to overcome and defeat all calamity fiends. Laugh out loud and be excited, young demon king. Your fate has already been completely overturned by me." Shi Xiaobai pointed at the little fatty and his eyes shone like the burning sun. "Big brother, can I really defeat calamity fiends and protect mommy?" Little Fatso wiped his hand that was covered in snot on his clothes on his back while his eyes were full of anticipation. "That's right. The demon king soul that has slumbered in your body for thousands of years has been awoken by me, Shi Xiaobai. You will possess the power to protect everything. I shall now declare that, henceforth from today, you will be my Xiaobai Hero Squad second member." Shi Xiaobai said it extremely earnestly with a solemn expression. "Woo!" Little Fatso cheered. He began running around in the garden with the soccer ball. Suddenly, with an excited leap, he jumped into a sandpit and threw the soccer ball up. He then laughed out with his arms akimbo. "I'm a hero. I can defeat all calamity fiends. Mommy will buy me a mountain of snacks. Little Rat will no longer call me Little Fatso. Little Lay will definitely be willing to be my girlfriend. Wah-ha, dot." The dusk had dyed the land in a warm layer of pale red. In the small park with only the 2 of them remaining, Little Fatso was jumping and cheering in the sandpit, while the youth not far away revealed a contented smile on his face. Xiaobai Hero Squad has finally welcomed its second member. A small step for me, Shi Xiaobai, today, a giant leap for the world. Shi Xiaobai clutched his fist to his chest as his eyes flickered like blazing torches while staring far away into the setting sun. Goo. Suddenly, a clear and crisp growl came from his stomach. Shi Xiaobai's handsome face scrunched up as he sighed, saying, "So hungry. So in this ruined world, I, Shi Xiaobai, only have a mortal's body." Shi Xiaobai was not a person from this world. He came from another world and, to put it simply, he had crossed worlds. Before crossing over, he held a 7-star holy sword in his hand while wearing gold dragon scale armor. He stood on a 10,000 tribulation Shilin, and he was battling the ultimate great demon god that was devouring the world. He remembered that, at his final moment, he had consumed his life force in a burning flame, issuing Excalibur, immediately causing widespread destruction. The demon god was annihilated. But at the same time, he was completely exhausted, resulting in him dying in a game. When Shi Xiaobai thought of this, he sighed. What I, Shi Xiaobai, was playing was not a game, but life. While playing a game, he had crossed over to this world, and it had already been 2 days. In these 2 days, Shi Xiaobai wandered around everywhere. He was unable to clarify his identity in this world, but he slowly understood the composition of this alternate world. This world was actually very familiar, but it was also quite alien. The scientific and technological culture shared many similarities with 21st century Earth. It also had cars, televisions, and computers. However, the entertainment culture was completely different. News reports of heroes and calamity fiends were broadcasted every day. The broadcasted programs were all a variety of cool and dazzling battles. Furthermore, according to Shi Xiaobai's understanding, the people of this world could cultivate their psionic powers, and they were known as psionites. And the battles broadcasted on television were all footage of real fighting scenes. Those fighting scenes were even more spectacular than the fantasy films from Earth. However, when humans gained power, it similarly gave rise to many problems, such as criminals or terrorist organizations that constantly emerged in great numbers. The international situation was also extremely serious, with hidden conflicts between countries. And the greatest danger in this world was the constant emergence of extraterrestrial biological organisms. There were astral calamity beasts from the stars or extraterrestrial beings that would suddenly visit the planet. And finally, the most terrifying calamity fiends from other worlds. Calamity fiends came from a different dimension, but they could break through the dimension of space into the human world at any time. Maybe you might be in the bathroom, and a spatial dimension rift opens up in the toilet suddenly. The calamity fiend would come out through that, eviscerating you. Of course, the chances of a calamity fiend appearing were not high. So if one had the misfortune of meeting one could only blame it on one's own bad luck. But even so, this world was still fraught with danger, evil and death. Then, there were certainly some entities that would address these dangers and defeat all sorts of evil, saving those whose lives were in danger. This entity was called hero. The word hero was not a mere title or honor bestowed on them. It was a global organization, a profession that was recognized and respected by the public. It was a symbol of the strong as well as a representation of the brave. Heroes would defeat calamity fiends, saving humanity and protecting Earth. This was a consensus of all people. Although I, Shi Xiaobai, am just a frail mortal now, there will be one day when I will become a powerful psionite, leading the Xiaobai hero squad to save the world. All of this is already a choice made by the gate of the Destiny Stone. Shi Xiaobai grinned. Although his stomach was growling with hunger, his eyes were filled with dreams of the future. Suddenly, his pupils contracted violently in an abrupt way as his breathing involuntarily stopped. This was because he saw a black rift appear about 1 meter above the sandpit. The rift enlarged almost instantly, becoming a black hole the size of a window. A blackish-purple head extended out of the black hole. Shi Xiaobai immediately recalled the descriptions mentioned by passers-by. A calamity fiend was about to appear. The blackish-purple head looked extremely ugly. It was bald and it had 3 eyes lined up in a row. A black horn protruded out of its forehead, as vertical fangs stretched out of its lower lip. Sticky black spittle constantly dripped down, burning blackened craters in the sandpit with sizzling sounds. Little Fatso, who was playing in the sandpit, was only about 2 to 3 meters away from the calamity fiend that had stretched its head out. And the calamity fiend was using its 3 eyes to stare coldly and cruelly at the little Fatso. Run, hurry up and run. Having not seen such a terrifying scene before, Shi Xiaobai could smell terror that originated from his very soul. His legs began to tremble, as he roared in his heart. However, it was as though his mouth was stuck with something, as not a single sound came out. And at this moment, little Fatso gave a terrified but excited cry. I'm now a hero. I can defeat you, you big baldy. Little Fatso pointed at the calamity fiend's head. Although his little body was trembling slightly, his voice revealed firm courage and confidence. And when the calamity fiend heard these words, it let out a soul-crushing roar of terror. It's over. He angered the calamity fiend. Shi Xiaobai's vision went black as the fear in his heart magnified limitlessly, while his brain momentarily went blank. Suddenly, he felt the entire world freeze. The scene of little Fatso raising his hand seemed to be a still frame. The momentum of the calamity fiend crawling out of the black hole also came to a halt, as if time had frozen. When he saw everything before his eyes stop, to the point of him not being able to move at all, as it was no longer under his control, only his consciousness remained clear, and his thoughts were still active. This isn't an illusion? Did it really stop? At the instant this thought flashed across Shi Xiaobai's mind, 3 rows of gigantic, black words appeared in front of his eyes, with the world as their background. Choice 1, Save Little Fatso, A-level reward. Choice 2, Escape, F-level reward. Choice 3, Watch by the sidelines, E-level reward. At the same time, a fiery voice resounded in Shi Xiaobai's mind. Make your choice, youth. Following that, the fiery voice kept repeating in Shi Xiaobai's head, like a looping soundtrack. It shouted again and again, Make your choice, youth. And seeing the world past the 3 lines of black text, little Fatso and the calamity fiend's figures still remained motionless like ice sculptures. The leaves on a faraway tree did not move one bit, while his own body could not move at all. If I do not make a choice, time will remain paused at this moment. Shi Xiaobai slowly calmed his fear down. After making a judgment on the current situation, his eyes landed on the 3 lines of black text. Isn't the difference between an A-level reward and F-level reward too big? Ahem. How can I, Shi Xiaobai, be tempted by rewards? I want to save little Fatso, and I have to save little Fatso. If I can't even save a child, how am I to talk about saving the world? It's just a tiny calamity fiend, so how can I, Shi Xiaobai, be afraid of it? Tremble and be filled with despair, calamity fiend, for your end has come. A-level reward, I, Shi Xiaobai, am coming for you. I choose choice 1. Save little Fatso. At the instant, Shi Xiaobai made his choice, the sound of wind entered his ear. And at the same time, the calamity fiend's cruel laughter resounded. Time had begun spinning again. Run! Hurry up and run away from there! This time, Shi Xiaobai bellowed out. At the same time, he charged forward towards the sandpit. Blue veins protruded out of his handsome face and his eyes turned red, as if he had gone crazy. Big brother! Little Fatso turned around and gave out a pleasant cry of surprise. His small eyes were filled with endless confidence and dependence. At the same moment, the calamity fiend in the black hole had half of its body out. 2 of its hands were reaching out of the black hole, but instead of saying hands, they were more like 2 blackish-purple sickles. The calamity fiend's sickle-shaped right hand raised up prominently and, in the dark sunset, a cold luster flickered like a stare from death. No, don't. Shi Xiaobai stared with widened eyes, while his desperately running body was about to reach the sandpit. He was just a tiny distance away from touching little Fatso's snot-flowing, rotund face if he stretched his right hand out. Pooh! Hot blood splattered in front of Shi Xiaobai, spraying onto his face and into his eyes. It dyed the entire world in the coldest color of crimson. Through the dripping blood, he saw little Fatso's head fly up high in the sky as his body collapsed backwards. The neck that had been snapped was constantly spewing fresh blood. The flying rotund face looked extremely frightened from disbelief and horror, but Shi Xiaobai could see a trace of snuffed hope from those bleak eyes that lack life. Little Fatso's eyes were staring at him. "Big brother, who are you?" "So Big Brother is a hero. Mommy said that heroes can defeat calamity fiends and protect everyone from disasters. Can Big Brother do that too?" "Can. Can I do it as well?" "Big Brother, can I really defeat demons and protect Mommy?" "Oh yeah. I'm a hero. I can defeat all demons. Mommy will buy me a mountain of snacks. Little Rat will no longer call me Little Fatso. Little Lay will definitely agree to be my girlfriend. Wah-aha. Big Brother. If despair had a color, then it was definitely the crimson blood red at this very moment. "Put on." Shi Xiaobai's body that was rushing forward leaped up as he stretched out his arms to grab little Fatso's head, before crashing into the sandpit. "This demon hates being called Big Baldy." "Had ha." A cold and cruel voice came from the calamity fiend. It was a hoarse and lacerating-like voice that seemed to come from a saw grinding against bone. Shi Xiaobai hugged little Fatso's head as he faced the calamity fiend that had fully climbed out of the black hole. His height was not even half of the calamity fiend's. Hence, he raised his head, and at the same time, burning hot tears flowed down his cheeks. "Tremble and be filled with despair, Big Baldy. Your end is here. I, Shi Xiaobai, shall turn you to ash with the wave of my hand." A tearing Shi Xiaobai said through gnashed teeth, despite the extreme fear he felt in his heart. The calamity fiend's eyes flashed with anger and, once again, raised its right hand like death raising its scythe and slashed it at the youth's neck, as though it was reaping the harvest. Shi Xiaobai felt a pain in his neck as all his life force was drawn away instantly and his eyes went black. "Make your choice, youth." A fiery voice suddenly rang in Shi Xiaobai's mind. "Make your choice, youth." This voice repeated once again as Shi Xiaobai jolted awake. When he opened his eyes, he saw the three familiar lines of black text floating mid-air. And looking past the black text, he could see the scene of little Fatso's intact body standing there still, while the calamity fiend was crawling out of the black hole. At this moment, only its head was protruding, and it was not moving, looking like an ice sculpture. Make your choice, youth. Author's note: this book's first few chapters will be quite abusive to the main character, but the style after this will be free and easy. So to those who don't like abuse, don't give up because of the first few chapters. Make sure to stick with it. 1. Our protagonist has a very plain name, Shi Xiaobai, in Chinese. It's literally stone little white. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2, If Despair Had a Color. Chapter 2, If Despair Had a Color. Make your choice, youth. The fiery voice buzzed in his head. The three lines of black text in front of his eyes were still: save little Fatso, escape, and watch by the sidelines. Time was similarly frozen. As if the ending had been overturned, and the story had restarted once again. Was that just a dream? Has my clairvoyant ability awoken in this world? Shi Xiaobai's mind buzzed, but as he recalled the terrifying experience from before, he could not help but shudder. However, a strong sense of fighting spirit promptly ignited in his heart. If this is also the choice of the Gate of the Destiny Stone, then I, Shi Xiaobai, must prevent the end of this world line. I must change little Fatso's fated death, thought. However, being sealed by the God of Darkness, it's really hard for me to defeat Big Baldy's Scythe of Death. Could it be the first tribulation of 10,000 calamities that I, Shi Xiaobai, will be experiencing in my cycle of reincarnation? Phew, before transcending the tribulation, I must first think of a way to save little Fatso. After experiencing the nightmare of gory blood and terror, Shi Xiaobai understood one thing: humans, when killed, would die. That weak neck was even softer than tofu in front of that sharp sickle. It was even easier to break than straw. Little Fatso was completely powerless in front of the calamity fiend, unable to withstand even a single blow. Damn it! To think the insidious enemy already knows little Fatso is the weak point of Xiaobai's hero squad and first struck at the weak point to weaken Xiaobai's hero squad. That is such a despicable act. I never expected you to be such a big baldy. No, I must think of a way to resolve this situation. Shi Xiaobai was secretly worried, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not think of a way to prevent little Fatso's death from happening in such a situation. Suddenly, the fiery voice in his head turned extremely cold and began slowly counting down. 10, 9, 8. So there was a limited time to choosing. Shi Xiaobai began to fluster and began to lament secretly. He did not know what would happen if he exceeded the time limit, but his intuition told him that he had to make a choice before the countdown ended. He did not have any doubts regarding which to choose, but he was at a loss what to do after making the choice. I can only do it that way. At the final moment, Shi Xiaobai suddenly thought of the bleak eyes that had diminished hope. He finally decided to adopt a method he had rejected right from the beginning. Little Fatso, I will definitely save you. At that moment, Shi Xiaobai made his choice once again. The still time began spinning once again the moment he made his choice. Little Fatso was still trembling but standing in the sandpit with determination. The calamity fiend was still slowly crawling out of the black hole, but this time, Shi Xiaobai did not shout for him to escape, nor did he rush forward. Shi Xiaobai cupped his hands in front of his mouth and took a deep breath. With his eyes closed, he used all his strength to shout, "Big Baldy, you contemptible Big Baldy! Let this king step on your empty bald head, and this king will mercifully let you lick the bottom of this king's soles. Kneel down in prostration before this king, Big Baldy." After Shi Xiaobai finished shouting, he puffed to catch his breath. His eyes opened and said to himself that it had to succeed. When the calamity fiend in the black hole heard Shi Xiaobai's yelling, his raised right hand suddenly stopped. He then slowly turned his hideous head towards where Shi Xiaobai stood. I've succeeded. The art of aggro-transference has garnered great success. Well, time to add more to it. Shi Xiaobai was excited as he immediately shouted again, "Tremble and be filled with despair, Big Baldy. Your end is here. You are courting death." The calamity fiend's deep blue eyes were filled with anger as its voice turned dry and sharp, as if it wanted to rip the Shi Xiaobai in the distance into shreds. What did I hear? Oh, it's the cry of the weak. Shi Xiaobai began to give a derisive laugh. As he shook his head, he wagged his index finger. Following that, he clenched his hand into a fist and pointed downwards with his thumb. His eyes were full of provocative contempt. Foolish human, this demon will definitely rip you to pieces. The calamity fiend screamed out like a wailing wraith. Finally, one foot stepped out of the black hole and its body landed in the sandpit. It ignored little Fatso in front of it and turned to walk towards Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai felt dread, almost to the point of not being able to stand still, but he still continued cursing, "Silence! You are just an incompetent mitochondria that breathes. Do you think you will have the chance to take a breather? Ha, your lungs are great. Why don't they work hard to produce carbon dioxide, so as to contribute to global warming? Compared to the fish in the ditches that can only use gills to breathe, you indeed are eligible to be this king's pet. Heh, the calamity fiend sneered and took step after step towards Shi Xiaobai. The gigantic blackish-purple figure was filled with squirming muscles. Occasionally, deep blue eyes would open from its skin, making it look crowded and terrifying. Shi Xiaobai's legs began to tremble with great intensity. His mind's strong desire to live implored him to escape, but when his gaze landed on little Fatso in the sandpit, he realized little Fatso was still standing there waving his fists, cheering him on, as if looking forward to see how he could defeat the calamity fiend with a single punch. No, if I escape, little Fatso is doomed. I also cannot yell to little Fatso to ask him to run, or Big Baldy might transfer his aggro. With these thoughts in mind, Shi Xiaobai's body involuntarily took a few steps back. He then raised his right hand and said to the calamity fiend, "Do not approach this king, or you would experience the most terrifying soul suppression in this world, directly exploding your body." Before his words reached their target, a cold light flashed. Shi Xiaobai's eyes stared straight ahead as he saw his right hand flying into the sky. As the setting sun's rays illuminated it, it spewed out red-hot blood as red as the sunset. Ah! Shi Xiaobai immediately screamed tragically. His left hand hurriedly reached for his right side, but all he felt was moist flesh and blood. As he looked on in fear, all he saw was a stump on his right arm. At the moment he felt the pain, he suddenly felt as though all the light in the world had been devoured. A figure covered him in its shadow. Shi Xiaobai trembled as he raised his head, immediately realizing that the calamity fiend was already standing in front of him. The blackish-purple ugly body was occupying his entire vision. Little Fatso will definitely know that I lied to him. He will definitely escape immediately. As long as I help buy him some time, he will definitely be able to escape. Just drag it out a little longer. With such thoughts, Shi Xiaobai said with quivering lips, while enduring the pain and coughs, arms and legs, "So what if one or two is given to you? So what if this body is sliced and lacerated? If your ugly sickle can slice through your destined miserable fate, then keep slicing for this king to see. Ha, ha! This demon will tear you apart." The calamity fiend said coldly and calmly. It raised its right hand and swiped it thrice, forming 3 cold beams of light flashing past. Immediately, all of Shi Xiaobai's limbs were sliced off. His body could not help but convulse as his eyes stared so widely that they nearly popped out. An excruciating scream squeezed out from his mouth as it opened up, filling the sky. However, another cold arc of light flashed out, and Shi Xiaobai's tongue was instantly pulverized. His tragic screams turned into a crying whimper. Dawn. Suddenly, a dull sound echoed from behind the calamity fiend's back. Despite it not being very loud, however, it seemed to drown out all other noises. A soccer ball covered in dirt bounced off the calamity fiend's back, and then fell to the cold hard ground. Ha, this demon had nearly forgotten about you. The calamity fiend's eyes turned cold and stepped on the soccer ball, bursting it. Then it turned around and headed towards the sandpit. Emnum. Without limbs, he was unable to stand, and without a tongue to say any words, Shi Xiaobai gagged as 2 bloody streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. If despair had a color, then it was definitely Shi Xiaobai. Author's note, a reminder once again. The first few chapters will be quite abusive, but it will be a relaxing novel later on. Those who do not like abusive text, please persist longer because of Shi Xiaobai's courage. It will be over in a few chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3, Have you experienced despair? Chapter 3, Have you experienced despair? Little Fatso's tragic screaming and crying echoed in the park in succeeding fashion. It was as if his cries would shatter the evening afterglow, drowning all light. With all 4 limbs severed, and his tongue in pieces, Shi Xiaobai lay there bleeding profusely. He let out whimpers of anger, hate, and worry. It was unknown what magic the calamity fiend had cast on him before leaving him. A black glow enshrouded him, and the stumps of his 4 broken limbs were no longer bleeding. The pain was intense enough to knock him out, yet he found it impossible to go unconscious. The screams of little Fatso and the cruel laughter of the calamity fiend assaulted Shi Xiaobai's ears, making him imagine all kinds of scenes with the calamity fiend torturing little Fatso. Unlike the previous decapitation, the calamity fiend seemed to torture little Fatso with extreme patience. Shi Xiaobai knew that the calamity fiend was venting his anger that had arisen from his provocation. Sorry, little Fatso. I was unable to save you, and instead, I harmed you. Shi Xiaobai felt extremely agonized. For him, mental torture was much worse than physical torture, making it easier for him to break. Little Fatso's screams gradually weakened till they disappeared. It was a long process, so long that it seemed to cross millennia. It's your turn. Remember this demon's name, Sahadin. It will accompany through the short remaining life of yours with extreme pain. The calamity fiend's cold voice echoed, and immediately following that, the sound of the calamity fiend's footsteps could be heard. Shi Xiaobai slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the incoming ordeal. Make your choice, youth. Suddenly, the fiery voice boomed once again in his mind as Shi Xiaobai opened his eyes instantly. All he saw was the still scene of the calamity fiend sticking its head out of the black hole from the past. Everything had once again returned to that moment when time had stopped. He was still alive, and everything was as perfect as before. However, Shi Xiaobai was not dumbfounded, nor was he pleasantly surprised. He did not have an ounce of emotion and only faced it with an ashen face, as if he was a walking zombie. Previously, he had attempted to deceive himself by thinking it was a clairvoyant dream, but now, he finally reached the point when he needed to carefully think things through. Why was he returned to the moment before making the choice twice in a row? So it was not a dream, nor was it an illusion, but because he had failed. He had failed to save little Fatso, resulting in time being reset. What will happen if I were to choose the other options? That was the first thought Shi Xiaobai had. His eyes landed on another line of black text: escape. If I were to immediately escape, I'll definitely be able to succeed, then, time would probably not reset to this point in time. I will not die, while little Fatso will probably be killed, but at least he wouldn't be tortured. But I really want to save him. Shi Xiaobai's eyes, which had just lit up, turned cloudy once again. His thoughts turned dark, as the voice inside him began to laugh in derision. You can't save him. You are a weakling. You are garbage. You can't protect anything, . Do you understand? You are neither a protagonist, nor are you a hero. You are just an ordinary student found commonly on the streets. But if you had to become a protagonist in a certain piece of work, then you would definitely end up in a tragedy. You can't even save yourself, so how are you to save others? It's not fair? The unfairness in this world boils down to the person in question being inadequate. Little Fatso will die, because he doesn't have the ability to survive. But you can live on. Run, run, run. As long as you run, you can survive. This voice had an enticing charm to it, as it made Shi Xiaobai's eyes slowly turn red. If he were to choose save little Fatso once again, it would only be causing the tragedy to repeat itself once again. However, if he were to choose escape, then his suffering would come to an end, and he would be liberated. Scenes of bloody brutality flashed past Shi Xiaobai's mind, as if it was bewailing the pain and horror he had previously suffered. It seemed to persuade him to be firm and having the will to escape. Suddenly, the scene flashing through his brain stopped on the soccer ball. That ball that had flown through the twilight sky and had gently hit the calamity fiend. It was very gentle, but yet it seemed as heavy as gold. Expression and emotion returned to the youth's black eyes of eternal luster. An unyielding conviction emerged from the bottom of his heart. I choose. It was truly a long evening. It was clearly the final struggle before the arrival of the night, yet it refused to give up. It clung on to that last ray of light, releasing that remaining warmth. Regardless, time began turning once again. The calamity fiend's neck peeked out of the black hole. Little Fatso still looked like a resolute wall that would make its final stand before it fell. The tragic scene was about to begin immediately. Ha ha ha. O great Lord Sahadin, this lowly one. This lowly one has been kowtowing to the demon world for thousands of years, and have finally awaited your arrival, so as to witness how this ruined world will lie prostrate beneath your feet after a long and hard wait. A flattering but eccentric voice suddenly emerged. Shi Xiaobai had suddenly knelt down on the ground, fully prostrating himself and doing it 3 times with his arms stretched out. Every time his forehead hit the hardened ground, it would emit a clear thud. The calamity fiend had only crawled out halfway and was just about to kill the child that had scolded at Big Baldy, but when it heard Shi Xiaobai's words, it immediately turned its head over and said in disbelief, "You human, how do you know this demon's name?" Shi Xiaobai stood up from the ground and said with a passionate stare, "This lowly one has been waiting here all along for your arrival. You are this lowly one's king, and the ruler of the cosmos. How can this lowly one not know of your great name? Your grandeur is darker than the night, your existence is more scarlet than blood. It is your body and your supreme volition. Your Excellency Sahadin, this lowly one swore by his blood before the coming of darkness. For those foolish creatures who obstruct your very path, this lowly one is willing to devote his body, and burn his soul, so as to become a small stepping stone for your magnificent exploits. This lowly one will die without regret." Sahadin's gaze turned soft, as he slowly eased up on his vigilance and animosity. As one of the weaker existences amongst the calamity fiends, this was the first time he had received such veneration. "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" "Big brother," little Fatso spoke in a confused and terrified voice. Sahadin was jolted awake. That kid who shouted "Big Baldy" deserved death. Sahadin immediately raised its right hand, about to slash off little Fatso's neck. "Wait! Oh great Sahadin! Listen to this lowly one first." Shi Xiaobai anxiously piped up. "Oh?" Sahadin stopped his action and looked at Shi Xiaobai with a scrutinous gaze. Its vigilance and animosity rose once again. "This person has reviled your magnificence, he has committed a sin that is deserving of 1,000 deaths. He absolutely should not be put to death easily. He must experience all sorts of torture before he can die with an aggrieved heart. And only then can that relieve this lowly one's hatred for him." Shi Xiaobai's voice was filled with anger and hatred. He took a few gentle steps and walked towards the sandpit. "Big brother?" Little Fatso's eyes were brimming with tears. He looked at Shi Xiaobai with eyes of deep disbelief, but he still had a tiny flicker of hope left in him. Shi Xiaobai took no notice of it and said politely to the calamity fiend, "This lowly one believed that compared to physical torture, the pain from mental torture would be many times worse. This lowly person will rip apart the remaining hope that he possesses, making him despair with no form of reprieve." Shi Xiaobai turned to look at little Fatso and said coldly, "You foolish and contemptible human. You thought your big brother is really a hero? You think your big brother will save you? No, all of them were lies. They were all fake, understand? Do you feel despair? Shi Xiaobai appeared to laugh crazily and was already standing beside the sandpit. Suddenly, he lifted his leg and forcefully kicked little Fatso. Little Fatso immediately flew backwards as he cried in pain. "Oh great Sahadin, please take a rest first. Let this lowly one tell this foolish human what despair is." Shi Xiaobai walked towards the fallen little Fatso, with his eyes appearing as if the most cruel demon resided within. "Foolish human, have you ever experienced despair? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 4, Hero. 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 Chapter 4, Hero. 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 Heroes are unable to save this putrefying world. Magnificent Lord Sahadin will destroy it and kill those useless heroes along the way. Big brother. I am not your big brother. I am Sahadin's most loyal servant. Whatever I said to you was just a lie. Foolish mortal, your feebleness has never changed. You are only a fatty who has snot dripping down your nose, forever abandoned by your friends. You are the lowliest existence in the world. Mommy. Your fantasies will be shattered by me. Your pride will be trampled by me. Your insolence against His Excellency Sahadin will be met with the cruelest of punishments. Little rat, little lay. Tremble and be filled with despair, mortal. Lord Sahadin is here. Your end is here. This world's end has come. Your friend and the little girl you like will all die. They will die without proper burials because of you. Woo 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 woo. Shi Xiaobai placed his foot on the fallen little fatso. With a ferocious look, he kept shouting, while little fatso wailed loudly under his foot, sounding depressed and looking utterly helpless. Sahadin immediately watched this scene with interest. Having a lowly status in the demon world, it had never been exalted before. Furthermore, this human showcase of a show titled Despair was quite fascinating. It was a rare indulgence for it to witness how despicable humans would lose their humanity in a bid to survive, slaughtering one another. So the best way of torturing humans is to make them experience despair. Sahadin liked this newfound knowledge. Its three eyes looked at the youth whose back was facing it. Then suddenly, a cold glimmer appeared. Foolish human, do you think that by fawning over this demon will spare your life? After you have finished torturing that little fatty, this demon will torture you and make your hopes of surviving turn completely into despair. Ha, what a great thing, this thing called despair. This demon will definitely relish in your despair. With this thought in mind, Sahadin felt an increasing sense of anticipation. However, it soon found itself impatient. This was because it realized that the youth in front of it was only using words to torture little fatso. Nothing else was done other than the first kick causing little fatso to be slightly injured. After that, everything was just an empty show of strength. Hence, Sahadin angrily boomed, "Enough! Let this demon personally torture him." With his back facing Sahadin, Shi Xiaobai's expression immediately changed. His eyes flashed with an intense struggle as he suddenly kicked little fatso's belly with all his strength. Little fatso immediately cried out as he went into a fetal position while grabbing his stomach. Shi Xiaobai continued to kick little fatso's body forcefully before turning around to speak politely to Sahadin. "May Your Excellency Sahadin please give this lowly one a chance. Let this lowly one kill this foolish human who dared offend you. To be able to contribute my meager strength for Your Excellency is all the meaning of this lowly one's existence." Shi Xiaobai's eyes were full of respect, madness, and infallible loyalty. Sahadin turned silent for a moment before it nodded in agreement. To it, for humans to kill their own kind so as to survive, resulting in such an inhuman scene, made it extremely pleased. Besides, the greater the hope, the greater the despair. For this, it was willing to go along with the youth's request, resulting in the most realistic illusion. After Sahadin had agreed, Shi Xiaobai turned around and forcefully kicked little fatso a few more times before saying politely, "Your Excellency Sahadin, this lowly one knows of a mystical technique. Once it is used, the person hit by it will seem to experience an abyssal hell, craving a death that he would not be able to receive." Sahadin's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of vigilance, but it could not feel a single shred of psionic fluctuations from the boy. Hence, although it was alert, it was also very curious. As a result, it said, "Hurry, this demon's patience is running out." "Yes." Shi Xiaobai nodded with excitement. He immediately clasped his hands and placed them before his chest, while he began chanting. "The negritude of the burning inferno. Burn unto my body. With the key of darkness, open up the doors of my goal. When the sky is shrouded in a red veil, the land and I will prostrate before you. Awaken, awaken, awaken. Use my blood and make it the most cruel cursed flame." Shi Xiaobai extended his arms as he cried out loud. He looked up into the sky, as if he was summoning the power of some form of darkness. Fragments of the King of Demons, the demonic command of the God of Torture, let the infinite nightmare demons descend upon us, scatter the boundless bones, and let the soul-devouring wraiths rain down their curses on the sinner in front of me. Shi Xiaobai shouted in vehement earnestness, as he constantly changed his actions. He appeared devoted yet passionate. It looked like he was really about to summon a terrifying existence and unleash an extremely amazing mystical spell. However, a few minutes later, Shi Xiaobai was still chanting away. Sahadin immediately harumphed coldly, "How dare you fool this demon?" Shi Xiaobai turned around and showed fearful reverence. He said with a placating smile, "I'm almost done. The only flaw of this mystical technique is that it requires a long chant. However, please rest assured, Your Excellency, once this mystical technique is unleashed, it would definitely let you witness the cruelest form of torture in the world." A cold glimmer flashed in Sahadin's eyes. Its patience had been completely worn off. It suddenly raised its right leg and kicked Shi Xiaobai in the chest. Shi Xiaobai immediately cried out as he flew backwards, landing heavily outside the sandpit. "Your pathetic life will be spared temporarily. Watch and you will see how this demon tortures humans. The cruelest form of torture in the world? This demon will show it to you." Sahadin immediately looked downwards at little Fatso, whose face was completely covered in tears and snot. Sahadin revealed the cruelest smile. "Stop." Shi Xiaobai felt like his chest was being ripped apart after being kicked. However, when he heard Sahadin's words, he immediately screamed. Seeing Sahadin raise his right arm sickle, Shi Xiaobai's eyes stared painfully as he shouted towards the sky loudly. "Hero! Hero! Hero!" Sahadin was momentarily stunned as a derisive smile appeared on its face. It said, "Foolish human, so you are actually trying to stall for time. Unfortunately, this world doesn't have heroes. You will not succeed in waiting for a hero. Once this demon is done torturing this foolish pig to death, true despair will be bestowed unto you." Shi Xiaobai turned a deaf ear to Sahadin's words. He was in a frenzied state and constantly shouted "Hero!" Every shout seemed to tear his throat apart as it echoed throughout the park, as if it was about to break past the gloomy mist of despair. When little Fatso heard this, he too began yelling together with him. The yelling that intertwined with a weeping accent echoed alongside Shi Xiaobai's yelling, as they resonated into the most heart-wrenching wails. "Hero! Hero! Hero! Shut up!" Sahadin bellowed in anger. Without any further hesitation, it swiped its sickle-shaped right hand towards little Fatso's neck. Clang! A silvery moonblade blocked Sahadin's sickle. A not-so-tall figure had suddenly appeared between the calamity fiend and little Fatso. A charismatic voice filled with warmth, regret, and anger echoed. "The hero is here." Author's note: finally the first 4 chapters of Abuse is done. Friends, an easygoing and interesting story will begin almost immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5, Can I Call You Big Brother? Chapter 5, Can I Call You Big Brother? The hero is here were the word Shi Xiaobai was waiting all along for. In fact, at the final moment when he failed during his second go, he had heard the same words. At the moment after little Fatso was tortured to death by Sahadin, and with Sahadin walking over to him, he had slowly closed his eyes, but this line traveled into his ears: "The hero is here." But following that, the fiery voice of "Make your choice, youth," rang in his head. Hence, before he had the chance to catch a glimpse of the late hero, time had returned to the paused state with the choices. If I can hold on till the hero arrives, maybe we can be saved? This thought became the faith Shi Xiaobai needed in order to choose save little Fatso for the 3rd time. To hold on until the hero arrived, he needed to think of ways to stall for time. However, after experiencing 2 failures, Shi Xiaobai knew very clearly that he was extremely weak in front of the calamity fiend. He couldn't stand the slightest bit of torture, hence, to stall for time, bluffing, or putting on airs was impossible for success. Thankfully, Shi Xiaobai had received two very important pieces of information during his second failure. The first was naturally that a hero would come. The second was that the calamity fiend's name was Sahadin. Hence, Shi Xiaobai thought of the most likely method to succeed: flattery. He used the most exaggerated words and phrases to praise Sahadin, in an attempt to gain its trust, and at the very least, divert its attention. The effect was beyond Shi Xiaobai's imagination. He never expected the calamity fiend to be so susceptible to praise, allowing Shi Xiaobai to let out a sigh of relief in his heart. However, every word of praise he said to Sahadin made him recall of the tragic cries under the sunset. The more he praised Sahan, the angrier he felt. He could not suppress the sorrow in his heart, as if his tears would instantly flow out of their floodgates, as though all the negative emotions were stirring in his stomach, making him want to barf all he could. However, Shi Xiaobai knew that not only was he not to express his true emotions, he had to put on a show of fanatical devotion. This was very, very difficult, but Shi Xiaobai had managed to do it. After obtaining Sahadin's trust, he had to first and foremost save little Fatso's life. Shi Xiaobai was very dumb, so he used the dumbest of methods, which was also the method of filling a victim with the greatest despair. Only the heavens knew how much he wished that all of this were a dream when he kicked little Fatso. When he shredded the hope in little Fatso's eyes word after word, he had hoped so badly that he would immediately wake up from this painful nightmare. In fact, he should have given little Fatso a much worse beating, for only then would he be able to eliminate Sahadin's wariness. But damn it, he couldn't. After a single kick, he was already on the brink of collapse. He was playing the role of an evil character, the ones he had always hated on, but he longed in his heart to transform into a hero of justice who could put Sahadin down in one punch. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was very cruel. Shi Xiaobai had done his best. He had even racked his brains to produce a long incantation that made no sense in the end, causing Sahadin to lose all of its patience. And with that, Shi Xiaobai was no longer able to stop him. Shi Xiaobai, who was on the brink of despair, still had the last glimmer of hope that he would await the hero's arrival. Hence, with this last shred of hope, he began to shout loudly. The hero really came. Shi Xiaobai tried his best to resist crying, because he knew now was still not the time for him to cry. The moonblade-wielding hero might have been able to block Sahadin's sickle-bladed arm, but the battle had only just begun. The most important question was whether the hero could defeat the calamity fiend. Keep it up, hero. Shi Xiaobai clenched his tiny fists tightly, as he moved carefully towards little Fatso in the sandpit. The hero, who blocked Sahadin's strike with his blade, dressed in a peculiar fashion. He was covered in a tight yellow jumpsuit with red gloves, boots, and belt. He also wore a white cape behind him. Even stranger was his head. It was completely bald and could even reflect light off it. It was a bald hero dressed like a generic superhero. The atmosphere at this moment was similarly peculiar. After Sahadin's right sickle arm was blocked, its body began to violently tremble. Its deep blue eyes slowly turned crimson red, but not only did it not retract its right arm, it did not even seem to have any intention of doing anything with its left arm. Even after the bald hero leisurely withdrew his blade, Sahadin still remained in his frozen state, right arm swinging halfway up, like a statue. How do you want to die? Chopped to death with one slice? Or smashed to death with one punch? Or, the bald hero spoke as his keen pair of eyes that were filled with murderous intent suddenly went blank when he put away his blade. His originally tensed facial features softened, and he momentarily looked kind of harmless. This demon, Sahadin spoke with a stutter as his body trembled even more intensely, as if the baldy in front of it was extremely terrifying. This demon doesn't want to die. Sahadin suddenly roared and twisted its body to escape in the opposite direction. The way it fled looked like a dejected dog. Shi Xiaobai stared in astonishment. He only saw the bald hero raise his blade and aim for the fleeing Sahadin, who was about to disappear from sight. Don't tell me he can kill the calamity fiend with an air slash? Shi Xiaobai watched with excitement. He looked at the superhero-dressed bald hero with eyes filled with admiration. At this moment, an anxious girl's voice appeared in the distance. "Leave its head for me." When the bald hero heard this, he scratched his head and sheathed his blade into his scabbard. Shi Xiaobai was dumbfounded as he looked at Sahadin, who was about to disappear from his field of vision, with an anxious heart. Suddenly, an unforgettable scene for Shi Xiaobai appeared. He saw that the calamity fiend, which had tortured him endlessly, the Sahadin that was so powerful that he had no way of resisting, had been sliced into numerous tiny pieces in an instant like a piece of tofu cut numerous times. Shi Xiaobai was entirely unable to see what had happened, but at that instant, Sahadin fell apart, turning into a mess of minced meat. At the same time, from the edge of his vision, a young girl slowly walked towards them. As it was quite a distance away, Shi Xiaobai was unable to see the girl's face clearly. She was dressed in a t-shirt and shorts. She had white skin and her impressive figure was telltale. So cool. For Shi Xiaobai, this was a moving scene that he would never forget in his entire life. However, he did not focus on her for long. Instead, he crawled up, while enduring the pain in his abdomen, and then walked towards the sandpit. "We did it, little fatso. We survived. We." The walking Shi Xiaobai slowly came to a halt as he saw little fatso retreating backwards in fear. His gaze at him was filled with dread. "I've hurt him. It's all because I am too weak. If I had been stronger, I would have had a better way of protecting him." The joy in Shi Xiaobai's eyes slowly diminished. "Sorry," Shi Xiaobai said to little fatso. His voice was filled with regret as he deeply lowered his head. "Big brother." Little fatso spoke in a sudden, crisp voice. Shi Xiaobai looked up. That rotund face that was a convoluted mess of tears, snot and sand looked like an old soccer ball under the sunset's illumination, appearing light, yet heavy. "Do heroes exist?" Little fatso asked in a whisper. "Yeah." Shi Xiaobai nodded his head strongly. "Big brother, you aren't lying to me?" "Yeah." "Am I a member of Xiaobai's hero squad?" "Yeah." "Mommy, little rat, little lay, all of them won't die?" "Yeah." "Big brother, can I call you Big brother?" "Yeah." "Wah, woo woo woo." The tiny body leaped up from the sandpit and landed in a similarly small embrace that was just enough to accept him. In the park at dusk, little fatso hugged Shi Xiaobai, bursting into tears. Shi Xiaobai, who was fighting back his tears, could no longer hold them back. 2 streams of tears poured out from his eyes. Wah! At this moment, this young, 13-year-old child let out a heart-wrenching cry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6, Hurry up and sign a contract with this king. Chapter 6, Hurry up and sign a contract with this king. The simple dialogue, of 2 children hugging each other while crying their hearts out, seemed like it could be composed into a tear-jerking story after some arrangements. The cries that mixed bliss and grievance sounded like the most beautiful musical notes and the most elegant script. The bald hero's eyes flashed with a trace of gentleness as he sighed. He walked towards the girl who was complaining on her way here. TSK, to think that it's just an F-class calamity fiend. This tiny bit of points isn't even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. The young girl was around 15 to 16 years old. She had a delicate face and had skin as white as snow. She had a ponytail behind her that made her look pretty and charming. Dressed in a white t-shirt and black shorts, her chest was propped up with a full curve, while her slim, straight legs had a graceful curve, showcasing her perfect figure. Hearing the girls complaining, the bald hero smiled gently and asked, "Little Rico, what's your ranking now?" Rico furrowed her brow slightly. "Teacher, one pun, you can't add the word little. Please call your student Rico, ot." One pun's dull eyes flickered with a faint amused look, as he nodded, saying, alright, little Rico. Humph. Rico responded with an unhappy snort. However, she did not fuss over the matter any further, presumably because she had failed several times before. Rico recalled the question Wonpun had just asked and lowered her head to look at something that looked like a watch on her wrist. She immediately sighed in a helpless manner, grumbling, E-class hero. Ranked 321. Ah, I'm going crazy soon. Following that, she looked pitifully at her bald teacher and said petulantly, Teacher Wonpun, help me capture AS class calamity fiend and let me get the last hit. Please, pretty please. Wonpun said in a serious manner, don't do that. It's sickening. TCH. Rico's face immediately turned gloomy as she said hatefully, others don't even have the chance to see me act coy. Teacher Wonpun, you really don't know the blessings you have. TCH. You deserve being single your whole life. Wonpun rubbed his round and shiny bald head in silence. He turned to look at the two children who were still crying. Rico followed Wonpun's gaze and instantly saw Shi Xiaobai. At first glance, she determined that Shi Xiaobai was not a Cyanite. Secondly, she determined that Shi Xiaobai had no serious injuries. Wasn't he just given a fright by a calamity fiend? He isn't seriously injured, so is it necessary to cry so sadly? TSK, I hate such cowardly and crybaby boys the most. Rico, who was in a bad mood, was never one to mince her words. That child is very brave. Wonpun, who had his back facing Rico, said. When he said those words, his expression was no longer a dull one, but of a rare seriousness. Unfortunately, Rico did not get to see Wonpun's expression. She retracted her gaze and said, let's go. We came out here to look for people, not to comfort a coward. Those people from creation have apparently found a psyker. While for us, Annihilation, we have yet to even obtain a rookie with an A-class evaluation. Wonpun acknowledged her words as he continued staring at the two children not far away. Rico stamped her feet and said angrily, hurry up, you big baldy teacher. As a member of Annihilation's honor is our honor. We cannot lose to creation, even if it's the annual recruitment in terms of quality. We have to find a rookie that can completely outdo creation. Rico noticed Wonpun ignoring her as she said with a sigh, creation has got a psyker this year, while we don't even have one. On this trip out, we have to find a rookie psyker. Although psychers were 1 in a million and would be snatched by various organizations the moment they were awakened, finding one that has slipped through the net is even harder than winning the lottery. I will absolutely not give up easily. As Rico spoke, she thought of something that suddenly got her very emotional. Heavens, why is my life so miserable? Why must I make a bet with that devious bitch? I absolutely can't lose. Psyker, oh Psyker, if you were to appear in front of me, I'll give you my first kiss. At this moment, Wonpun turned around with an extremely strange expression. What's wrong? Rico looked at Wonpun's expression with an ominous feeling. That child. Wonpun pointed to Shi Xiaobai who was not far away. Yeah? Rico was puzzled. He is the psyker you want. Wonpun explained. Rico was instantly dumbfounded. Shi Xiaobai was crying his heart out. As a 13-year-old, he had led a peaceful, carefree but boring life in the other world called Earth. Having suddenly crossed over to this different world with a similar level of technology, but with a completely different culture, he was initially filled with excitement. Especially when he had learned of the existence of heroes and calamity fiends from passers-by, making him long for the future. However, the short experience of less than an hour had made him suffer a torment that felt as long as a century. He was initially determined to save little Fatso from the beginning because of the A-level reward, as well as the guilt in his heart. After all, his lies had given little Fatso false courage. The second time he chose to save little Fatso again was because he did not realize that the choices he faced could result in time resetting. He had thought of the first death to be a dream. And for his third choice, he had struggled for a long time in his heart. His rationality had told him that he should choose escape, but the soccer ball that hit the calamity fiend told him of a reality that, when he encountered danger, little Fatso did not choose to escape. In addition to the information of knowing that a hero would arrive, as well as acknowledging that he could repeat it all again in the event of death, Shi Xiaobai, who lacked courage, chose save little Fatso with great difficulty. However, he was afraid the entire time. If he were to fail a third time, would he still have the courage to pick save little Fatso a fourth time? I would have escaped. I would definitely have chosen escape. I, Shi Xiaobai, am already immortal. Just having these thoughts made Shi Xiaobai cry incessantly, only until a fiery voice rang in his head. Absolute choice completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level reward, Psi Awakening. Shi Xiaobai immediately felt completely relaxed. The terrifying nightmare was finally over. Although he did not know what it meant by Psi Awakening, he knew that an A-level reward couldn't be too bad. For some reason, the relaxed Shi Xiaobai felt like crying even more. Hence, he hugged little Fatso and cried. He cried incessantly as if he was running all the tears in his lifetime dry. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai noticed that the bald hero and the invincible girl were walking towards him from a short distance away. But dump. Shi Xiaobai felt his heartbeat race, as the invincible girl was a person who had easily sliced Sahadin into a million pieces. If I can learn a move or two from her, Shi Xiaobai might also become a hero. With this thought in mind, despite not done with his crying, Shi Xiaobai raised his finger and pointed towards the girl walking towards him, proclaiming loudly, "Girl, hurry up and sign a contract with this king." Translator's note: One Punch is modeled after One Punch Man's Saitama, but he is not Saitama, nor is he invincible. There will be a few future characters who will be described to have the looks of certain Japanese manga characters, but they do not have any similarities with the manga counterpart other than looks. The author also stopped modeling characters after manga characters pretty quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7, Girl, Your King is Here. Chapter 7, Girl, Your King is Here. His face was clearly still covered in tears, yet he had deliberately said the words "Girl, hurry up and sign a contract with this king," in a dignified voice that was unable to hide his sniffling. That solemn yet sacred expression made Riko involuntarily stop in her footsteps. She even began to ponder over the meaning of this line. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai said again, "Sign a blood contract with this king and become a servant of the king, and you will obtain 1/millionth of this king's power." Seeing Shi Xiaobai say such absurd words with such a serious face made Riko both annoyed and amused when she realized what had happened. "You even address yourself as this king? You are clearly a cowardly crybaby." With this thought in mind, she gave him a derisive look. Shi Xiaobai raised his hand to wipe his tears and said seriously, "This king broke through the confines of the void and arrived in this world, and had unfortunately exhausted all of this king's cultivation. Now, although this king is of a mortal body, one day this king will reign supreme. Girl, don't let this God-sent opportunity slip by." Riko rolled her eyes as her impression of Shi Xiaobai added the word idiot above coward and crybaby. With Riko's temper, if she were to encounter such an idiot, she would usually have cursed with a screw-off, but it had to be that such an idiot was a 1 in a million psyker. He was destined to be a genius crazily vied for by various organizations. Furthermore, it was key to winning her bet. F***ck, this world is so unfair, isn't it? Riko cursed in her heart and pretended not to hear what Shi Xiaobai had said. She began introducing herself. "Cough, my name is Riko Minamiya. This person beside me is Teacher One Pun. We come from Gaia." "We? Wait," Shi Xiaobai said in excitement. "The Gaia that you speak of, is it the goddess of this earth sitting beneath this king, Gaia? What? You don't even know what Gaia is?" Riko's reaction to Shi Xiaobai was even more intense. She said in disbelief, "I'm surprised to know that there is someone on this planet that doesn't know of our Gaia. Are you really not a person of this world?" Shi Xiaobai immediately said with a sneer, "Heh, girl, you finally touched the door of truth." Seeing that their conversation was straying off topic, one pun coughed and said, "Gaia is a global hero organization." Hero organization. When Shi Xiaobai heard the word hero, his eyes lit up, but he quickly lowered his head in rumination. He muttered to himself, since it's a hero organization, then wouldn't Gaia be a rival of this king? No, it might even be an archenemy, but... When Riko heard this, she was instantly greatly disappointed. So this idiot had been taken in by other organizations. Indeed, even if he was an idiot, he was still a psyker after all. There would still be plenty of people who would fight over him. This King Xiaobai's hero squad may currently only have 2 members, but it will eventually stand at the peak of this world. If Gaia dares to hinder this king, then don't blame this king for turning against you. Shi Xiaobai looked up in high spirits. Riko took 2 seconds to react. She deeply felt like she had been toyed with, but Shi Xiaobai's serious look made her unsure. It was like someone throwing a rock at you, saying that it was a bomb. It looked unbelievably stupid, but the expression on the person's face was so serious, as if the rock was truly a bomb. Riko lost the tiny bit of patience she had in her as her temper flared. She reached out her arm to grab Shi Xiaobai's collar. She angrily said, "I am inviting you to join in Gaia, are you joining or not?" Shi Xiaobai was stunned for a moment before silently raising his head to meet Riko's bright eyes. They stared at each other for a long time. Riko suddenly thought of her offering first kiss in jest. Of course, she would not uphold such a casual remark. She was a person who would even disavow anything that had to do with a bet if she lost. What more a joke the person involved did not know. But at this moment, while she looked into Shi Xiaobai's eyes that were as bright as the stars, she felt a strange feeling of discomfort in her heart. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai asked softly, "Does joining Gaia mean becoming a hero?" Caught by surprise, Riko loosened her hand and said carefully, "In theory, yes. Although as a rookie, you will have to go through a period of training and tests to become an official member of Gaia, but as a psyker, it shouldn't be a big problem for you. The passing rate of becoming an official member of Gaia in the Heroes trial has been over 90% over the years. Cough, as long as you put in some effort, the probability of becoming a hero is very high." Riko added on in her heart, "But heroes are separated into classes. An idiot like you would at best be one of the bottom few amongst F-class heroes." Shi Xiaobai fell silent after hearing this because he couldn't understand what she had just said. However, that was not the point. Shi Xiaobai had already made up his mind, as he asked, after joining Gaia, can I also be capable of defeating a calamity fiend like the one before?" Riko could clearly see the thirst in Shi Xiaobai's eyes that made one's heart ache. This fool is pretty cute when he isn't being an idiot, Riko thought in her heart. With an expression of having been defeated by him, she sneered, "TCH, for that F-class calamity fiend that can't be any more trashy than utter trash, anyone in Gaia will be able to take care of it easily." Although she had embellished her words with some exaggeration, Sahadin was indeed very weak for Riko. In front of one pun, it could only flee in fright. "So the thing I once thought of as the physical form of despair is so weak, it's so weak that I can't help but despair." This thought appeared in Shi Xiaobai's head. As he lowered his head in silence, he whispered a moment later, "I will join Gaia. I want to become a hero." His voice was soft, so very soft, and seemed to sound somewhat nasal. The look in Riko's eyes gradually softened. Although he was an idiot, he was still a child. As an elder sister, she decided to be gentler to him in the future. Wahahaha! Shi Xiaobai suddenly looked up and roared with laughter. There will come a day when this king will let this world's Gaia become a subject of this king. Laugh and be excited, girl. Your king is here. Rico could not hold back any longer, as she punched Shi Xiaobai in the head relentlessly. Ouch! Shi Xiaobai immediately cried out in pain and took a few steps back. He bellowed, "To think that you are attempting to smash this king's invisible crown to bits. Girl, don't tell me you are an enemy sent by the Organization of Darkness? Enemy your ass. Stand still for me." As dusk faded away, darkness fell. Shi Xiaobai rubbed his forehead in pain, while Rico looked incensed not far away from him. "Big brother, I'm going home," little Fatso said with his soccer ball in hand. "We have to leave too," Teacher One reminded. Shi Xiaobai nodded and walked towards little Fatso. Seeing the rotund face that had been wiped dry of tears, but still had snot hanging by his nose, Shi Xiaobai said solemnly, "Name? Tell this king your name, young demon king." Little Fatso used the back of his hand to wipe his snot and whispered, "Zhu Zhu." Shi Xiaobai gave little Fatso a deep glance and then said solemnly, "Piggy one, remember, you are the second member of Xiaobai's hero squad, always." "Yeah." Little Fatso nodded his head vigorously. Author's note: I quite like Shi Xiaobai and Rico's first exchange. 1. Zhu Zhu's name is a homonym to Pig Zhu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8, I Can Only Rely on You. Chapter 8, I Can Only Rely on You. That night, Shi Xiaobai accompanied Rico and One to a huge villa. It was said to be a residence Rico had bought in this city. After having a simple meal, Shi Xiaobai went back to his room to sleep. During this period of time, Rico did not mention much regarding Gaia. She only said that she would bring him to their headquarters, Gaia Base, tomorrow. Shi Xiaobai fell asleep soon after going to bed, but was woken up by Rico with a kick in the morning. While he was having his breakfast in a drowsy state, he saw a helicopter land in an empty spot in front of the villa. By the time Shi Xiaobai gathered his thoughts, he realized he was sitting in the helicopter. Rico was sitting across him, but One had already disappeared. "Where's Uncle Baldy?" Shi Xiaobai asked as he caught sight of the white clouds amidst the blue sky outside the window before he began humming, "Puny world, shiver before this king's feet." Rico rolled her eyes and snapped, "Teacher One left early because he has something going on. In a while, when we reach Gaia Base, don't you keep saying this king. Not everyone possesses a temperament as mild as mine, but..." Shi Xiaobai had his reservations regarding Rico's remarks about her mild temperament, but he was still afraid of being violently beaten up, so he whispered, "This king." "What?" Rico cast a murderous look at him. "TCH." Shi Xiaobai imitated Rico's tone, but immediately suffered a beating. As he covered his head, he said in a wronged manner, "Enough, enough, this emperor will not claim to be this king in the future, ouch." Moments later, Shi Xiaobai, who had finally succumbed to Rico's authoritative power after enduring several beatings, said in a melancholy timbre, "Girl, you must be a demoness sent by the god of darkness." "Humph." Rico waved her fist as her face brimmed with a smile. She never expected bullying Shi Xiaobai would be such a pleasant thing. The helicopter flew all morning before it descended at noon. From the helicopter, Shi Xiaobai was able to see Gaia Base in its entirety. High-rise steel buildings loomed like cold mountains, reflecting the sun's blinding light. Iron-paved roads crisscrossed and differed from the silver-surfaced high-rise buildings. The roads were built with black steel, and looked like black, bottomless rivers from the sky. "Welcome to Gaia Base, Steel City." Rico playfully winked at him. Shi Xiaobai sneered, "This will be the first fief this king will own in this world. Using it to be the base of Xiaobai's hero squad would barely qualify, ouch." Pulling back her fist, Rico began to space out as she looked at the approaching steel ground. After disembarking the helicopter, Shi Xiaobai treaded cautiously on the steel surface. He realized that while it was sturdy and solid to the touch, it had a degree of flexibility. Furthermore, the ground was not hot as he had expected. Instead, a sense of coldness seemed to linger above the ground. After bouncing and walking on the steel surface a few times, he realized it produced very little sound. The ground is produced from the shells of the Astral calamity beast, Astral steel giant beetles. It possesses a hardness above ordinary metals, and its heat dissipation and noise reduction attributes are extremely good. Rico involuntarily explained to Shi Xiaobai when she found him looking at everything with awe. Shi Xiaobai was secretly astonished as he quietly took note of what Rico said. As the two of them walked, they encountered a number of people who were driving past them. Many of them stopped to greet Rico with a Miss Rico and would also give Shi Xiaobai a complicated look before driving away. I am quite famous in Steel City. Rico raised her eyebrows while glancing at Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai sneered in response. He felt animosity as well as mockery from the looks he was given. After walking for a long while, Rico finally stopped in her footsteps. She pointed to a tall building in front and said, "We're here." Shi Xiaobai looked over and realized this building was shorter than the other buildings. However, the compound's boundary was clearly wider. A middle-aged man dressed in a suit stood by the entrance. "Are they here?" Rico asked the middle-aged man as she arrived at the entrance. "They are already here. Only you and this young sir remain," the middle-aged man responded. Rico nodded and took the lead to walk through the gate. Shi Xiaobai followed closely behind. After passing through the gate, he heard the middle-aged man whisper to him, "Take care." Shi Xiaobai was surprised as he said with a smile, "Years ago, someone told this king to take care one, but he ended up being unable to slim down for 3 years. Uncle, don't raise any unwanted flags." After saying that, Shi Xiaobai ignored the stunned middle-aged man and walked into the building. Upon entering, Shi Xiaobai's eyes were immediately attracted by a smooth and bright metallic wall. He looked up and saw huge frames lined up across the wall. There was a high-spirited face imprinted in each frame. "These are the rookie kings of Gaia, over the years," Rico said in front of him. "Rookie, king?" Shi Xiaobai followed half a step behind her. Gaia recruits rookies every year. After a period of training, a competition between all rookies is held. The strongest is given the title of Rookie King. The Rookie King's photo frame is then displayed in this rookie museum. Rico explained patiently. The strongest person amongst the rookies. A king-like figure. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up as he said with excitement, "The title of Rookie King is tailored for me, Shi Xiaobai. The first step in this king's journey shall be you Rookie King." Rico was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh, but suddenly her eyes darted around, having come up with an idea. She immediately said slyly, "Boy, I also believe that the title of Rookie King belongs to you. Work hard for I think highly of you." Shi Xiaobai gave her a cold stare. "Don't do that. It's sickening. Ouch." Rico grunted while her fist was raised. She continued walking deeper into the building as Shi Xiaobai rubbed his forehead. As he slowly kept up behind her, he grumbled. After a short moment of walking, they arrived at a metallic door that was slightly ajar. Rico stopped and took a deep breath. "By the way, I think I haven't told you the purpose of coming here today?" Rico suddenly said. "So that's it. There is a purpose behind coming here today." Shi Xiaobai was enlightened as he raised his hands immediately in a defensive stance. He snapped, "Girl, you have finally revealed the true colors of yourself being an evil witch?" In a rare instance, Rico did not roll her eyes but said with a sigh, "Today, I brought you here to partake in a rookie evaluation test in name, but it's actually a trap a few bitches had laid for me. Xiaobai, I'm sorry for implicating you in this trouble, but I can only rely on you." Shi Xiaobai was surprised, and just as he wanted to say something, he saw Rico push the metallic door open. She had walked in. Following that, a shrill voice immediately erupted from inside, clearly entering Shi Xiaobai's ears. "Oh, the weakest Pontus in history and the trash rookie she has brought has finally arrived." 1. Take care, can be literally translated to conserve your weight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9, Owning the Entire World. Chapter 9, Owning the Entire World. Oh, the weakest Pontus in history and the trash rookie she has brought has finally arrived. Shi Xiaobai could tell the deep provocative tone and the shrill voice at the door, but he immediately heard Rico's pearly voice in response. TCH, even the weakest Pontus is a Pontus. Some trash can't even be won and can only look on with eyes of envy while barking like an abandoned dog. What? Who are you calling the abandoned dog? Didn't you become a Pontus only because you are His Excellency 1-pun student? If not, with your hero ranking, how can you even become a Pontus? Tisk, for teacher 1-pun to only take me in as his only student, that alone explains everything. The hero ranking is just a matter of time, and I will surpass the abandoned dog that is you sooner or later. The shrill voice and Rico's voice went back and forth in a heated argument. Shi Xiaobai slowly walked in and jumped in fright when he saw what was inside. The room was extremely spacious. All sorts of exotic facilities were placed in here. 2 large rows of seats lined each side of the room, rising upwards like staircases. On the seats to the left, there were 3 people sitting in random fashion. And at this moment, there were 4 people standing in the middle of the room. Rico and a red-dressed woman were engaging in a war of words. Beside them were 2 teenagers. One of them looked quite handsome and had his hands crossed, like he was watching a good show. The other person looked very well built as he kept gesturing with his hands while a distressed look hung on his face. There was a high platform in the inner recesses of the room, resembling a rostrum in a lecture hall. At this moment, there were 3 older people sitting on the platform. An old man, a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. The 3 of them were looking straight ahead, as if they had no intention to stop the squabbling between the 2. Shi Xiaobai slowly walked towards Rico, as if no one noticed his arrival, or it could be said that even if they did, no one cared about his arrival. At this moment, the red-dressed woman suddenly screamed, "Enough! Who knows if you and His Excellency 1-pun had engaged in some dirty deal? Who knows if you sold your body to become His Excellency 1-pun student?" The moment this was said, there was silence for a second. Pa! The silence came to an abrupt halt at a sudden loud slap. Shut up! Many roaring voices exploded in unison. The 3 older people on the platform stood up. The middle-aged man reprimanded, "Muhongli, do you know who are you talking about?" The middle-aged woman said with a shrill voice, "How can His Excellency 1-pun's name be used in vain?" The elder said solemnly, "His Excellency 1-pun is not to be insulted." Rico, who had already sent out her slap, breathed violently out. She said coldly, "Muhongli, go back and reflect on what you just said." On Muhongli's beautiful white cheeks, a pinkish palm print appeared. Her watery eyes seemed to well up with a mist of water vapor as she lowered her head and said with a trembling voice, I will personally apologize to His Excellency 1-pun." After that, she raised her head and looked hatefully at Rico, saying coldly, "But I will never acknowledge your qualification as Pontus. Also, don't you forget our bet." After Muhongli said this, she turned around and saw the stunned Shi Xiaobai behind Rico. Immediately, her hatred for Rico extended to Shi Xiaobai. She stared ruthlessly at Shi Xiaobai before quickly walking to her seat on the right side of the room. The handsome teenager moved to the right side of the room with a look of regret while shaking his head. Following that, the well-built youth also followed while scratching his head. "Girl, you and that red-dressed witch made a bet?" Shi Xiaobai went to Rico's side and asked in a whisper. "Nothing much, just a casual bet." Rico revealed an unnatural smile before pointing to the seats on the left and said, "Go there and take a seat. Those 3 people are rookies participating in today's rookie evaluation test." "All right." Shi Xiaobai nodded his head before walking over to the left. Rico watched Shi Xiaobai's back and was about to say something, but for some reason, she could not force herself to open her mouth. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai, who was about to walk far into the distance, stopped. Without turning back, he suddenly said, "Girl, this king is a very, very, very reliable person." After saying that, Shi Xiaobai strode towards the seats on the left. TCH. Rico issued a disdainful jeer and turned to walk towards the right, but a charming smile had bloomed on her face. Shi Xiaobai was at quite a loss. What was Pontus? What was Rico and that red-dressed witch arguing about? What was the strange atmosphere in the room about? Shi Xiaobai had no clue at all. Shi Xiaobai was desperately hoping he could ask someone. He glanced at the other 3 rookies that were seated in front of him. One of them was a blonde youth about 12 to 13 years old, while there was a 8 to 9-year-old boy, as well as a 4 to 5-year-old lowly one. Shi Xiaobai instinctively walked towards the blonde youth, but was immediately met with a scornful look. With a turn of his head, he saw the boy giving him the middle finger, and when he walked to the lowly, she made a face at him. Foolish humans, to think they dare treat this king with such disrespect. Shi Xiaobai sighed in his heart. He nonchalantly found a seat and sat down. He then looked at the 4 people on the right side of the room, who were distancing themselves like water in fire. The 4 people on the left and the 4 people on the right, could there be some connection? Shi Xiaobai pondered over this for a moment before feeling irritated. Who cares? This king will adopt the necessary measures depending on the situation. After the 2 sides took their seats, the elder on the platform stood up once again and took a few steps forward. With a cough, he immediately attracted everyone's gazes. Rico Minamiya, Mu Hongli, Xiao Xiao, Fang Qingshan, the 4 of you are the respective young leaders of Annihilation, Creation, Order, Chaos. Your every action will indirectly affect the prestige of the 4 divisions. Therefore, even in the annual rookie recommendations, you should not relax in your efforts. The elder asserted eloquently, when he suddenly looked to the right side of the room. With a twist in his words, he said, Rico Minamiya, the rookie you introduced 2 years ago has disappointed the organization greatly. This year, you are not only the young leader of Annihilation, you are even the Oceanic Pontus. I wish you will take things seriously and not let the organization down anymore. Rico replied with an unhappy tch, while Mu Hongli laughed with gleeful mockery while covering her mouth. The elder continued, the same old rules apply. After the rankings of today's 4 rookies are out, the organization will announce it officially internally. The first ranked division will receive an increment in division points, and the last place will receive a reduction in division points. Gaia encourages competition and will reward the strongest, as well as punish the weakest. As Shi Xiaobai heard the elder's words, he was lost in deep thought. Suddenly, he saw the blonde youth walk towards him, putting him on high alert immediately. However, he saw the blonde youth stop midway. His eyes were filled with burning disdain as he said to Shi Xiaobai with a mocking tone, so you are just an ordinary person without any psionic power. It looks like Rico Minamiya is a rather unreliable person as the rumors go. Shi Xiaobai's gaze turned a bit cold but he remained silent. For Senior Hongli to send me to take down trash like you, it is such an overkill. The blonde youth suddenly revealed a ferocious smile and pointed his thumb at himself, proclaiming loudly, I am a 1 in a million psyker. Upon saying the word psyker, the blonde youth's arrogant look made it seem like he owned the entire world. 1. Lowly, Japanese slang word which represents little girl, has entered the Chinese vernacular and is used commonly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10, People are born unequal. Chapter 10, People are born unequal. The blonde youth's proud look seemed to be a proclamation of his superiority. At the same time, he was staring intently at Shi Xiaobai's expression, hoping to see looks of shock and admiration from that handsome face. However, the blonde youth was disappointed. Shi Xiaobai only slanted his head and asked with curiosity, what is a psyker? The blonde youth was stunned for a second as he stared intently at Shi Xiaobai. He realized that Shi Xiaobai did not seem like he was acting dumb in any way, so he could only let out a dry laugh and mocked, "So it's just a bumpkin that doesn't know what a psyker is. Riko Minamiya has wasted her recommendation on you. She is truly a foolish girl. Such a foolish girl has no right to be a Pontus. I will prove this to Gaia in a time to come." After saying that, the blonde youth turned around and returned to his seat. Shi Xiaobai was just about to say something when he immediately heard another derisive voice. "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Shi Xiaobai traced the voice with his head and saw a boy, who was likely a rookie like him, sitting behind him. This king does not lie. Shi Xiaobai really did not know what a psyker was. He had an impression of Riko mentioning this word before, but back then, he was only concerned about becoming a hero, so he did not pay attention to what Riko had said. When he first arrived in this world, he had heard some things about cyanites, but he had no clue when it came to psychers. "Then you will soon find out." The boy's childlike voice seemed earnest, and Shi Xiaobai could even detect a whiff of resentment. A psyker is someone who makes people despair. The term despair should not be said out loud so simply, as despair will make people unable to speak. Shi Xiaobai mused with a smile. It just so happens to be that this king is good at fighting despair. The elder reiterated the importance of the recommendation chances to the four young leaders once again, hinting that if any of the four lacked confidence, they could take the opportunity now to switch their recommended rookie. Seeing the four people ignore his kind intentions, the elder sighed. He gave a meaningful glance at Riko Minamiya before he began to announce the rules. The rookie evaluation test is split into two stages. The first stage is an evaluation of one's natural endowment, while the second stage is an evaluation of one's ability. The natural endowment evaluation shall begin now. Order, rookie, Yang Yang, please come to the podium. The moment the elder finished his words, the boy sitting on the left stood up. His hands trembled, reflecting the nervousness appropriate for his age. He took a deep breath before walking up to the podium. The handsome teenager sitting on the right looked at the well-built youth and asked, "This Yang Yang is the trump card of your order that has the highest likelihood of entering the A-class rookies?" The well-built youth scratched his head. He looked honest, and his voice sounded powerful and good-natured. "He's a good prospect, . The boy, Yang Yang, slowly walked to the middle of the podium. Suddenly, a square metal box rose up from the ground slowly, like a telephone booth that had suddenly risen. "Go in," the elder said with a deadpan expression. At the same time, one face of the square metal box gradually opened. The interior looked complex and intricate, and there was room only for one. Yang Yang bowed respectfully at the elder before entering the metal box. Following that, the metal door closed and the dull metal box's surface began to emit a faint golden glow. Shi Xiaobai watched this at a loss. He was filled with curiosity, when suddenly, he saw a series of fluorescent text appear on a large metallic wall beside the podium. The entire wall looked like a gigantic liquid crystal display. The text began to scroll from top to bottom in streaks, as the constantly changing numbers dazzled Shi Xiaobai. After a considerable amount of time, a line of text appeared at the highest spot on the wall, Mind Expanse, a plus class. Not bad. A gleeful look flashed in the elder's eyes as he made a praising remark. However, his eyes were still stared intently on the text shimmering on the metallic wall. It was not only limited to him. Other than Shi Xiaobai, everyone present was closely monitoring the changes on the metallic wall. It seemed like they were waiting for something even more important. Finally, at the top of the wall, another line of text appeared, Psi Genes, none. When this line of text appeared, other than Shi Xiaobai, everyone withdrew their gazes. The numbers on the metallic wall also stopped scrolling. In terms of mind expanse, he is ranked amongst the top of the rookies of recent years. The elder said lightly. Yang Yang came out of the metal box. He did not seem any different on the surface. He nodded at the elder before silently returning to his seat. It's so impressive to have an A-plus class mind expanse, the blonde boy said with an eccentric-sounding voice, causing Yang Yang's facial expression to change. I'm so envious. To have a plus mind expanse, I want it too. Woo woo woo. Loli with a bit of baby fat pursed her lips as she looked at Yang Yang earnestly. Yang Yang's eyes turned hazy as he sat in his seat with his head lowered, while remaining completely silent. At this moment, the elder's voice emerged once again. Chaos, rookie, Zhang Yuer. The little loli smirked with a gleeful giggle as she briskly skipped over to the podium. She was eager to enter the metallic box and did not seem nervous at all, as if she was entering a most interesting game. The illuminated text on the metallic wall began to shimmer, and in a while, another row of text appeared at the top, Mind Expanse, D-Class. Shi Xiaobai was silently comparing A+ and D-, and then immediately realized the reason why Zhang Yuer was looking at Yang Yang with earnest eyes. At the same time, that made him more at a loss why Yang Yang's expression looked so heavy. At this moment, another line of text appeared, Psi Genes, F-Class. Nice. The expressionless elder suddenly revealed a beaming smile. The middle-aged man and woman beside him also nodded their heads, looking very satisfied. Fang Qingshan looked at Xiao Xiao and said with a chuckle, this Zhang Yuer can only be ranked third amongst Chaos' batch of rookies this year. A tinge of heaviness appeared on Xiao Xiao's good-natured face, before he said seriously, Yang Yang is ranked first in order. Fang Qingshan seemed to immediately lose all interest. He turned his head and no longer spoke, while Xiao Xiao clenched his fists tightly, releasing a deep sigh. At the same time, the metallic wall's text was suddenly cleared, leaving two gigantic rows of text. Rank 1, Zhang Yuer, Mind Expanse, D-, Psi Genes, F. Rank 2, Yang Yang, Mind Expanse, A+, Psi Genes, none. The little loli was already out of the metal box as she carried on bouncing back to her seat. As she passed Yang Yang by, she made a face at him and said in a childish manner, "Humph, I'm stronger than you." Yang Yang remained silent as his shoulders trembled. The blonde youth's mocking laughter resounded at this moment. Do you get it now? This is the difference between a lofty psyker and an inferior cyanite. Regardless of how expansive your mind is, even the lowest psi gene is enough to reverse everything. No matter how expansive your mind is, in front of a psyker, it is all trash. At this moment, the elder announced, next, Creation, S rookie, Kevin. The blonde youth wiped the smile from his face and walked towards the platform with his chest up high. As he walked past Shi Xiaobai, he sneered, and said, this young lord will tell you what it means that people are born unequal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. This king takes back everything he just said. Chapter 11. This king takes back everything he just said. The blonde youth, Kevin, spoke with a demeanor bloated with arrogance. When he walked into the evaluation box, he did not look nervous like Yang Yang, nor did he look as playful as Zhang Yuer. To put it more accurately, he looked like a performer, as if the upcoming evaluation was just a performance used to flaunt himself. Soon, Kevin's first result came out, Mind Expanse, B class. It was higher than Zhang Yuer's, but lower than Yang Yang's. It was likely an average result, as the expressions of the three older people did not seem change much. Their eyes were still staring intently on the metallic wall. By then, Shi Xiaobai already understood that the second result was key. Under everyone's attention, the number on the metallic wall rapidly changed. Before the second line of text, the most important one, was revealed, Psi Genes, C class. C class? At the instant the results came out, the elder stared with widened eyes. He spoke with a trembling voice, while the middle-aged man and woman beside him looked exhilarated and began exchanging whispers. The expression of Fang Qingshan, who was sitting on the right side of the room, changed slightly as the red-dressed Mu Honli chuckled. She gave Rico a provocative glance which was ignored. However, Rico's expression turned more serious. After taking in the expressions of all these people, even if he did not know the true meaning behind C-class Psi Genes, Shi Xiaobai could tell that Kevin had succeeded in his game of ostentation. Kevin is a true genius. A deep voice spoke out as Shi Xiaobai turned his head to look over. He realized Yang Yang was behind him without him even knowing it. Shi Xiaobai did not respond. Very clearly, Kevin was currently ranked first amongst the 3 people who had undergone the test. He did not know this world's definition of a genius, so even though he did not think highly of it, he did not express his views. Psionites and psychers are like ordinary people and geniuses. A psycher who reaches C-class is already a genius amongst geniuses. Even organizations bigger and stronger than Gaia would nurture C-class psychers as valuable talent. Kevin would definitely be considered one of the most important rookies in this Gaia batch. Despite saying words that flattered others, Yang Yang's childlike face had a matureness that did not seem to match his age. Following that, he said something that would even make adults ponder deeply. As for me, I'm just an ordinary person with a more expansive mind. There will always be a most despairing distance between geniuses and ordinary people. Shi Xiaobai could clearly tell how indignant he was through the childlike boy's eyes, yet he had to hear him say words that sounded like he had completely yielded. This angered Shi Xiaobai greatly as he said coldly, "In this king's eyes, everyone is an ordinary person. A so-called genius is just an ordinary person who works harder." Yang Yang looked up, as if he was moved by his words. However, his eyes seemed to put up a wall of self-mockery as a self-defensive mechanism. You are wrong. An ordinary person, no matter how hard-working, would never become a genius. That's because a genius is innate. That's right. People are born unequal. Kevin was already standing in front of them, revealing a victorious smile. Geniuses are destined from birth to surpass ordinary people. Be it this tiny evaluation, the resources the organization uses for nurturing, or the various kinds of competitions in the future, a genius will forever run ahead of ordinary people. You are an ordinary person amongst ordinary people who are even inferior to psionites. As for me, I am a super genius that possesses C-class psi genes. You are destined to be forever left behind by me. Kevin turned around to walk away after speaking. The thing he loved to do most was to mock weaklings and then heartlessly rob the weak of the right to lament. Shi Xiaobai saw Kevin, who had his back facing them, nearly covering his ears to indicate that he did not want to hear any retorts from them. Shi Xiaobai felt very, very depressed. After all this nonsense, this king still doesn't know what a psyker is. Shi Xiaobai sighed and suddenly heard the elder announce his name. Immediately, he stood up, feeling slightly disturbed. He gave Yang Yang a nod and then waved his hand at the distant Rico, as though he was about to enter an arena. It seems like this king can no longer remain silent. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai came in front of the metal box. The elder gestured to Shi Xiaobai to quickly enter, but after a moment of hesitation, Shi Xiaobai suddenly said, "Wait a moment. This king has something to say." The elder's expression froze. Clearly, he was quite surprised with the self-salutation this king. By then, Shi Xiaobai had already turned around to walk to the middle of the platform, attracting everyone's attention. He raised his left hand, pointing to the seats on the left and said loudly, "Blondie Narcissist and Pleasant Goat 1, listen to what this king has to say." Kevin, who had been pointed at, took a few seconds before he realized that Blondie Narcissist referred to himself. Immediately, he was not pleased with this. Yang Yang was stunned for a moment before his expression turned extremely strange. This king does not know what this psyker thing is all about, nor do I know why Pleasant Goat is so dejected, even more do I not know if Blondie Narcissist meant to say all that nonsense as a lullaby. Shi Xiaobai looked up to survey the people around him and had a solemn expression. It looked like he was delivering a stately lecture. However, this king knows that your theory about geniuses and ordinary people is flawed. It is tendentious, and something thought of using a goblin's brain. A so-called genius is just an ordinary person with charms, a hard-working ordinary person, an entranced ordinary person and an ordinary person who forgets himself. In the end, they are still ordinary people. This king wants to tell you that this world has no fated genius. There will be no everlasting genius, nor is there a genius that isn't hardworking. Geniuses do not last a moment, nor are they born. Neither do they receive this title just with the word psyker. If all of you insist on refusing to realize your errors in this theory of geniuses and ordinary people, then fine, this king shall tell you another fact: this world actually does not have any geniuses. Do not be dejected just because you are not a genius. Even more so, do not thinking highly of yourself because of being a so-called genius. This is because this world does not have any geniuses, only the strong. A hard-working ordinary person can become one of the strong, while a lackadaisical genius will never be fated to be one of the strong. But do you understand? This world doesn't have any geniuses. Only the strong. Shi Xiaobai turned more impassioned towards the end, nearly delivering his speech with an angry bellow. After saying that, he immediately entered the metallic box. With a slam, he closed the metallic door heavily, while the room echoed with his final words and the sound of the slammed door. Yan Yang clenched his fists tightly as he lowered his head and pondered over Shi Xiaobai's words that kept echoing in his head. Kevin had an extremely ugly expression on his face, but it was mostly anger and scorn. The three older people on the high platform had the calmest reactions. They even shook their heads. They had seen many geniuses, so they knew the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Sitting on the right, Fang Qingshan did not have much of an expression, but his eyes narrowed with a facetious look in them. A relieved look appeared on Zhao Xun's good-natured face before he quickly thought of something. His expression turned serious as a result. Mu Hongli looked at Rico and sniggered. This idiot who keeps calling himself this king is the rookie you found? He sure has the courage, but unfortunately he's a tad foolish. Rico was cursing the pig-headed Shi Xiaobai in her mind, but she laughed coldly. Sometimes, foolish people can have dumb luck. I happen to like Shi Xiaobai's forthrightness, and not like that blondie narcissist you found. It's as if the world revolves around him. Doesn't he know that however strong you are, there is always someone stronger? A C-class psyker? TCH. Mu Hongli's expression changed slightly, but she did not retort. She too did not like Kevin's megalomania. The two of them continued on in a war of words before turning their gazes towards the metallic wall, where the numbers were still changing. No matter how much they argued, the evaluation's result was most crucial. After entering the metallic box, numerous beams of light shone on Shi Xiaobai, as they constantly scanned his body. To dare make an attempt at analyzing this king's body. What a naive machine. Shi Xiaobai mocked the metallic wall for a moment before recalling the impassioned speech he said outside and immediately felt a bit excited. These foolish mortals must have been convinced by this king's words. How dare mere mortals address themselves as geniuses in front of this king? It's completely asking for an insult. After dazing in the enclosed space for a moment, Shi Xiaobai could not help but think of several questions, and suddenly felt anxious. What if the natural endowments possessed by this king's mortal body in this world is completely trash? He hurriedly shook his head, abandoning the amusing thought. What a joke! How can this king be impeded by a mere evaluation test like this? Although he had this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai still stuck his ear to the metallic wall, in an attempt to hear the commotions outside. Logically speaking, if his natural endowments were any good, that old grandpa would definitely have made a big fuss over it. However, Shi Xiaobai was disappointed. There was not a single commotion, much less a big fuss. After a while, the light beams that constantly scanned his body disappeared. The metallic box fell into darkness and the evaluation test was over. Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath and suddenly felt a bit nervous. It felt just like back in the day, whenever he handed his examination manuscripts to his teacher, he would always pray incessantly that he could score more than 10 points that one time. Shi Xiaobai opened the metallic door and slowly walked out of the metallic box. His mind and body observed everything outside the box, as he felt a repressive atmosphere. He realized that the room had completely fallen into silence. Turning around, he saw the elder focusing his gaze on him. His gaze appeared like he had seen a ghost, and his body was trembling like a patient who could collapse at any time. With a gulp, Shi Xiaobai slowly looked up at the 2 rows of text on the metallic wall. The results of his evaluation immediately entered his eyes. Mind Expanse, S-Class. Psi Genes, S-Class. After a cursory glance, Shi Xiaobai immediately waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Everyone! This king takes back everything he just said. This world does have geniuses." 1. Pleasant Goat, Shi Yang, is a play on Yang Yang's name. Pleasant Goat happens to be the name of a character in a Chinese animated television series for children. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12, So we were overthinking the situation. Chapter 12, So we were overthinking the situation. When the text on the metallic wall fixated on the words Mind Expanse, S-Class, Psi Genes, S-Class, everyone turned dumbfounded. Kevin was dumbfounded. He recalled Shi Xiaobai acting ignorant, implying that he didn't know what a psyker was, followed by how he looked dazed after his cocky act. He finally recalled Shi Xiaobai's depressed expression after he left quickly, having mocked him in underhanded fashion. At this moment, as he looked at the 2 rows of text, he felt a pain in his face. It was very painful, extremely painful. F***CK, is it that fun acting the pig to devour the tiger? Yang was dumbfounded. He was still relishing in the Kool-Aid Shi Xiaobai brewed for him. It was a bowl of chicken soup for the soul named, no geniuses, only the strong. But he suddenly realized that the person who brewed the bowl of chicken soup was a genius, several times more of a genius than Kevin. He immediately felt a bitter taste linger in his mouth. Damn it, this bowl of chicken soup is poisoned. The 3 older people on the platform were dumbfounded. As senior members of Gaia, with a rather lengthy resume, they had witnessed numerous rookie evaluation tests. However, this was the first time they encountered a double S-class result. If not for their absolute confidence in the evaluation machine's accuracy, they would probably scramble to check if there had been any chances of fraud. Rico was also dumbfounded. Although she had learned early on from one pun that Shi Xiaobai was a psyker, she did it with an attitude of treating him as a Hail Mary effort, so she had never expected Shi Xiaobai's natural endowment to be so terrifying. Shi Xiaobai was probably the rookie with the highest natural endowment ever since the establishment of Gaia. Rico was laughing herself silly, thinking how lucky she was to have come by this treasure. After everyone was dumbfounded, they involuntarily thought of the final words Shi Xiaobai said before entering the evaluation box. Shi Xiaobai said that geniuses were ordinary people who worked hard, but they were after all ordinary people. Shi Xiaobai said that an ordinary hardworking person could become one of the strong, and a lackadaisical genius would never be fated to be one of the strong. Shi Xiaobai said that this world did not have any geniuses, only the strong. When Shi Xiaobai said those impassioned words, they were more or less moved, but most of them scoffed at it. However, as they gave his words careful thought, they were suddenly enlightened. Shi Xiaobai said those words not for them, but as a warning for himself. Shi Xiaobai was telling himself that although he was a genius amongst geniuses, he did not believe he was stronger than others. If he did not work hard, he would never become one of the strong. This world did not have geniuses. Shi Xiaobai felt disdain for becoming a genius. He wanted to be one of the strong, and for that, he would work harder than anyone. Was there anything more persuasive than a remark from a genius with 2 S-class evaluations? Nearly everyone felt admiration for him. They imagined themselves in his shoes. If I were to have dual S talents like Shi Xiaobai, will I be able to remain so modest and maintain the purest of intentions so as to strive to become stronger? The answer was no, they could not do it. A person with dual S talents probably numbered less than a handful in China. Any organization would treat that person as a hot potato, but also a precious gem. If they were Shi Xiaobai, even if they could maintain a false sense of modesty, they would definitely not be able to say those sincere words. Shi Xiaobai was not only a genius, he was, in fact, even more likely to be a genius that was more hardworking than any of them. This understanding made everyone's mood turn heavy. An inexplicable emotion began to brew in their hearts. They closed their mouths without prior arrangements, as they stared at the 13-year-old youth that had just walked out the metallic box. The youth wasn't very tall or short, nor was he fat or thin. He had delicate facial features, with eyes bright like the stars, and was dressed in clean clothes. He was not considered suave, nor did he look extremely handsome. He was the type of person who would be filtered out by one's brain when placed in a crowd. But such a youth was clearly more of a genius than anyone else, yet he was the one who spurned geniuses more than anyone. Clearly, he did not need to work as hard as anyone, but was more motivated than anyone to work hard. What sort of soul was hidden beneath Shi Xiaobai's plain exterior? Everyone was lost in thought when they suddenly heard Shi Xiaobai's hard-hitting voice. Everyone. This king takes back everything he just said. This world does have geniuses. Everyone was stunned, thinking that they had misheard him, but it was quickly followed by Shi Xiaobai's second sentence. This king is a genius. Ha 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 ha. Tremble and be filled with despair. Mortals, the true genius is here. Shi Xiaobai's unbridled laughter echoed in the spacious room, assaulting their every nerve. Holy shit, so we were overthinking the situation. Shi Xiaobai is a complete idiot. Such a foolish idiot is a dual S-class genius? In that case, aren't we worse than an idiot? What the F***ck, this world sure isn't fair. Why do these ordinary people look like they want to devour this king? Shi Xiaobai suddenly found something amiss with the atmosphere. Instinctively, he quickly walked towards the seats on the left from the platform. He noticed how everyone's gazes were following him, giving him the creeps. Could a jealous demoness have captured their hearts and minds? This king better be careful. Shi Xiaobai gingerly moved to his seat and realized Yang Yang was looking at him with complex looks from behind. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up and immediately blinked his eyes at Yang Yang. Praise this king. Hurry, hurry. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai's eyes blinked even faster, but after blinking all day, he realized Yang Yang had failed to receive his intentions, turning him melancholic. Back then, Pleasant Goat wasn't like this when he was praising Blondie Narcissist. This king is so much more of a genius than Blondie Narcissist, so why aren't you praising this king? Seeing Yang Yang ignore him, Shi Xiaobai immediately turned towards Kevin, who wasn't far away. He waved his hand and said, "Hey, Blondie Narcissist." Shi Xiaobai found Kevin's logic to be very reasonable. Humans were born unequal. For example, wasn't he, Shi Xiaobai, destined to lead an extraordinary life from the moment he was born? Shi Xiaobai cast a kind smile at Kevin, but Kevin turned to look away with an ashen face. This made Shi Xiaobai even more melancholic. The path of the king is indeed lonely. Shi Xiaobai sighed as he felt that they had hurt his fragile heart. Shi Xiaobai, I believe what you said was right. A genius does not equal to being one of the strong. Suddenly, Yang Yang's passionate voice rang in his ears. Shi Xiaobai was stunned as he suddenly recalled himself saying something similar just a moment ago. Just as he was about to cough to correct the incorrect point of view, he heard Yang Yang say solemnly, I am not a psyker, but I'm Order S most promising rookie that has a chance of becoming this batch's A-class rookie. That's because the second stage of the rookie evaluation test is a test of one's ability. It's not a comparison of talent, but the accumulation of each person's hard work. So Shi Xiaobai, if you can convince me wholeheartedly in the evaluation of ability, I will acknowledge that you are not only a genius, but truly one of the strong. Yang Yang's eyes flickered with intense fighting spirit and an endless amount of anticipation. Shi Xiaobai might have said those words previously out of jest, but Yang Yang had taken those words to heart. He sincerely hoped that those words were true. Only then could he persist in this belief. For this, he had to first prove that Shi Xiaobai, who said those words, was authentic. Looking into Yang Yang's eyes, Shi Xiaobai, who wanted to say, "This king does not need your acknowledgement," had for some reason said, only with a smile, "This king is not afraid of any challenge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 13, Shi Xiaobai's confidence is shaken. Chapter 13, Shi Xiaobai's confidence is shaken. The strange atmosphere in the room loomed for a period of time before it gradually dissipated. After all, the rookie evaluation test was not yet over. Gaia's evaluation of rookies was typically split into two: natural endowment and ability. Over the years, there was no lack of rookies who had extremely high natural endowment, but received terrible evaluations due to extremely low ability scores. As such, Shi Xiaobai's final evaluation was still uncertain. However, certain things were just clear-cut. Rico smiled beautifully as her gaze turned smug. "Mu Hongli, do you still remember our bet? Go home and pack up, for I happen to lack a maidservant to order around." Coo. Mu Hongli's face sank and looked indignant. She said hatefully, "Our bet is the final outcome of the rookie evaluation. It has only been the first stage." Rico smiled widely and did not think much of it. Shi Xiaobai has already led Blondie Narcissist by so much in the first stage. Unless Shi Xiaobai receives 0 points in the second stage and receives a useless person verdict, Blondie Narcissist is definitely losing. Mu Hongli also knew in her heart that the chances of Kevin winning was extremely low, but she refused to admit it verbally. She snubbed back, "Who knows, maybe Shi Xiaobai will really get 0. Rico gave Mu Hongli a look, as though she was watching a retard. Mu Hongli opened her mouth halfway but remained silent. Getting 0 points in the second stage was truly unheard of. Regardless of how idiotic Shi Xiaobai was, he was still a genius after all. He couldn't be so bad that he couldn't score a single point, right? Shi Xiaobai was now filled with fighting spirit, as he had just accepted Yang Yang's challenge. As for what the challenge entailed, he temporarily had no idea. This king will adopt the necessary measures depending on the situation. Shi Xiaobai had such a thought in mind, but he had pricked up his ears, making sure to attentively listen to the elder explaining the rules of the ability test. The second stage's ability test is to assess one of the most basic abilities of a hero, shooting. Upon hearing the elder's words, Shi Xiaobai was a bit stunned. When did shooting become the most basic ability of a hero? Don't tell me the heroes of this world relied on firearms, spraying around with machine guns? Shi Xiaobai was immediately disappointed. The heroes in his heart needed to beat calamity fiends with their punches, kicking astral calamity beasts and slashing extraterrestrial motherships with a sword. They could not rely on external forces, much less technology. Why is shooting ability one of the most basic abilities of heroes? Don't tell me heroes do not use cold weapons? Shi Xiaobai forewent his dignity as king and asked Yang Yang shamelessly. Are you serious? Yang Yang rolled his eyes at him. Of course. Shi Xiaobai nodded seriously. I really have no idea if you are acting the fool or you truly are a fool. Yang Yang could not help but denigrate him. After a moment of hesitation, he seriously explained to Shi Xiaobai, although psionites are split into several realms, most psionites are in the weakest psionic mortal realm. And a majority of heroes are in the psionic mortal realm. That means psionic mortal realm heroes are basically F-class heroes, but these F-class heroes form the bedrock of society's general safety. Most criminals and terrorists are apprehended by F-class heroes. At the psionic mortal realm, one isn't able to perfectly withstand the strike from a bullet, so using a cold weapon is greatly inferior to firearms in terms of power. Hence, to F-class heroes at the psionic mortal realm, the best choice of weapon is a firearm. To anyone who has the ambition of becoming a hero, their shooting ability is considered a basic ability, as most people can only be stuck, struggling in the psionic mortal realm, yang recited without any expression. On the other hand, psychers are a bit of a special case. A number of psychers would have sufficient means to resist firearms at the psionic mortal realm, but most psychers at the psionic mortal realm typically have offensive strength less than a gun. Hence, one's shooting ability is something that has to be definitely mastered by psychers. In conclusion, be it psionites or psychers, before they break through from the psionic mortal realm to the psionic soul realm, firearms have an advantage over cold weapons. After they make the breakthrough, the reverse situation happens. Those heroes above D class basically only use cold weapons. Having heard a bunch of terms from Yang that he had never heard of before, Shi Xiaobai was immediately filled with confusion, but that did not stop him from asking further. On the other side, the elder had finished explaining the rules for the second stage. Once the elder was done, the wall with the shimmering numbers suddenly went white. On the gigantic white screen, the 4 rookies' names were written on the top left-hand corner, followed by a number. At this moment, the numbers were all 0. The ability test was simple but had a strong smell of gunpowder. The 4 rookies would compete on the same platform, while black target spots would randomly appear on the large white screen. The 4 of them could only use laser guns to shoot at it. The person who hit the target first would score a point. After a target was struck, the next target would randomly appear, and there would be a total of 100 targets. The randomness here both referred to the location of the target, as well as the time interval between the appearance of the targets. Such a test could assess the rookie's reaction, shooting speed as well as shooting accuracy. It could be considered quite a well-rounded test subject. Shi Xiaobai took a laser gun from the elder. It looked quite similar to a normal pistol. He curiously pressed the trigger, and a red beam of light shot out of the barrel. Immediately, Shi Xiaobai turned playful and began shooting laser beams at everyone in the room with pew 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 sounds. Only when the elder stopped him with a blackened face did he stop in resentment. The other 3 rookies standing in line with Shi Xiaobai did not appear as relaxed as him. They were extremely nervous. Shi Xiaobai's duel's natural endowment in the first stage had already determined that he would be first at this rookie evaluation. To the 3 of them, the second stage was even more important. Shi Xiaobai was indeed not worried at all. He was already trying to figure out how to dismantle the laser gun. "Hey, Xiaobai, how's your shooting ability?" A pearly girl's voice echoed, making Shi Xiaobai turn around to see Rico standing behind him. He did not know when that happened. "Don't worry. Be it Counter-Strike or Crossfire, this king has already attained perfection. No one can match me in shooting ability. Girl, do you want to try?" Shi Xiaobai answered with great confidence, raising the laser gun at the girl's face. Rico was stunned upon hearing that. She kept feeling that there was something strange about this, and subconsciously punched Shi Xiaobai in the face. As this world did not have the 2 games, Counter-Strike and Crossfire, Rico did not know what Shi Xiaobai was referring to. But from his confident expression, she felt assured. However, she still made it a point to say, "Anyway, as long as you do not get 0 points, that's all that matters, even if it's just 1 point. TCH Shi Xiaobai felt disdain towards her statement, but for some reason, took the opportunity to ask, "What happens if I get 0? Rico hesitated for a while and felt that there was no point hiding it from him at this stage. "Hence," she said, "that red-dressed ugly freak and I had previously made a bet. As long as you exceed 0 points, I'll win. So that's the case. Rest assured, girl. Since this king has already signed a blood pact with you, I will naturally help you win your bet." Shi Xiaobai patted himself on the chest. Rico rolled her eyes at him. Seeing that the test was about to begin, she exhorted him once more before walking slowly to her seat on the right. What a joke! How can this king get 0 points? Naive girl. Realizing that he just needed to obtain 1 point, Shi Xiaobai immediately felt extremely relaxed. What a joke! Although he never managed to break past 10 points during his school examinations, he had never received 0 points before. For this, Shi Xiaobai was rather confident. Make your choice, youth. Suddenly a fiery voice resounded in Shi Xiaobai's mind. Time halted along with it, as everyone in the room froze. 2 rows of black text slowly appeared in front of Shi Xiaobai. That scamming scene from the absolute choice system had appeared once again. Choice 1, during the test, only 1 shot can be made without opening your eyes, reward E-level. Choice 2, directly give up. Pass the test with 0 points, reward D-level. Gentle reminder, this choice is considered a daily style choice where there is only 1 opportunity after choosing. Successfully completing the choices mission will give a reward, and failure will lead to punishment of the same level. Shi Xiaobai was stunned for a moment after seeing the 2 rows of black text. D-level reward, looks like it's possible for this king to get 0 points. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai's confidence was shaken. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14, Why Did I Agree? Chapter 14, Why Did I Agree? Shi Xiaobai looked at the 2 choices in front of him and felt that there was a deep sense of malevolence. If he chose to directly give up, then he would receive 0 points for the ability test. If he chose to close his eyes and only shoot once, then it would be highly probable that he would receive 0 points, with a minuscule probability of him receiving 1 point. Regardless of this choice, Shi Xiaobai's result for his ability test would be terrible. It could be said that there was not much difference between the 2 choices. However, the latter was a D-level reward, while the former was a E-level reward. Logically speaking, Shi Xiaobai's best choice was to directly give up and receive a D-level reward. However, he had just promised Rico that he would not receive 0 points. As such, 1 point and 0 points had a qualitative difference to him. The only thing was that this 1 point was not easily obtainable. On one side was the better D-level reward, while the other side was a slim chance of getting more than 0 points. What should Shi Xiaobai choose? Hi, a king's promise is more important than anything else. Besides, this king has reincarnated thousands of times and has never obtained 0 points before. How can such a precious first be sacrificed for a mere D-level reward? If it was a C-level reward, that would be more like it. Shi Xiaobai vexed over it all day before finally choosing choice 1, during the test, only 1 shot can be made without opening your eyes, E-level reward. Against a randomly appearing target without any fixed time interval that he had to shoot blindly in 1 shot was no doubt a ginormous test, but Shi Xiaobai did not mind it at all. This king will adopt the necessary measures depending on the situation. Shi Xiaobai slowly closed his eyes as his vision turned black. However, the light that reflected off the metallic wall continued projecting a fuzzy layer of light above the darkness. He was still not used to it. The elder gave Shi Xiaobai a glance, and thought he was closing his eyes to focus. The elder paid great attention to the child with dual S talents. Regardless of Shi Xiaobai's personality, he was destined to be a very important rookie in Hingaya the next few years. As long as he did not receive 0 points in the ability test, he would naturally be evaluated as an S-class rookie. Over the past few years, Gaia's ranking did not move much in China, but it was in an awkward position. Internationally, it had already dropped out of the top ranks into the mediocre. This year, the fresh blood that had been injected into Gaia was not too bad, and if an S-class rookie was added, it might let Gaia experience a new spring. As such, the elder placed a lot of anticipation on Shi Xiaobai. Natural endowment and ability is the most important evaluation standards for rookies in Gaia. Do not be dismayed because of a low natural endowment, but make sure not to lose your head because of having a higher natural endowment. The elder exhorted one last time. Noticing that the 4 rookies were ready, he announced, "Let the ability test begin." The moment he finished speaking, other than Shi Xiaobai still having his eyes closed, the other three were fully focused on the snow-white screen in front of them. In this kind of competition by count of targets struck for points, victory was not determined in a second, but in milliseconds. Despite being nervous, they still held the guns firmly in their hands. This was because reaction speed was not everything, shooting accuracy was equally important. On this point, even the 4-year-old little lowly, Zhang Yuer, put on a proper demeanor. For the three, all coming from a family with heroes, the basic skills of a hero was something they had honed since they were young. The gigantic screen looked like a vertical white plane. It was white, without any colors on it. Suddenly, a tiny black dot appeared like a lotus blooming. Pang! 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 3 beams of different colors shot out at nearly the same instant. They hit a tiny black dot at a speed invisible to the naked eye. First point. Blue. A cold, machine-like voice echoed from a speaker embedded behind the metallic wall. Following that, the number on the top left corner, beside Yang Yang's name, changed from 0 to 1. The 4 rookies used laser guns of different colors. Shi Xiaobai was red, Carlson was yellow, Yang Yang was blue, and Zhang Yuer was purple. It was used to determine who hit the target first. The first shot was clearly obtained by Yang Yang. Nearly everyone realized that one laser beam was missing. However, it was just the first shot, so they did not pay much attention to it. However, very quickly, 10 targets had been hit, but Shi Xiaobai had yet to even shoot once. The elder gave Shi Xiaobai a glance and immediately exclaimed, "Shi Xiaobai, why are you still closing your eyes?" The moment this was said, everyone in the room was stunned. Shi Xiaobai had been closing his eyes all this while? Carlson and Mu Hongli felt delighted at this news. From having no chance at victory, they could now see a glimmer of hope. If Shi Xiaobai's ability test received 0 points, he would be evaluated as a useless person, but it would greatly affect his evaluation, and if that happened, Carlson would have a chance to overturn the disadvantage he received in the natural endowment test. Yang Yang's heart sank, but he quickly recovered. As he was still in the midst of a test, he had to maintain an ethereal state of mind. He had lost too much dignity during the natural endowment test, so in the ability test that he was best at, he had to defend his remaining dignity. Yang Yang's calmness gave him the most direct returns. In the dozens of shots that followed, he maintained first place and was opening up a gap. He displayed an extraordinary shooting ability. By the seats, Rico was already about to cry from anxiousness. She hoarsened her throat by yelling incessantly. "Shi Xiaobai, stop fooling around, Shi Xiaobai, I'll really get mad. Shi Xiaobai, if you don't open your eyes, don't blame me for not sparing my fists or kicks. Shi Xiaobai, don't you screw things up at the crucial moment. Shi Xiaobai, I'm begging you. Hurry up and open your eyes. Shi Xiaobai, Nice sister Rico will not hit you ever again. Can you open your eyes, please?" It was as if Shi Xiaobai did not hear Rico's yelling. He still had his eyes closed and looked completely unconcerned. By the side, the 3 older people were also advising Shi Xiaobai to obtain at least 1 point, telling him that it would affect his becoming of an S-class rookie. However, Shi Xiaobai's eyebrows did not even flinch. It was as if Shi Xiaobai had fallen asleep. He remained motionless like a sculpture. What had happened? What was wrong with Shi Xiaobai? Did some mental problem happen? Was it a vision problem? Or was he so inept at shooting that he was avoiding it? These questions hounded the minds of everyone as the test began to come to an end. 93rd point. Blue. As of this moment, Yang Yang had 50 points, Carlson had 31 points, while Zhang Yuer had 12 points. As for Shi Xiaobai, he was still at 0 points. Mu Hongli's anxious heart soothed. She did not give up the opportunity and sneered at Rico. "Don't you forget our bet. I hope I'll hear news of you voluntarily resigning your post as Pontus." Rico had yelled so much that she was going hoarse. If not for her being disallowed from interrupting the ability test midway, she would probably have charged over to brutally beat Shi Xiaobai up. Upon hearing Mu Hongli mocking her, she immediately felt more disheartened and turned even more anxious. Shi Xiaobai, hurry up and open your eyes to score 1 point. As long as you obtain 1 point, I'll agree to anything you want. Rico was so flustered that she no longer knew what she was saying. However, the moment she said that, a miracle happened. Shi Xiaobai's body suddenly moved. Girl, will you really agree to anything this king wants? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15, Perception of God. Chapter 15, Perception of God. What you can't see with your eyes, use your mind to capture its trajectory and feel its emotions. From that, see its existence. Shi Xiaobai always remembered this line. Although he forgot where this line came from, maybe it was a novel or an animation, or it could have been fabricated by himself, Shi Xiaobai believed in one thing: one's mind could see everything. This was one of the reasons Shi Xiaobai eventually made this choice. Shi Xiaobai believed he could use his mind's power to capture the target's location, and from that complete the feat of shooting blind. There is nothing this king can't do. This was Shi Xiaobai's current maxim. The belief of being able to implement this personal maxim made Shi Xiaobai attempt to sense the energy in his mind after he closed his eyes. Regardless of how chaotic the external world was, he remained calm in his inner mind. However, what made Shi Xiaobai disappointed was that after more than 90 targets went by, he still failed to sense a hint of his mind's energy. The world he saw after closing his eyes was still that dark world with that layer of illumination. But just as Shi Xiaobai was about to abandon his belief, the voice of the violent girl resounded in his ears. Shi Xiaobai, hurry up and open your eyes to score 1 point. As long as you obtain 1 point, I'll agree to anything you want. Agree to anything, doesn't that mean? Shi Xiaobai could no longer hold on any further. He knew that he could not stay silent anymore. He rushed to confirm if violent girl's promise would truly be effective as he hurriedly asked, Girl, will you really agree to anything this king wants? These were the words Shi Xiaobai suddenly said after a prolonged period of silence. However, the more calm and tranquil it was before, the more out of the blue it was. Everyone was dumbfounded from shock. Their conversation sounded too bizarre, with an inexplicable strange flavor to it. Rico was also dumbfounded from shock. Although she knew Shi Xiaobai would not suggest any creepy uncle requests, there was no guarantees a 13-year-old boy would suddenly have curiosities that arose from puberty, doing some understandably naughty things. In short, Rico whiffed a dangerous scent from his words. Just as Rico was in a dilemma, a cold machine-like voice echoed, 98th point. Blue. Holy shit, it's nearly too late. I'll agree first. If that darn kid suggests anything scummy, I'll at most disavow everything and serve him a good beating as a side dish. Rico quickly made up her mind and hurriedly screamed at the top of her voice, I'll agree to anything. Quick shoot. At the same time, the cold machine-like voice echoed, 99 points. Blue, dot. The next target was the last one left. There was no more time left. Upon hearing Rico's voice, Shi Xiaobai, who was considering when to shoot, how to shoot and where to shoot, suddenly came to a realization that there wasn't enough time left. However, the powers of the mind he was hoping for did not appear. The world in front of his eyes was still black. It seems like there are things this king can't do. Sometimes, some things won't work out. However, one should enjoy life when there is prosperity. When it's time to shoot, there must not be any hesitation. Here goes, I'll let all of you see this king's shot of fate. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai no longer hesitated. Immediately he raised his right hand and pointed in a random spot and pulled the trigger. Immediately, a laser beam shot out. In an instant, the cold machine-like voice echoed, 100th point. Red. Red? Who was Red? Wasn't Red King Shi Xiaobai? At this moment, everyone was momentarily at a loss, including Shi Xiaobai. Other than Shi Xiaobai, everyone else went into a state of utter confusion. Not only had Shi Xiaobai shot with his eyes closed, he had shot before the target point appeared, not after it appeared. At the instant Shi Xiaobai pulled the trigger, while the laser beam was flying towards the white screen at the speed of light, the target point suddenly appeared and was then immediately hit. It could be said that this shot was anticipatory, and there was no mistake to it at all. Be it the location or the timing, there was not the slightest deviation. But how the CK did he do that? And he had his eyes closed? It must have been a wild attempt, right? Everyone immediately determined that Shi Xiaobai's shot had been a wild, but lucky attempt. However, they quickly overthrew their judgment the next second, because they suddenly recalled the various anomalies that had happened during the ability test. Why was Shi Xiaobai closing his eyes the entire time? Why did Shi Xiaobai retort with a question, "Will you really agree to anything this king wants?" After Rico Minamiya made such a promise? Why did Shi Xiaobai immediately hit the target after receiving a definite answer? This was because everything was self-written, self-directed, and self-acted by Shi Xiaobai. But Shi Xiaobai knew about the bet between Rico Minamiya and Mu Honli, hence, he knew that Rico Minamiya was afraid that he would receive 0 points. That was why he purposely closed his eyes to pretend like he had given up, so as to force Rico Minamiya into a desperate situation. From that, he received Rico Minamiya's promise to agree to anything. And the crux of the problem was that Shi Xiaobai had to hit the target in his final shoot, if not, all the work he had done before would have been in vain. But with such a grandiose scheme, he definitely could not risk it on the last shot, yet he had shot out an anticipatory shot. Clearly, it was not a wild attempt, but because he had sufficient confidence and conviction. But everyone present was clever, so they quickly deduced the truth and drew a gasp in unison. Under that silly exterior of Shi Xiaobai hid such a dark and scheming heart? And the crux of the issue was, how did he do it with that anticipatory shot at the very last moment? The first person who thought of the answer was the most experienced elder. After the astonishment from having been enlightened, he shouted, "I know. This is one of the 6 senses of God." The eyes of the middle-aged man beside him lit up, and he immediately added, "Humans have 6 senses. They are the sense of sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch as well as perception. And for some very talented people, their 6th sense can reach a godlike state. As such, it is called the 6 senses of God." The middle-aged woman recovered from her daze and lauded, "Perception is also termed the 6th sense. It is the most mysterious sense. If it's the perception of God from the 6 senses of God, then it would be completely reasonably to be able to anticipate the location of the target." The 3 older people revealed the truth in a few sentences. The elder took a deep breath and looked at Shi Xiaobai, asking, "Shi Xiaobai, do you really have the perception of God?" Shi Xiaobai was still in a dazed state, unable to believe that he had managed to hit the target with a wild attempt. Upon hearing the elder's question, Shi Xiaobai furrowed his eyebrows before relaxing them moments later. This king was once a member of the race of God. Since the perception of God has the word God in it, then this king definitely has it. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai nodded at the elder and said, "Of course." The elder smiled with relief as he sighed, saying, "The 6 senses of God are so rare that it's comparable to a psyker at a class and above, let alone that you have the strongest perception of God out of the 6 senses of God. Dual S-class talent, coupled with perception of God. Child, your future is beyond measure." At this moment, everyone looked at Shi Xiaobai with complicated expressions, as if they were seeing a humanoid monster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16, You Are This King's Person. Chapter 16, You Are This King's Person. Shi Xiaobai did not realize the strange gazes from everyone, because at this moment, a familiar and fiery voice was resounding in his mind. Absolute choice completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an E-level reward A-level reward fragment, 10%. Currently, the amount of A-level reward fragments you possess is 10%. Shi Xiaobai immediately experienced mixed emotions. Although the accumulation of lower-level rewards could combine into a higher-level reward, he had not received any substantial reward, making him unhappy, but then again, he had managed to hit the 100th target by luck after all, so he could not help but feel a little excited. There is indeed nothing this king can't do. The confidence Shi Xiaobai nearly lost was restored and had even increased. As he praised himself happily in his mind, he finally recalled an unforgettable agreement he had with Rico. Upon recalling how the violent girl had said, "I'll agree to anything you want," Shi Xiaobai's heartbeat began to palpitate. He immediately turned to look at the seats on the right, but he saw a girl walking towards him. Shi Xiaobai was still unaware of the strange silence in the room, as well as the complicated looks everyone had. He only had eyes for the girl with the ponytail, as a fiery voice slowly spat out from his mouth. "Girl, from this moment onwards, you are this king's person." The silence in the room was immediately shattered. As the people in the room considered the various anomalies during Shi Xiaobai's ability test, they naturally came to the conclusion that Shi Xiaobai had machinated a meticulous scheme. However, there were two doubts they could not shrug off from their minds. One of them was, how did Shi Xiaobai manage to pull off his anticipatory shot? Thankfully, the three older people, with their rich experience, revealed the truth to everyone. Everyone was extremely astonished, as they began to realize how they couldn't comprehend this silly youth who proclaimed himself king. Hence, the second doubt immediately became the thing that held the greatest suspense. What was Shi Xiaobai scheming? What request did he want Rico to fulfill? Towards such a young and beautiful girl with such a good figure, what sort of request would he have? Could it be? As everyone's hearts were filled with suspicion, Shi Xiaobai revealed the truth himself. Shi Xiaobai had said to Rico, "From this moment onwards, you are this king's person." Holy shit! This person was actually coveting Miss Rico. **CK, this kind of silent sexual predator was the worst. He acted silly and dumb, but he secretly had a mind more corrupt than anyone. And most critical of all, this pervert was an uber genius with dual S-level natural endowment and perception of God. **CK, this world is so unfair. Everyone affirmed their guesses in their hearts, as they immediately gave Shi Xiaobai strange looks. The one with the most intense reaction was naturally Rico. She had not spent much time with Shi Xiaobai yet, but she refused to believe that Shi Xiaobai would make any corrupted requests. However, she did not expect Shi Xiaobai to immediately claim her as his own. Rico was immediately extremely embarrassed. Realizing Shi Xiaobai was about to open his mouth to speak again, she was afraid he would say something dreadful. Rico immediately charged at Shi Xiaobai like a ferocious beast. Using the fastest speed in her life, Rico charged straight in front of Shi Xiaobai and grabbed his neck with one hand, covering his mouth with the other. At the same time, she shouted, "Shut up, dot." While breathing rapidly, she leaned toward Shi Xiaobai's ear and gnashed her teeth and, in a mild voice, she said, "If there's anything you want to say, do it later." Rico did not want to embarrass themselves any further in front of everybody. Besides, if Shi Xiaobai made an excessive demand, she could not resort to violence in front of so many people. When they were alone, she could then brazenly reject Shi Xiaobai. While fantasizing how she would bash Shi Xiaobai up to the point of him begging on his knees, pleading for mercy, Rico did not realize how suggestive it looked with her grabbing Shi Xiaobai by the neck from the back. Her well-developed chest was tightly adhered to Shi Xiaobai's back, squeezed tightly like cotton. Shi Xiaobai felt a soft and extremely elastic feeling and could not help but turn to look at the girl's weapon. Is this the legendary magic ball dribble charging one? I heard that this magic attack can weaken the vitality of male biological beings. Oh, does violent girl want to harm this king? Shi Xiaobai was panic-stricken as he immediately wanted to shout, "Distance yourself from this king," but as his mouth was covered, he could only produce muffled woo-woo-woo sounds as his body kept struggling. Shi Xiaobai struggling immediately caused their bodies to rub. Finally, Riko realized something odd and, tracing Shi Xiaobai's gaze, she realized her chest was tightly clinging to Shi Xiaobai's back and, due to Shi Xiaobai struggling, was even. Ah, pervert, dot. Riko's face immediately turned red as she retreated backwards while screaming. She stretched out her hands to cover her chest, as she realized how this sacred area, which had never been touched before, had just been nudged here and there by this 13-year-old youth. Immediately, she was too deep for tears. After a moment of embarrassment, she grabbed Shi Xiaobai by the collar and directly dragged Shi Xiaobai to the door. She coldly said to everyone else in the room, "The test is over. We will be leaving first." With that, she dragged Shi Xiaobai out of the room with a face full of murderous intent. After the duo left, the people left in the room remained in their petrified states. The things that happened today were just too weird, shocking, and F***ing capable of rendering you speechless. After a long while, only when the elders said, "Let's disperse," did everyone disperse with preoccupied thoughts. The elders sighed. Regardless of Shi Xiaobai's personality, he was destined to be a talent Gaia would develop with all it had. The organization would not interfere with his private matters, but Riko Minamiya's status was somewhat special. This matter was probably going to be very complicated. Shi Xiaobai was pulled to a dark corner by Riko with a bewildered look. Just as he was about to ask what had happened, he realized the girl's eyes were reddish, and tears were beginning to well up. "Girl, you..." Shi Xiaobai was stunned. "Shi Xiaobai, I said I would agree to anything." Riko's voice was so cold that it seemed like a slab of ice from the Arctic. "Say it now, what is your request?" Riko stared intently at Shi Xiaobai. She was originally extremely angry, but the more she thought, the more depressed she felt. She did not hate that silly young boy who had 8th grade syndrome too, and was even very willing to be his friend. So even up to this point, her heart still retained the last bit of trust. Of course, now was the moment she gave Shi Xiaobai the benefit of the doubt. If she heard words that made her disgusted from his mouth, then she did not mind educating this misguided child. Shi Xiaobai could sense Riko's seriousness and earnestness from her eyes and mannerism. As such, his expression also gradually turned serious. He said with a bitter heart, "Girl, as expected, you still aren't willing to sign a contract with this king?" "Ah." Riko froze. Shi Xiaobai sighed and said, "You said that you would agree to any request from this king. This king doesn't have many requests, all this king wants is to sign a contract with you." Riko finally realized that something wasn't right. She asked curiously, "Signing a contract? What does it mean?" Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up and used a fiery voice to say, "Becoming an aide of this king, joining Xiaobai's hero squad, so as to save the world with this king." Riko was dumbfounded as she asked, "Then, just now, when you said I am your person, what did that mean, nut?" Shi Xiaobai revealed an expression that said, "Are you a retard?" and said, "By joining Xiaobai's hero squad, you are naturally this king's person." Holy shit, so that was the meaning. Riko was at a loss whether to laugh or to cry. The ice in her heart melted. In her heart, she came to the realization that the youth in front of her was indeed an idiot. Shi Xiaobai sensed that Riko was intending to go back on her words, so he hurriedly said, "Girl, don't you go back on your words." Riko rolled her eyes at him and after a little hesitation, she said softly, "I agree to it." Shi Xiaobai was stunned, before he roared with laughter, "Girl, from this moment, you are this king's person. You are not to use violence against this king, ut." Upon hearing this, Riko, who had just raised her fist, burst into laughter. Just like the sudden spring wind that blew in the night, it blew away all the pear flowers away. Author's note: this chapter was written a bit ambiguously, as well as to boost the aggro on the male protagonist. F***ck, why aren't there babes ball dribble charging this king? 1. Dribble charging originally refers to a foul in basketball, but has been used as a term describing a girl using her breasts to deliver a death blow. 2. Also known as Evil Eye, Shinibu, admires mystical powers and pretends to have one of their own, to the extent of establishing an alias just for that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17, Rico's Choice. Chapter 17, Rico's Choice. In the afternoon, Rico brought Shi Xiaobai around Steel City. Steel City was divided into 5 zones. The jurisdiction zones of the 4 divisions were separately the north, south, east and west. In the middle was a joint area with buildings for meetings as well as shared facilities. Gaia's reputation was now in decline, but it had once been brilliant in China. Gaia Base had been established back in its glory days, hence, the facilities in Steel City were considerably adequate. It could be said it had everything. It had restaurants, supermarkets, karaoke bars, and other entertainment outlets. It even had a game arcade. However, this world's virtual reality was surprisingly well developed. Every game was basically a virtual game meant for training the abilities of heroes. Shi Xiaobai's eyes glowed immediately as he yearned to try them out. Rico did not have that much time to waste with him at a game arcade, so she pulled him away. Shi Xiaobai lamented in pity as he decided that he had to find an opportunity to play every game in the game arcade in the future. It was unknown where Rico obtained a car from. The duo drove around and walked around, traversing most of Steel City in its entirety. Of course, the main introduction was Annihilation's jurisdiction zone. Annihilation's jurisdiction zone was located to the south of Steel City. The facilities it had were not any different from the other 3 jurisdiction zones. The main thing Rico wanted to do was to let Shi Xiaobai understand the structure of the jurisdiction zone, so that he would not get lost while outside. As for whether Shi Xiaobai was listening attentively or not, that was unknown. The results of the rookie evaluation test were out in the afternoon. A few text messages were sent to Rico's cell phone. Shi Xiaobai had naturally received first place for Annihilation in this batch of rookie evaluations. He also became this year's second S-class rookie. If Shi Xiaobai had received one more point in the ability test, he could have had a chance to achieve S, or even S+ class. After all, his dual S-class natural endowment was something that only appeared once in several years in the entire world, while he was the first in Gaia ever since its establishment. There was another text message which was quite thought-provoking. According to the organization's investigation, Shi Xiaobai's identity came up completely blank. This meant that even Gaia's intelligence agencies were unable to obtain any information about Shi Xiaobai. There were only 2 possibilities for this to occur. Either the confidentiality of Shi Xiaobai's identity was above Gaia's clearance level, or Shi Xiaobai had appeared out of thin air. The former was unbelievable, while the latter was preposterous. But in any case, Gaia would not easily let an Uber-class rookie not seen in 100 years disappear from their grasp. Even if they had to resort to brainwashing techniques, they would do so just to make Shi Xiaobai have a sense of belonging to a Gaia. This matter resulted in 2 conflicting text messages. One of them was sent by the upper echelons of Gaia. It vaguely hinted to Rico that while protecting herself, she should try her best to make Shi Xiaobai have a sense of belonging to the organization. It implied a request for Rico to play with Shi Xiaobai's feelings, making Shi Xiaobai fall for her. On this matter, it made Rico unsure whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time, she was infuriated. The other text message had healed her hurt heart. It was a message sent from her father. Her father's text message cussed at Shi Xiaobai, sternly requesting Rico to distance herself from Shi Xiaobai. He also expressed that he would settle any problems that came from the organization's upper echelons. He wanted Rico to focus on her own matters and to not make any compromises. Rico immediately replied her father's text message, explaining the misunderstanding. She also depicted her understanding of Shi Xiaobai. After Rico's father received the text message, he immediately responded with, "There's really such an idiotic child?" Rico immediately laughed in stitches as she began tapping noisily at her cell phone, producing a large passage mentioning how silly Shi Xiaobai was. Immediately, her mood turned better. After that, Rico sent another text message to the organization's upper echelons. She explained that Shi Xiaobai was a pure and kind child, and that she treated Shi Xiaobai as her younger brother. The reaction from the upper echelons was swift. They immediately responded with a text message that gave Rico a headache. In summary, the organization decided that Rico was to play the role of Shi Xiaobai's rookie counselor. Also, as there were not enough room in the rookie dormitories, Shi Xiaobai was to temporarily stay with Rico, and they had even used a younger brother living in his elder sister's house as completely reasonable as the corresponding reason. In accordance with established practices, Gaia would specially match a corresponding counselor to rookies at a class or above. The counselor would guide and help the rookie in the beginning stages. The counselor was typically assigned to a young staff member of the organization as a side job. However, Rico's status was extremely special. Not only was she the daughter of the Minamiya family, she was even this generation's Oceanic Pontus. With her status, there was no need for her to shoulder the responsibility as rookie counselor. This was clearly arranged deliberately by the upper echelons. As for there not being enough room in the rookie dormitories, that was even more preposterous. As a famous hero organization in the country, and even internationally, how could Gaia lack a dormitory room? This excuse was too perfunctory. It was clearly forcing Shi Xiaobai to live with her. Rico was so furious that she nearly threw her cell phone. Actually, with her status, the upper echelons could not do a thing if she directly rejected their request. If not, the upper echelons would not have used a negotiatory tone, or even have the need to use such a lame excuse. However, Rico did not immediately reject them. After she sank her thoughts to ponder over it, she finally decided to agree to the upper echelons' request. Firstly, Shi Xiaobai was recruited by her, so she had a certain amount of responsibility. Secondly, she did not hate spending time with Shi Xiaobai. Besides, Shi Xiaobai was still a child. The place she stayed at did have many spare rooms. Thirdly, she was afraid that after her rejection, the organization would find another beauty to seduce Shi Xiaobai. When the time came, she would feel sorry for the beauty that had been coerced by the organization. For the organization's upper echelons to go so far for Shi Xiaobai showed how stunning his natural endowment was. Rico did not wish for Shi Xiaobai to become a war victim amongst the rotten management of Gaia. She felt that it was her duty to protect this 13-year-old boy, just like an elder sister. Along the way, Rico's mind was weighed down by various thoughts, while Shi Xiaobai had problems on his mind too. Back when he first met Rico, the scene of Rico instantly slicing the calamity fiend, Sahadin, to pieces was imprinted in his mind. Back then, he told himself, this girl is the heroine he had always been looking for. He definitely needed her to join Xiaobai's hero squad. Now, he had finally gotten his wish, and because of that, another wish rose up to the surface of his heart. However, due to his reservations as king, Shi Xiaobai forced himself not to say it. Neither after dinner, nor after he followed Rico back to her home, a warm house constructed in steel encasings, and even when she turned on the television and watched the flashy fighting program about the Heroes League on a 40-inch crystal display. Only when Rico was about to go for a shower did he lose his wits, unable to hold it in any longer. He tugged at her hand and let out the words buried deep inside his heart all along. I want to become stronger. Please help me. Shi Xiaobai was not aware of how his future would be hallowed, or of how many organizations and the interests of a select few would pursue him. He only knew that he was still an ordinary person at this moment in time. He was still the same weakling who was powerless in front of that Sahadin. And because of that, he wanted to become stronger. And the girl in front of him was a member of Xiaobai's hero squad, his ally. He wished that she could help him. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai no longer called himself this king. His eyes were as bright as the stars and as deep as the starry sky. At this moment, while looking into this youth's eyes, Rico was very glad that she had chosen to agree to the organization's request. Author's note: Shi Xiaobai is a funny person, but he is not an idiot. He will bring joy to everyone and will move everyone sooner or later. Everyone, please wait and see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18, Return me my Shi Xiaobai. Chapter 18, Return me my Shi Xiaobai. Although Shi Xiaobai was a fool in Rico's eyes, she had no doubt that he was a genius when it came to cultivating psionic ability. Be it his mind expanse or psi genes that were at S-class, or the perception of God of the six senses of God, each one of them was a talent dreamed of by anyone. Although Shi Xiaobai's final evaluation was S-class, Gaia, S upper echelons, and Rico knew very clearly that Shi Xiaobai's true evaluation should have been S+ class. This was because Shi Xiaobai had only shot once in his ability test. Since he possessed the perception of God, then just being a little bit serious was enough for him to easily obtain a higher ranking. This was also the reason why the treatment Shi Xiaobai received far exceeded the other S-class rookie from this year. Even the upper echelons were foolish enough to request Rico to sacrifice herself to ensure that Shi Xiaobai would have a sense of belonging to the Gaia. What status did Rico enjoy? Ignoring the Minamiya family's status in China, just the fact that Rico was Wonpon's only student, or that she was this generation's Oceanic Pontus, was enough. If they forced Rico to lose all decorum with them, it was not something that could easily be resolved. Yet, the upper echelons were willing to take such great risks, making the degree of attention placed on Shi Xiaobai evident. As such, even if Rico was unwilling to admit it, she had no choice but to exclaim. This fool, Shi Xiaobai, was truly the best genius she had ever encountered. However, despite Shi Xiaobai being a genius, what made it shocking was that he was a weakling. Shi Xiaobai possessed the most amazing psionic ability talent, but he was not a psionite. In fact, he could be said to have had not even begun psionite cultivation. Without any exaggeration, be it Kevin or Yan Yang, they could have easily taken Shi Xiaobai down. Shi Xiaobai was not even a match for the 4 to 5-year-old lowly Zhongyuer. This contrast was what made Rico ponder the most. Why hadn't Shi Xiaobai begun psionic ability cultivation at the age of 13? Some children from a family of heroes would even begin psionic ability cultivation at the age of 2 or 3, for instance Zhongyuer. Even those who began later, those who came from ordinary households, would begin at 6 or 7. This was because the 9 years of compulsory education in this world mainly focused on teaching psionic ability cultivation. Rico even began to treat Shi Xiaobai's jokes seriously. Was Shi Xiaobai really from another world? Rico realized that the more she spent time with Shi Xiaobai, the more she couldn't comprehend him. As a result, after all the various incidents that had happened today, there was a veil of mystery surrounding Shi Xiaobai in her heart. It was as if the Shi Xiaobai in front of her was a fictional character, a reality that was impossible to make contact with. But at this very moment, Shi Xiaobai had used a single sentence to pierce through that mysteriousness, shattering the imaginary barrier to pieces. This made Rico feel a true sense of warmth. I want to become stronger. Please help me. Upon hearing those words that sounded like a plea, Rico felt as if a particular soft corner in her heart had been gently prodded with a finger. What sort of feeling was that? Slightly bitter, slightly tingly, slightly warm, but it was very real. In her mind, she thought, so this is Shi Xiaobai. He obviously had a talent others dreamed of, yet he desired true power. He called himself this king in an arrogant manner, yet he knew better than anyone how weak he was. He knew he had the right to be proud, yet he timidly tugged at her hand and made such a tender request. Perhaps, the reason why he was crying his heart out during the sunset was not because he was afraid, but because he was feeling remorse? He desired, more than anyone, to become one of the strong. He wanted to protect that little fatso. No wonder Teacher Wonpun said that he was a brave child. Such a Shi Xiaobai was very real, and very cute. At this moment, Rico was touched. Tisks girl, you are already this king's person. This king orders you to help this king become stronger. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai's high-spirited voice resounded. Rico, who was still deep in a million thoughts, was momentarily stunned. An ominous feeling arose in her heart. 81 blood-limiting seals were imposed on this king by the evil gods, and the only way of removing these seals is to constantly become stronger. Once the seals on this king are removed, there would be no rival in this entire world. By then, Rico had already guessed the ending. She nearly wanted to cover her ears, so that she need not listen to the rest of his words. However, in the next second, Shi Xiaobai's familiar laughter resounded once again. Wahaha, laugh and be excited, girl. Once this king is invincible, this world will be eventually conquered. Rico was beyond tears. This fool could not even maintain that sincere act for more than 3 seconds. It was such a waste of her emotions. Could it be that she was the one who moved herself a moment ago? The more Rico thought about it, the more infuriated she became. As she watched on as Shi Xiaobai began bragging how invincible he would be after removing the seals, the more she felt the distance widen between the Shi Xiaobai she imagined and the Shi Xiaobai in front of her. Bastard, return me my Shi Xiaobai. At this moment, Rico could not help but reach out to wrangle Shi Xiaobai by the neck. As Rico engaged in a moment of unilateral abuse of Shi Xiaobai, while constantly shouting, "Return me my Shi Xiaobai," Shi Xiaobai was repeatedly shouting in an aggrieved manner, "But this king is Shi Xiaobai." After the ruckus, Rico was covered in sweat and could not wait to take her shower. As she was used to wrapping a towel around herself at home, she had accidentally given Shi Xiaobai a chance to catch a glance of unspeakable things. As a result, she immediately screamed and beat Shi Xiaobai up once again. Shi Xiaobai, who experienced the tribulations, lay on the couch with a face full of grievance. On the other hand, Rico contentedly sat on another sofa. She began to ask Shi Xiaobai of whatever knowledge he had grasped. In fact, as Shi Xiaobai's rookie counselor, understanding and helping Shi Xiaobai was part of her job. However, after a series of inquiries, Rico was shocked. Shi Xiaobai did not know a single thing. He didn't even know the most basic concept of what a cyanide was. So you really have no clue what mind expanses, or what psi genes are, as well as the 6 senses of God? Rico asked incredulously. Che, this king just feels disdain about finding it out. Shi Xiaobai said with a disdainful face. For a fool that did not know anything to have everything made Rico have a deep sense of malevolence towards this world. She could only sigh and say, in 7 days, the organization's intake of rookies will be halted. Annihilation will also begin a new batch of rookie training. You can slowly learn the basics in the future, but there is something that cannot be delayed. What is it? Shi Xiaobai asked. Psionic ability cultivation. Rico said in a serious manner, for this batch of annihilation rookies, the weakest is at the 1st level of the psionic mortal realm, while the best has reached the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm. As for you, who has been given the best evaluation by annihilation, you aren't even at the 1st level of the psionic mortal realm. You will probably make a fool out of yourself. Rico suddenly thought of something and took out her cell phone to make a call. Moments later, the other party picked up the phone as she whispered, "Teacher One-Pun." After spending a few minutes conversing with One-Pun, Rico revealed a smile and looked at Shi Xiaobai. She said with a laugh, "Go ahead and snigger, Teacher One-Pun has agreed to impart his personal psionic ability cultivation technique to you. This is something dreamed of by numerous people. Although trying to reach the 1st level of the psionic mortal realm in 7 days is an extremely difficult task, but with your talent, it might be possible with some effort." Rico was already beginning to plan how she would spend the next 7 days drilling Shi Xiaobai into proper shape. She did not notice that Shi Xiaobai, who was slumped on the sofa, had eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. It was a morale that seemed like it would burn through everything at all expense. This king is unable to endure the thirst. Author's note, as this is a transitional chapter to build up the plot, it might seem filler-like. However, the story shouldn't seem too boring, it's just that the promotion of the plot is slightly slower for this and the previous chapter. In addition, these 2 chapters are about Riko. Treat it as my favoritism for her, and also to let everyone get a clear understanding of the current situation between Xiaobai and Riko. This novel isn't about sex and girls. Although there was some ambiguity in chapter 16, a story with the beauty throwing herself at the protagonist is something this king feels disdain for. Even if there is a female protagonist, there should be sufficiently deep feelings before anything happens. As for whether this book has a single female protagonist, dual or multiple was asked by someone on the discussion board, but to maintain the suspense, I would not be answering this question. Just leaving a thought for everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19, Riko's Superpower. Chapter 19, Riko's Superpower. Psionic ability was the potential each living being had. Psionic ability cultivation then meant to constantly develop one's potential, a training method to constantly surpass one's limits. As such, the so-called psionites were humans who had unraveled the potential of their bodies. Based on the difference in development, there were a few realms demarcated. Psionic mortal realm was the first realm. As for how to develop one's potential, this world had already developed a near-perfect cultivation system. There were various cultivation techniques that targeted different types of people, allowing more than 99% of humans to be able to undergo psionic ability cultivation to become psionites. The only problem was that most psionites would be stuck in the psionic mortal realm. In simple terms, psionic ability cultivation was like the martial arts of Earth. Although everyone could practice martial arts, a large majority of people did it for physical fitness while few managed to cultivate internal energy to become a true kung fu master. It could be said that psionites were abundant, but powerful psionites were few and far between. And at this moment, Shi Xiaobai was not even considered anything. Hence, Riko placed great emphasis on making Shi Xiaobai begin psionic ability cultivation. Psionic ability cultivation is usually divided into 3 methods: cogitation, training, as well as combat. Riko began to explain the basics regarding psionic ability cultivation. Body training and learning from combat have considerable effects on the development of a person's potential, but it cannot be done over prolonged periods of time. As such, the main cultivation method for psionites is actually cogitation. Shi Xiaobai abandoned his playful thoughts and, like an attentive child in class, asked questions from time to time. What is cogitation? Riko answered, cogitation means focusing one's heart, intent and spirit to the most primal state, after which you let your imaginations in the ethereal state of mind run wild. Depending on what you imagine as well as how realistic your imagination is, the outcome of your psionic ability cultivation will change greatly. Shi Xiaobai could not help but ask, just rely on imagination to open up one's potential? Riko seemed quite pleased with Shi Xiaobai's present behavior. She could not help but reveal a smile, answering, this is why psionic ability cultivation has become systematic, becoming the main method of cultivation. As there is a special energy known as psionic power in this world, when humans enter an ethereal state while in their world of imagination, their bodies will begin to automatically absorb psionic power. From that you get psionic ability cultivation. Riko said very patiently, and there are 2 factors that determine how fast a human body can absorb psionic power. Firstly, it's the content of the imagination during one's cogitation, and secondly, it's how realistic the imagination is. The former is actually an area of research in cultivation techniques. For example, what sort of things should be imagined, or the order of the imagination? This is basically the result of experience accumulated over the years by our predecessors, and some of it is the essence of what some peerless, mighty figures figured out. Teacher One Pun's unique technique is to open up his own imaginary world. And how realistic the scenes a person imagines depends solely on their imagination. As one's mind expands is a main factor that affects the imagination of humans, it is one of the natural endowment criteria used to judge psionic ability cultivation. In short, cultivation techniques and mind expanse are closely related to cogitation. In other words, these two factors determine how fast or slow one's psionic ability cultivation is. After a long series of explanations, Shi Xiaobai had a rough understanding of what Rico meant. So psionic ability cultivation is just a competition of whose imagination can go wilder. Shi Xiaobai summarized this in his head, but on the outside, he was nodding constantly, looking like a model student. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai thought of a question that had been plaguing him for a very long time. Shi Xiaobai asked, "What are psi genes? What are psychers?" Since the vastness of one's mind expanse determined one's psionic ability cultivation speed to a certain extent, then what of the more important psi genes? Oh, psychers are a bit more difficult to explain. Rico chose her words carefully before saying moments later, 3,000 years ago, during the third apocalypse that history calls the end of civilization, less than 1% of humanity survived. Due to the evolutionary principle of survival of the fittest, many of the remaining humans experienced a genetic mutation during the apocalyptic catastrophe. However, as the mutations of genes are extremely unstable, with the passage of time, they gradually disappeared. And now, only a small number of humans have inherited this gene mutation. And these people are psychers. The mutations that psychers are born with give them special abilities. In fact, we can call these people, who have inherited these mutant genes, espers. However, these espers have to undergo psionic ability cultivation, just like normal people. As such, we merge espers and psionites together and call them psychers. After Rico's explanation, Shi Xiaobai finally understood. Espers were extremely rare on Earth, while psychers were espers who had undergone psionic ability cultivation, or it could be said that psychers were espers who possessed psionic ability. Then since this king was evaluated to have S-class psi genes, wouldn't that make this king a psycher? Strange, what is this king's superpower? Just thinking of himself having superpowers made Shi Xiaobai excited. Seeing Shi Xiaobai's excited look, Rico interjected with a laugh. What a pity! A psyker needs to cultivate to the 4th level in the psionic mortal realm before their superpower will be awakened. So, although you have S-class psi genes, at this moment, you are still an ordinary person. With that said, it was like a bucket of cold water splashed onto his face. Shi Xiaobai immediately seemed to lose all interest. Upon seeing this, and a shift of her eyes, an idea came to her head as she smiled and said, "Actually, I am also a psyker, and I have B-class psi genes." Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up and asked, "Girl, are you at the 4th level of psionic mortal realm?" Rico rolled her eyes and said, "Isn't that nonsense, I'm already a PS. Cough, I'll not talk about it. My strength is way too distant for you. However, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll kindly show you my superpower." Upon saying that, Rico went into the kitchen and returned to the living room moments later with a fruit knife and a daikon. Shi Xiaobai's eyes immediately lit up as his mind generated immense anticipation for Rico's superpower. Watch carefully. With a faint smile, Rico threw up the daikon, and with the fruit knife in her right hand, she sliced up gently into the air. A cold beam flashed, as the daikon splintered into numerous tiny pieces in an instant, like it had been cut by a million knives. Shi Xiaobai's pupils involuntarily shrank as he recalled Sahadin being instantly sliced to bits during the sunset yesterday. How did she do it? Rico revealed a proud smile and explained, "My superpower is called high-frequency vibrokinesis. I can make any designated space vibrate at peak frequency. Although I can only influence a small region with my current level of power, and the distance is relatively short, it can still give rise to startling effects if used properly." At the moment I slashed out with the fruit knife, I had used high-frequency vibrokinesis on the knife's blade. Hence, I was able to slash out numerous knife beams in an instant. And this is just a small application of my superpower. High-frequency vibrokinesis is considered a B-class superpower. Its usage and growth is rather outstanding, and as my psionic ability realm increases, high-frequency vibrokinesis will improve, be it its domain, range, or even frequency manipulation. When the time comes, TSK TSK. Shi Xiaobai listened on with envy as he yearned to possess a superpower. Seeing that the time was ripe, Rico hurriedly said in a stern manner, Xiaobai, my B-class superpower is already so powerful, then what of your S-class superpower? If you want to awaken your superpower earlier, then the only method is to do your best and rush towards the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm. So Shi Xiaobai. Hurry up and begin psionic ability cultivation. Rico gave a sweet smile as she thought deep down, with me here, how can this fool Shi Xiaobai not obediently surrender himself? Author's note, when it comes to information dumps, it's indeed quite boring. I didn't plan on talking about it, but I was afraid people would be confused, so I explained the system that appeared previously clearly. If you didn't read this chapter carefully, I recommend you to read it with a bit more patience. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20, Inverse-Sourced World. Chapter 20, Inverse-Sourced World. Rico's tiny scheme naturally succeeded, and its effects were outstanding. The moment Shi Xiaobai realized that he could awaken a superpower that surpassed high-frequency vibrokinesis, when he reached the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm, he immediately felt his blood surging. The flames of infinite fighting spirit burned in his eyes. Hurry up and begin. This king can no longer wait. Shi Xiaobai said with an eager look. Rico chuckled deep down, but continued giving an oblivious expression. She said, calm down first. The first step to cogitation is meditation. You need to empty out your mind and body. You can't get anywhere with this impetuous state of mind. Oh. Shi Xiaobai nodded his head despite having only a hazy notion. He began imitating the meditating old monks from his memories and began to sit with his legs crossed on the sofa. He closed his eyes and attempted to empty out his mind and body. Rico sighed seeing him do so. She remembered how she had depressingly spent several hours to enter her first meditative state many years back. Even the present her would need about 10 minutes to completely empty out her mind and body to enter a meditative state. She did not know how long Shi Xiaobai would take to enter the meditative state. I will recite Teacher Wenpun's cultivation technique a few times. Remember it by heart after ruminating over it. After you enter a meditative state, then imagine the scenes in accordance to what I say. Remember that the imagery has to be as realistic as possible. The more thorough the details, the better. Rico explained in great detail the key points of cogitation, but suddenly, she realized something amiss. It can't be? Rico focused her eyes and was surprised to realize that Shi Xiaobai had not only long and rhythmic breathing, his body was also in a completely relaxed state. How is it possible? He entered a meditative state so quickly. Rico was flabbergasted, as she could not resist to reach out her hand to poke Shi Xiaobai in the cheeks. She did not expect Shi Xiaobai to topple the moment she prodded him. His body began to topple, frightening Rico. She hurriedly rushed forward to hug the falling Shi Xiaobai. She was horrified to find Shi Xiaobai's eyes still closed, and his body completely relaxed. Holy shit, a deep meditative state? Rico could not help but burst out. She carefully righted Shi Xiaobai's body and took a few steps back. Seeing the Shi Xiaobai who looked asleep, she could not help but depressively curse in her heart. How simple is this fool's brain? It hasn't even been a minute and he has entered a meditative state, and it's even a deep meditative state, but back then, I took hours to enter a meditative state. Woo-woo, it's so unfair. Why is this idiot so fast? Hi, I'm beginning to doubt life. Rico was dealt a mental blow. Only after a long series of cussing did she regain her composure. She took a glance at Shi Xiaobai, who was in a deep meditative state, and sighed, saying, being in a deep meditative state means he can't hear anything. The cultivation technique I wanted to impart to you is now useless. A deep meditative state is a state ordinary people dream of. You fool, without knowing any cultivation technique, what's the point of entering a deep meditative state? Woo-woo, what a pity. Rico became more depressed the more she thought about it. After staring at Shi Xiaobai for a while, with her lips pursed, she suddenly found the sleeping Shi Xiaobai to be abnormally cute. She could not help but pinch Shi Xiaobai's cheeks and revealed a smile. She then got up and returned to her room. It was time to sleep. Today sure was long. So many things happened, but in general, it was quite a happy day. Rico threw herself in bed, and tossed around while hugging a pillow. Moments later, she fell deep asleep, with a sweet smile on her lips. At the moment Shi Xiaobai closed his eyes, he told himself in his mind to relax body and mind. Then, the scene in his head went blank. An endless expanse of white filled his imaginary world. His body and mind seemed completely imbued in the emptiness. After a few seconds of panic, Shi Xiaobai calmed down. He recalled the details of cogitation Rico had mentioned. Isn't it just to how wild your thoughts can run? It's a piece of cake for this king. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai immediately began to imagine. An inexplicable thing happened. As the moment he imagined the sky, a blue sky would immediately appear above the white world. Shi Xiaobai was delighted as he immediately went wild with his fanciful imagination. In an instant, 9 different colored suns appeared in the sky. Numerous iridescent clouds floated in the sky, and following that, the land appeared in this world. Sea water began spraying out of the holes in the ground, filling more than half the landmass. Then it was followed by mountains, plains, deserts, canyons, forests, rivers, streams, fountains. Shi Xiaobai felt like he was the sovereign of the entire world, as he excitedly shaped every corner of this world according to his own imagination. Inverted mountain peaks that fell from the sky, plains that rose up, a desert in the depths of an abyss, a large, inverted V-shaped valley, and an endless deep abyss that stretched across the world. All over the lands, there were forests that sprawled with towering ancient trees that had 5 different colors as crowns. Shi Xiaobai did not seem to perceive the passage of time, much less feel exhausted. He constantly created his own world with his own imagination. After a long period of time, Shi Xiaobai felt that his world was complete. He decided to create life. What should I create? Humans? Gods? Fiends? Demonic beasts? Or? Shi Xiaobai hesitated again and again, when suddenly his eyes lit up. This king has to be created first after all. With a thought, a gigantic Shi Xiaobai who towered high into the heavens was born, with 1 foot on the ground. The gigantic Shi Xiaobai wore a magical robe, and had a crown on his head. In his left hand he held the staff of heaven punishment, and his right hand held the axe of annihilation. He stood there quietly, as if the heavens and earth were subservient to him. Shi Xiaobai was pleased as he began to create life that gigantic Shi Xiaobai would lead. First were the Western gods such as Zeus, then were the Eastern immortals like the Jade Emperor. The 12 legions of angels, the 18 demon gods of the demon world, the 9 wraiths of the underworld, as well the numerous heroes of the mortal world. Then it was the Yamato no Orochi, the Frost Wyrm, the 9-tailed fox, Cerberus. After Shi Xiaobai constructed every legendary being he could think of, he began to create things that did not even exist, such as a devouring beast that masqueraded as a mountain range, a fat worm that spat out numerous red butterflies, a dress-wearing white cat, about the size of a palm, which stood on its hind legs, a black skeleton that could speak. Shi Xiaobai taxed his ingenuity, as he imagined his subjects. After an unknown period of time, he felt like the inhabitants in this world had reached a barely acceptable number. Next, this king has to set the laws of this world. And then there is a need to set a worldview, the power system, the history. Oh, some legendary stories are necessary. Then, it will be national wars, ethnic conflicts, the opposition between good and evil. Just thinking of the fact that he could create a world that belonged to him made Shi Xiaobai feel a blood rush. All sorts of strange ideas began to flow incessantly out of his mind. A will might not be eternal, but it could create a temporary world. And with reality as the source of his imagination, to mold this completely inverted world, maybe it should be named Inverse-Sourced World? Author's note: this chapter is dedicated to the readers who came from Inverse-Sourced World. Due to my fault, I made everyone lose the beautiful world of the Inverse-Sourced World, and for that, I am deeply apologetic. For this, I brazenly used Shi Xiaobai's brain to restore Inverse-Sourced World for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21, Shi Xiaobai, you need to keep a low profile. Chapter 21, Shi Xiaobai, you need to keep a low profile. One could not sense the passage of time in an imagined world, nor would he feel a hint of exhaustion at all. However, there was always the point when one would awake from it. The only difference was that waking up from a meditative state would not result in too much mental confusion. Everything would appear extremely calm, as if imagination and reality was just separated by a thought. And with that, Shi Xiaobai woke up. After Shi Xiaobai slowly woke up, he immediately sensed his body covered in a sticky substance, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Nearly instantly, he caught a whiff of a pungent smell. As he opened his eyes blearily, he was surprised to discover himself lying in a bathtub. He was only wearing a pair of shorts, while the rest of his exposed skin was covered in a black viscous layer of an unknown substance. It stinks! Shi Xiaobai hurriedly held his breath, nearly throwing up. As he resisted the feeling of vomiting, he looked up and scanned the surroundings. Immediately, he saw a shower head in the bathroom, and quickly grabbed at it. Turning it on, refreshing cold water immediately ejected out of the shower head, drenching his body. Being bathed in clean, cold water, the sticky black substance was like mud being nourished by the rain. Upon turning wet, it coagulated to form an even more disgusting blob. With a swipe of his hand, layers of black blobs fell off his body, mixing into the clear water that turned into sticky, smelly black mud. What happened? Shi Xiaobai's mind was filled with questions. As the water rinsed off the black mud from his body, he was finally cleansed moments later. Immediately, smooth, white translucent skin that looked like a charming woman's skin appeared. If he stretched out his hand, a clench made it seem like water would flow out. This is this king's body, Shi Xiaobai hurriedly came out of the bathtub and walked to a mirror in the bathroom that went from the floor to the ceiling. Standing in front of the mirror, it reflected himself that looked the same, be it his facial features or body figure. The only difference was his skin, and for that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw a set of male underwear and a white towel hanging in the bathroom. This must be prepared by Violent Girl. Shi Xiaobai used the shower head to cleanse himself thoroughly and then washed away the smelly muddy substance in the bathtub. He then used the towel to dry himself and began wearing the clothes. The white t-shirt and track pants Rico prepared for him were slightly loose, while the black underwear was slightly tight, but Shi Xiaobai could do nothing about it. After dressing up, he stretched and loosened his muscles, slowly getting adapted to it. Shi Xiaobai left the bathroom and wandered around the house several times, but he realized that Rico was not home. Odd, where did Violent Girl go? Shi Xiaobai shouted a few times but there was no response. Suddenly, he felt an intense sense of hunger burgeoning from his stomach. This sense of hunger felt like he had repressed it for an extremely long period of time. It was like a tightly compressed spring that rebounded up his head. Holy shit! So hungry! Shi Xiaobai nearly lost his mind due to the intense hunger pangs. He crazily rushed to the kitchen and forcefully opened the refrigerator. The refrigerator that was filled to the brim with food began pouring its contents out immediately. Clearly, Rico had prepared this early on. Shi Xiaobai gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and reached his hand into the refrigerator to grab some food to stuff food directly into his mouth. As Shi Xiaobai chewed on cooked meat that was both cold and hard, he stuffed rice balls into his mouth. The way he devoured his food made it seem like he had been starving for months. Only after his stomach was somewhat satiated did Shi Xiaobai contentedly close the refrigerator door. He casually walked back into the living room and saw a white piece of paper pressed down by a television remote control on a table. Shi Xiaobai curiously picked up the piece of paper and saw beautiful handwriting written on it. Shi Xiaobai, I have something on, so I'll be leaving first. I'm not sure how long your cogitation will last, so who knows when you wake up. But first, I have to congratulate you. You have already broken into the first level of the psionic mortal realm. I am curious what you were imagining after you entered a meditative state that allowed you to enter the psionic mortal realm so quickly. It's so unscientific. Alright, when you first enter the psionic mortal realm, you will experience your first metamorphosis, psionic flushing. Your body would automatically flush out the impurities accumulated in your body over the years. In summary, your body would be covered in a layer of smelly and sticky substance. As for how smelly it is, you probably have experienced it. Anyway, after I threw you into the bathroom, I could still smell the stench in the room. I couldn't stand it, so I'm taking off first. After you wake up, the suppressed hunger will suddenly rebound. I've already placed food in the refrigerator, but make sure not to eat too much, or your stomach will not be able to handle it. Oh yes, the clothes I prepared for you was hand-picked by me. TSK, go ahead and share as much as you like. Alright, it's time to talk about serious matters. Although you are already at the first level of the psionic mortal realm, from what I understand, you don't even have the most basic offensive skills. In short, you are still very, very weak, extremely weak. Although amongst this batch of annihilation rookies, you are the only one above a class, as well as a psyker, there are many rookies who are at or above the second level of psionic mortal realm. There are even some who have reached the fourth level. Xiaobai, I have to tell you currently, you have no superpower advantage at the moment. Your psionic ability realm is considered terrible, and without knowing any combat skills, you will be ranked last amongst this batch of rookies. So, you must be mentally prepared that you would be lining the back. Gaia's first principle is reward the strongest, punish the weakest. Even for rookie training, there still exists a cruelest elimination mechanism. Your instructor will randomly test you, and every time, the weakest would be eliminated. So, Xiaobai, do your best. Also, make sure not to call yourself this king. Your strength won't do, so you must learn to keep a low profile. Gaia encourages rookies to engage in one-on-one duels to resolve conflicts, so don't you seek death for yourself. You must now learn with a humble heart to keep a low profile, to become stronger. Never become the last person, and on this foundation, work hard to climb higher. Xiaobai, with your talent, falling behind is just temporary, so don't be discouraged if you encounter difficulties, much less give up. Alright, the rookie training begins on July 1st. There is a clock on the wall in the living room that displays the date. Make sure to take a look at it when you wake up. Make sure not to be late on the first day, much less play truant. The instructor for this annihilation batch is quite a redoubtable guy, and he is very peculiar. Anyway, don't break any rules, don't leave a bad impression on your instructor, and don't enter conflicts with the other rookies. Remember to keep a low profile, As I need to earn hero points to raise my hero ranking, I took on a hero employment mission that is slightly more complicated. It will probably take me a period of time before I return. When I return, I wish to see a brand new Shi Xiaobai. Make sure not to disappoint me. Rico Minamiya. After Shi Xiaobai saw this, he felt mixed emotions. Breaking into the first level of the psionic mortal realm made him extremely excited, yet the situation described in Rico's note gave Shi Xiaobai a heavy heart. Isn't getting this king to keep a low profile equivalent to asking for his life? The moment Shi Xiaobai realized that he could not call himself this king, he felt like the world had darkened a few notches. After a long struggle, he stood up helplessly and walked towards the wall in the living room. On the wall, there was a small LCD screen that displayed the time. Shi Xiaobai wanted to see how many days he had left to the rookie training, because this decided how long he could go to the gaming arcade. Shi Xiaobai went closer and focusing his eyes, he suddenly froze. What he saw displayed on the clock was July 4th, 10:30. Holy shit, already late by 4 days. Author's note: do you think this king will write how Shi Xiaobai trains arduously for 7 days, and then join the rookie training normally, so that he can ride on the momentum to put on an ostentatious act? No. The story about Shi Xiaobai is destined to be different. Alright, a new arc is beginning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22, This King Has Something to Ask You. Chapter 22, This King Has Something to Ask You. The rookie training began officially on July 1st, yet it was already July 4th, 10:30 a.m. Doing the calculations, Shi Xiaobai had played truant for 3 days, and was late for 2.5 hours on the 4th day. Rico had specially mentioned in her message not to be late, much less play truant. It was unexpected that Shi Xiaobai's single deep meditative state made him guilty of both. The most important thing he should do was of course to rush to the training grounds, and explain the reason why he had violated the rules to the seemingly peculiar instructor. However, Shi Xiaobai was in no hurry. He slowly found a small haversack in the house, and constantly stuffed food and drinks into it. He even began carefully selecting which foods to bring. Being late for a minute is late, while being late for a few hours is also late, so why should this king worry? With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai left the residence slowly, and soon was on the road. Steel City remembered Rico mentioning him several times in her introduction to Steel City that the rookie training ground were south of the Annihilation's jurisdiction zone. It was the southern end of Steel City. However, which direction was south? Shi Xiaobai looked at the crossroads in front of him and automatically stopped. Shi Xiaobai stood at the crossroads for very long before he managed to encounter a passerby. He immediately stopped the person, and after asking which direction south was, he began walking along the roads that were paved with black steel. However, every time he encountered an intersection, Shi Xiaobai would patiently stop and wait for a passerby and ask for directions before he continued on. Throughout his journey, he constantly walked and stopped, but he finally arrived at the southern end of Steel City, where a gigantic iron gate was. This is the Gaia South Gate that leads to the demon world. Shi Xiaobai awed as he looked at the steel gates, before turning to face a surprised gatekeeping guard. He was planning on asking for the location of the rookie training grounds. The rookie training grounds were already located rather close to the south gate, so the guard pointed out a specific route for Shi Xiaobai in a friendly manner. Shi Xiaobai nodded and thanked him before heading out according to his directions. However, after 3 corners, did Uncle Demon World Gatekeeper say to turn left or right at the 4th intersection? Shi Xiaobai thought in silence for 3 seconds, and decided to abandon the painful thinking process. He stopped at the crossroads and began waiting. It was already noon, and the sun was shining brightly. After standing there for a minute, Shi Xiaobai could no longer stand it. As he looked around, he saw a short warehouse-like steel building. Shi Xiaobai immediately headed towards the iron building's shadow. As he walked, he suddenly heard a thump, as if something had collided into steel. However, as it was slightly farther away, it didn't sound very loud. In fact, it was nearly inaudible. Shi Xiaobai pricked up his ears as he could vaguely hear the colliding sounds coming from the other side of the steel building. As he headed towards it, the sounds became clearer. When he reached the side of the steel building, the colliding sounds was nearly deafening. Pang! 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 Shi Xiaobai took step after step towards the back of the steel building. From the colliding sound, it did not seem like it was produced by using a hammer to strike the steel walls. Soon, he reached the corner and began faintly hearing violent grunting. Puff! 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 The breathing sound seemed like a violent wind that blew out of a hole in the mountains, with a force that seemed to be able to tear. Shi Xiaobai involuntarily slowed down his footsteps as the breathing slowed down too. He was getting closer and closer. Shi Xiaobai had finally reached the corner of the steel building. Standing still for a few seconds, he slowly took a step forward, leaning his body slightly and turned his head. Immediately, he could see everything behind the steel building. At the boundary of sunlight and the shadows stood a man. The man's back was exposed under the sunlight, filled with jaw-dropping muscles. And hidden in the shadows was his front that seemed to contain explosive power. At this moment, this man was punching the steel building's wall with his fists while spewing beast-like breathing from his nostrils. And what was most shocking was that although it seemed like his fists were slamming onto the steel walls to produce the deafening sounds, Shi Xiaobai was able to see clearly that every time the fist came to 10 centimeters in front of the wall, it would stop. It did not make contact with the wall at all. Looking closely, wherever the fist passed, there were ripples of white light that flashes out from the fist, like a vertical ripple was emanating from the wall. When these white ripple fluctuations hit the wall, it would produce a deafening sound, as well as cause a visible sag into the steel wall. Shi Xiaobai gulped down his saliva. His eyes were shimmering with burning flames as he began observing intently. The scene of the muscular man punching out with his was imprinted in his mind. His body involuntarily began to imitate the muscular man's actions, despite him looking extremely clumsy and ridiculous. The muscular man punched out dozens of times, and similarly, Shi Xiaobai punched out dozens of times. The contrast was extremely disparate. One was like a ferocious beast, causing the wall to tremble with each fist, while the other looked extremely weak. While punching out, he did not even stir a weak wind from his fists. Phew! Finally, the muscular man seemed to feel tired and pulled back his fist to stand straight. After taking a few deep breaths, he turned to look at Shi Xiaobai. At the same time, Shi Xiaobai pulled back his fists and turned to look at the muscular man. Reflected in Shi Xiaobai's pupils was a face that wasn't too much to be described as extremely vicious. A patch of hair that circled the remaining black hair had been trimmed away, and in the middle of his head was yellow hair that stood up like a rooster's crown. At this moment, his eyes were filled with intense flames, while a hideous scar went from his forehead down past his right eye. His mustache was a messy scrawl, and a prominent double chin brought out the terrifying weirdness of his face. The top of Shi Xiaobai's head only reached the muscular man's chest, and as they faced each other, Shi Xiaobai was like a tiny tree sapling that had been shrouded by a large mountain. "You have a problem, dot." A coarse and rich voice, interspersed with a tinge of gasping, blared out from the muscular man. It sounded like the low growl of a beast, filled with an irrepressible hint of brutality. Immediately an undeniable idea came to Shi Xiaobai: this man could beat him down in one punch, or even kill him in one punch. This was what Rico said, to definitely not mess with others. If he dared to call himself this king, or say any shameless words, then the man would mercilessly use his fist that could even cause tremors into the steel walls at his head. Shi Xiaobai immediately knew the best choice for him now was keeping a low profile, keeping a low profile, and keeping a low profile. "This king has something to ask you, dot." However, his high-spiritedness, and even arrogant-sounding words, still came out of Shi Xiaobai. He said it without any trembling or moments of hesitation. However, the moment he said this, even the sound of wind fell silent. The shadow at the back of the steel building immediately seemed to fall into dead silence. The muscular man crinkled his eyebrows, as if pondering over Shi Xiaobai's words, or pondering whether he should wave his fists. Shi Xiaobai held his chest straight out, and looked up to face the muscular man directly. There was no haughtiness or fear in his eyes, not even the slightest emotions. There was only calmness and naturalness. It was as if he had done something normal like wave hello. "This king has something to ask you." Shi Xiaobai repeated himself again. Against this ferocious muscular man, Shi Xiaobai did not choose to keep a low profile, not because he wanted to flaunt himself, just because this was him, this was Shi Xiaobai. You ask why he did that? Because there is no why. Regardless of the reason, there was already no way to reverse the impending disaster, because the muscular man had already slowly raised his extremely firm fists. Author's note: in order to enhance the chapter's depiction and immersion, it was written in a bit more detail. Also, this novel's battle system has already been decided. I'll not talk about the various magical superpowers first, but even psionic ability combat would be very interesting. Let me slowly introduce it, and roll it out. Right, some people might think that Shi Xiaobai was simply courting death by doing this. Then I have to say that this novel is a story about how a Chinibyu youth, who constantly courts death, but lives better than anyone else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23, The Great Figure Shi Xiaobai. Chapter 23, The Great Figure Shi Xiaobai. The muscular man slowly lifted his fist, and Maderet suddenly stretched out into a palm, as the joint in his arm folded backwards. Surprisingly, his palm touched the back of his head, and his 5 stretched out fingers began to bend, slightly scratching his scalp a few times. And the ferociousness in his eyes immediately melted away. Replacing it was a nearly honest, good down-to-earth glow. The muscular man was actually scratching his head, as he asked Shi Xiaobai in wonder, You are one of the 7 dukes of China? Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised, as he failed to react in time to the muscular man's actions. However, when he heard the muscular man's question, Shi Xiaobai denied without any thought. No. 7 dukes of China? Shi Xiaobai expressed that he had never ever heard of it before. Out of habit, he waved his hand, and then with a spin, lifted it to his forehead, covering half his face. He coldly smiled. This king is the king of all, the king of gods, the king of the worlds, king amongst kings, Arceus. Jade Emperor of the 9 heavens. Alexander I. The muscular man was stunned momentarily after hearing this. After pondering for a moment, his face turned distressed as he scratched his head, saying, About that, me have not heard before. A body as strong as a beast contrasted greatly with the honest expression of distress. It highlighted the muscular man's silly temperament even more. Shi Xiaobai immediately gave a look of disappointment, as he shook his head and said with a sigh, Steelox, you are still young after all, that is why you are ignorant and ill-informed. Due to his disappointment, what should have been the title, Steel Wall Shaking Powerful Ox, was shortened by Shi Xiaobai to Steelox. Me name isn't Steelox. Me name is Yi Jiachuan. 1 inch. Yi Jiachuan awkwardly waved his hand, then he lowered his head to say in an honest manner, Me doesn't know anything. Lingxuan always says me is dumb. Upon saying the name Lingxuan, Yi Jiachuan's eyes seemed to flash with a beam of cordialness. It looked like that was a person he trusted greatly. Shi Xiaobai nodded and acknowledged Yi Jiachuan's dumbness. Recalling that he came here to ask for directions, he immediately decided to no longer continue explaining his identity. He changed topics and asked, This king has something to ask you. This was the 3rd time Shi Xiaobai said those words. Yi Jiachuan's expression turned extremely serious as he nodded, as he said seriously, Please ask. Shi Xiaobai said in all seriousness, This king was struck by a ninja's Sharingan magic, and accidentally fell into a samsara maze. I have been unable to find my way out. Steelox, do you know how to get to the rookie training grounds? Upon hearing this, Yi Jiachuan was stunned. He felt that the tiny youth in front of him spoke in an erudite and profound manner. From the beginning, he had failed to understand anything that he had said. However, he actually understood his final question. Furthermore, he happened to know the answer. Yi Jiachuan immediately said with excitement, Me know. Me know. Actually, me is one of the rookies of the current batch of Annihilation rookies, so me know where the rookie training ground is. Shi Xiaobai was slightly stunned hearing this. He sized up Yi Jiachuan's massive body and that ferocious but mature-looking face, and then thinking of that terrifying punch from before, he was unable to make the connection between this person and the word rookie. Yi Jiachuan seemed to notice Shi Xiaobai's doubts, as he scratched his head with a smile and said, Actually me is 16 years old. Shi Xiaobai was immediately dumbfounded, and was momentarily at a loss as to how to answer him. Yi Jiachuan clearly was used to others appearing shocked after knowing his age. He did not proceed to make any more explanations, but naturally changed the subject by saying, "Why do you want to go to the rookie training grounds?" Shi Xiaobai restored his calmness and thought through his words, before speaking solemnly. This king was sealed by the evil gods of various worlds, causing this king's strength to fall to the first level of the psionic mortal realm. Now to remove the seal, this king is temporarily joining Gaia. Like you, this king is a rookie of the current batch of Annihilation rookies. However, as this king was busy administering his own world, that time could only be spared today. As such, there were few days of accidentally playing truant. Yi Jiachuan was confused hearing this. He could not make any sense out of Shi Xiaobai's words, and after trying to understand Shi Xiaobai's words for some time, his eyes lit up. "So, you are actually an Annihilation rookie? And you are joining the training today?" Although he now knew that the youth in front of him was a rookie like him, Yi Jiachuan still spoke politely. In his understanding of the world, as long as it was someone intelligent, he was worthy of being respected. For example, a person like Chen Lingzuan or a person like this youth in front of him that he could not even remember the name of. He couldn't understand most of the youth's words, clearly indicating how this youth's intelligence was far better than his. Shi Xiaobai did not pay attention to these details. He only calmly nodded his head. Seeing Shi Xiaobai nod his head, Yi Jiachuan's somewhat dazed eyes revealed an unconcealable look of anticipation. To prevent himself from losing decorum because of his excitement, he cramped up as he watched Shi Xiaobai's eyes and pleaded, "If that is the case, can me request for you to join Team Red?" "Team Red?" Shi Xiaobai asked in wonder. Yi Jiachuan smacked himself in the forehead, as he suddenly recalled that the youth in front of him had just arrived today. He hurriedly used clumsy and ambiguous words to explain. About that, the instructor split the rookies into two teams, Team Red and Team Blue. During every assessment, the two teams will take part in a competition. The failing team would have one person eliminated. Me is from Team Red, so me hopes that you will join Team Red. Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised hearing this. He remembered Rico mentioning in her note that the instructor would frequently have assessments, and the person with the worst results would be eliminated every time. According to Yi Jiachuan's explanation, this batch's instructor had clearly changed the rules. And it seemed like the instructor felt that the importance of a team's strength took precedence over individual strength. This king cannot be eliminated regardless of anything. It looks like this king has to seriously consider which team to choose. With this in mind, Shi Xiaobai said, "Which team is stronger?" There was no doubt about the answer if one asked a member of Team Red which team was stronger. However, Yi Jiachuan did not give the answer Shi Xiaobai expected. Instead, he lowered his head and said with an indignant tone, "Team Blue is stronger." Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised, but he quickly understood that this monster-shaped honest youth with a simpleton heart did not know how to lie. "Honest Steelox, this king wasn't wrong about you." Shi Xiaobai even felt touched as he already made up his mind. However, he carried on asking, "How many times have the two teams competed? How many victories and defeats were there?" Yi Jiachuan maintained his lowered head as he clenched his fists somewhat tightly, whispering, "Twice. Team Blue won both times." Shi Xiaobai carried on asking. This king heard that this batch has a rookie at the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm. Which team is he in? Yi Jiachuan lowered his head even more. Team Blue. Shi Xiaobai sighed. It seemed like the disparity in strength between Team Red and Team Blue was not trivial. However, this did not affect his decision. This king hates how the strong bullies the weak, but likes beating the strong with the weak. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai was just about to tell Yi Jiachuan that he was willing to join Team Red. Suddenly, Yi Jiachuan lifted his lowered head suddenly. Although Team Blue is temporarily stronger than Team Red, but me believes that it is a matter of time before it will surpass Team Blue. Yi Jiachuan raised his clenched fist to his chest as he lifted his head towards the distant sky. His voice exuded confidence. His confidence did not seem spurious, but came from a realistic source that he could rely on. What suddenly gave this honest youth such fiery hot confidence? Yi Jiachuan gently lowered his head and looked at Shi Xiaobai as he said loudly, "Please, you have to join Team Red. The captain of Mi's Team Red is Shi Xiaobai." Shi Xiaobai was surprised, thinking that he had misheard him. Yi Jiachuan's fiery voice sounded once again. "Captain Shi Xiaobai will definitely lead Team Red to defeat Team Blue. Mi believes in him." When Yi Jiachuan said the three words, Shi Xiaobai, his eyes glowed with a look of adoration, as if he was talking about a great figure. Author's note: this is the setting up of the new arc. It's the show before the climax, and any climax needs building up. But I will try to write this building up in a more interesting manner, so that everyone wouldn't find it too boring. 1. Yi Jiachuan translates to Yi Family Fist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24, Shi Xiaobai is not the hope of Team Red. Chapter 24, Shi Xiaobai is not the hope of Team Red. Having heard his name from Yi Jiachuan's mouth, and that he was the captain of Team Red, Shi Xiaobai was completed at a loss. He nearly asked, when did this king become the captain of Team Red, but he could tell the nearly pious veneration in Yi Jiachuan's eyes, which suddenly gave him a new idea. He is this king's first believer in this world. No, this king has to test his loyalty. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai pretended to look puzzled and asked, "Who is Shi Xiaobai? Is he strong? You actually don't know Shi Xiaobai?" Yi Jiachuan immediately revealed a shocked expression, as if the fact that anyone that did not know of Shi Xiaobai was an incredulous matter. Moments later, Yi Jiachuan's honest expression turned serious as he said formally, "Captain Shi Xiaobai is destined to shock China. No, he is a super genius destined to shock the entire world." Shi Xiaobai kept nodding his head in his heart, as he thought deep down that despite Steelocks appearing dumb, he was actually pretty clever. The fact he knew that he, Shi Xiaobai, would be destined to shock the entire world meant he had a better awareness than anyone else. Shi Xiaobai felt ease of mind, but that wasn't enough, hence, he thrust his head and asked, "Is he really that powerful?" "Yes." Yi Jiachuan's face immediately looked anxious as he scratched his head. He began to excitedly count the edges the idol in his heart had. Captain Shi Xiaobai not only has S-class mind expanse and psi genes, he even has the perception of God. He is the highest-rated rookie in this batch. During the ability test, Captain Shi Xiaobai even went easy. If Captain Shi Xiaobai had been slightly more serious, he would definitely be a S+ class rookie. Captain Shi Xiaobai is a world-class genius. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai immediately felt that Yi Jiachuan was a rare promising person. He was a talent who knew how to speak the truth. Shi Xiaobai was very pleased in his heart, but he still asked with a straight face, "Is that all?" Seeing his idol not acknowledged by him, Yi Jiachuan immediately turned anxious. He scratched his head incessantly, puzzling over how he could convince the youth in front of him, or how to let the youth believe that Captain Shi Xiaobai was an extraordinary genius. In a short while, Yi Jiachuan seemed to think of something. His face flushed suddenly as his limbs turned stiff, his motions looking restricted. "That, Mi's Captain Shi Xiaobai is Senior Rico's man, but..." Yi Jiachuan said proudly, "Senior Rico is the daughter of the Minamiya family, the only student of His Excellency Wunpun, and this generation's Oceanic Pontus. As for Captain Shi Xiaobai, he has subdued Senior Rico." Shi Xiaobai was stunned for a few seconds when this was said. Violent Girl is indeed this king's person, so that probably counts as having subdued Violent Girl, right? Shi Xiaobai had such thoughts, but somehow felt that Yi Jiachuan's explanation sounded weird, yet he couldn't tell what was odd about it. However, an inexplicable sense of pleasure seemed to fill his body. It made Shi Xiaobai so excited that he got goosebumps. Not bad, not bad. This is a good devotee of this king. However, this king must dig deeper into his beliefs. Shi Xiaobai made up his mind, and pretended to look impatient. Is there anything else? Yi Jiachuan immediately widened his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, Captain Shi Xiaobai once said that this world does not have any geniuses, only the strong. For a great genius to say such inspirational words, me is very moved. Me is not some genius. Me is very dumb. Me can only work hard, work harder, and work even harder, so me really felt extremely moved. Awkward but sincere words came out from the honest muscular man's mouth, as if he was proclaiming the adoration and admiration in his heart. This king is really too excellent. Just a simple sentence is enough to affect numerous people. Shi Xiaobai felt flattered, and he could almost no longer keep up his cold facial expression. The slow Yi Jiachuan did not notice the strange behavior of the youth, but after noticing that he was silent, he thought he was too dumb with words that he had failed to convince him. Yi Jiachuan truly believed the youth would join Team Red to become a teammate, and not a rival. However, he knew very well the disparity in strength between the two teams, hence he did not know how to convince the youth. He had to thicken his skin to mention his captain's name, Shi Xiaobai. However, he never expected that even Captain Shi Xiaobai was not enough. Yi Jiachuan immediately felt discouraged, but he still wanted to make one final effort. Hence, he said seriously, it is a fact Team Red is weaker than Team Blue, but all of that is just temporary. That's because Captain Shi Xiaobai is like you. He has yet to participate in the rookie training as of today. Me believes that once Captain Shi Xiaobai comes, Team Red will definitely be able to defeat Team Blue. Me isn't good with words, but me truly wishes that you can join Team Red. Captain Shi Xiaobai will definitely not let everyone in Team Red down. Me guarantees it. Yi Jiachuan slapped his chest forcefully, issuing a resounding sound. Upon hearing these heartfelt words, Shi Xiaobai was very touched. Hi, this is such a pious devotee. This king can no longer bear to test him further. It looks like it's time this king reveals his true identity. Shi Xiaobai felt that the time was ripe, and was prepared to reveal his identity, telling Yi Jiachuan that he was Shi Xiaobai, that he would lead Team Red to beat Team Blue badly. Actually, this king. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed, cutting off Shi Xiaobai's words. It's useless even if Shi Xiaobai come. In my opinion, it's better if he doesn't come. The words Shi Xiaobai said midway were swallowed back when this voice echoed, not because of the biting meaning behind the words, but because the voice was too close by. Shi Xiaobai looked in the direction of the voice as his pupils constricted. He saw a silver-haired youth, about the same age as him, had suddenly appeared beside Yi Jiachuan's massive body. The silver-haired youth stood in the middle of the sunlight, and was equally thin like Shi Xiaobai. His skin was as white as snow, and he had very good looks. He was dressed in a gray t-shirt and blue shorts. His hands were in his pockets, while his body was leaning slightly backwards. On the corner of his mouth, there was a faint smile. Shi Xiaobai blinked his eyes, so as to confirming that his eyes had not deceived him. He was immediately alarmed because the sudden appearance of this youth was too sudden. The back of the steel building and the tall surrounding wall had a gap of 10 meters, so for him to appear suddenly in such a wide corridor, the only way was to jump down from the surrounding walls or the steel building. If not, it was impossible for Shi Xiaobai to miss him. Yet, if he jumped down, it would definitely have caused some non-trivial commotion. However, this youth looked as if he had appeared out of thin air. He had not jumped down from the walls or building, nor did he walk from either ends of the corridor. It was like he had always been there, as if before he said those words, he was already standing beside Yi Jiachuan, right there in the sun. How did he suddenly appear? Could he teleport? Shi Xiaobai cannot change the sure-lose situation of Team Red. No matter how gifted Shi Xiaobai is, he is after all still a weakling at this moment, a weak and powerless weakling. The silver-haired youth calmly said those words, without any emotion mixed in, as if he was merely stating an objective fact. Shi Xiaobai is not the hope of Team Red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25, The Targeted Shi Xiaobai. Chapter 25, The Targeted Shi Xiaobai. The sunlight scattered on the handsome youth's silver hair, causing a warm glow to reflect off him. It wasn't blinding to the eyes, but instead made one feel a sense of warmth. However, the silver-haired youth's words sounded extremely harsh to the ears. It even made Shi Xiaobai's heart turn cold. Shi Xiaobai is not the hope of Team Red. The silver-haired youth seemed to be merely stating an irrefutable fact. His eyes were calm, and his tone even calmer. However, this calmness seemed to be even more deadly than having any other emotion. Although Shi Xiaobai was shocked at how the silver-haired youth appeared out of thin air, he immediately felt that his dignity as king had been insulted after hearing those demeaning words. He could not stand for it. However, just as Shi Xiaobai was about to refute him, the silver-haired youth said another sentence that made Shi Xiaobai involuntarily close his mouth. Shi Xiaobai is the hope of all humanity. The silver-haired remained calm saying those words, but the look in his eyes seemed to burn even hotter. Shi Xiaobai was momentarily dumbfounded. This was the first time he felt like his intellect was not sufficient to understand what had happened. The transition of this situation was too abrupt, wasn't it? Didn't he just label him as a powerless weakling? Why was he suddenly elevated to becoming the hope of all humanity? Then he heard Yi Jiachuan say in a muffled voice, "Me also believes Captain Shi Xiaobai is the hope of all humanity. However, Lingxuan, me thinks for the first time that what you said isn't right. Me believes Captain Shi Xiaobai can definitely save Team Red. Me believes in him." The silver-haired youth that was addressed as Lingxuan One chuckled and said, "Silly Yi, I personally adore Shi Xiaobai, and firmly believe Shi Xiaobai will become the strongest S-class hero in the future. In the future, he would wreak havoc in the demon world, withstanding the invasion of aliens, and protect all of humanity. And for that unpredictable fourth apocalypse that will eventually happen, I believe Shi Xiaobai will become the most dazzling sun." Shi Xiaobai immediately felt his blood surge upon hearing this. He began fantasizing himself heroically saving the world, and being sung praises by every human in the world. The way he looked at the silver-haired youth immediately turned extremely gentle. For this silver-haired youth to be able to so accurately depict the future, could he be the legendary prophet? As Shi Xiaobai was in seventh heaven, Lingxuan suddenly said something unexpected as he sighed. "However, we have to admit an irrefutable fact: Shi Xiaobai is still a weakling. He has yet to grow stronger yet. He is still a weak infant. According to information gathered 11 days ago, Shi Xiaobai has yet to begin psionic ability cultivation. Even a genius like Shi Xiaobai can at best reach the first level of the psionic mortal realm in 11 days. The enhancement Shi Xiaobai can bring to Team Red's strength would be trivial. It still cannot change the fate of Team Red losing to Team Blue." The moment Lingxuan finished speaking, Yi Jiachuan said with an anxious voice, Me can't out-talk you. But me believes Captain Shi Xiaobai can lead Team Red to defeat Team Blue." Lingxuan's face that was as handsome as an elf revealed a look of helplessness. With his hands in his pockets, he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Silly Yi, since you refuse to come to your senses, then let me tell you a grim truth. If Shi Xiaobai appears, he will not only fail to strengthen Team Red, he will even make Team Red weaker." "What nonsense are you saying? Me doesn't believe." Yi Jiachuan's face flushed as heavy air sprayed out his nose, as if Lingxuan's words had angered him. Shi Xiaobai felt mixed emotions seeing this. On one side, one was a fanatic devotee, while the other side was a rational devotee. They were both his devotees, but the two had entered an argument because of him, so he was truly at a loss as to who to help. This is a clash of beliefs. Go on, let this king see which one of you has a stronger belief. Shi Xiaobai decided to watch coldly by the side, and immediately turned silent. However, Yi Jiachuan and Lingxuan seemed lost in their own worlds. From the beginning to the end, Ling Suan did not seem to look Shi Xiaobai in the eye, amusing Shi Xiaobai. The furthest distance in the world is that you don't know that this king is here when this king is standing in front of you. Shi Xiaobai snickered, as his ears pricked up. Although he felt disdain towards the way Ling Suan spoke, he could not help but feel curious. Why would Shi Xiaobai's appearance weaken Team Red? Ling Suan sighed and said to Yi Jiachuan, "Silly Yi, have you forgotten protect the captain that instructor Hizith mentioned?" Yi Jiachuan was stunned hearing this as he muttered to himself moments later, Me doesn't remember. Ling Suan gave an as expected expression and said, when instructor Hizith designated Shi Xiaobai to be Team Red's captain, Song Zhao's group had verbally protested. For that, instructor Hizith came up with the protect the captain rule. Each of the 3 strongest people in Team Red has a chance to challenge the current captain once. If Shi Xiaobai were to appear, he will definitely have to accept Song Zhao's challenge, and against Song Xiao, who is at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm, Shi Xiaobai is bound to lose. When the position of captain falls into the hands of Song Xiao, Silly Yi, you should know very well what sort of person Song Xiao is. Do you think Team Red led by Song Xiao would become stronger or weaker? After hearing Ling Suan's words, Yi Jiachuan was momentarily at a loss. He refused to admit such a fact, but he had no means of refuting. He could only mutter with a red face, that. Seeing this, Ling Suan shook his head and sneered, and it seems that you have forgotten about the elimination mechanism instructor Hizith mentioned? Yi Jiachuan said with a stunned look, isn't it internally voted by the team? Ling Suan revealed a helpless expression as he shrugged his shoulders and said, the internal vote is just temporary since Shi Xiaobai hasn't appeared. The elimination mechanism instructor Hizith actually announced was that the captain had the sole discretion to decide on the eliminated candidate. Do you understand? If Song Xiao and those jerks in his gang obtain the position of captain, who do you think will they eliminate first? He will first choose to eliminate Shi Xiaobai. Although Shi Xiaobai is a talent that, Gaia, will definitely pamper and protect, who do you think instructor Hizith is? He is a freak who has violated numerous regulations of the organization, but still enjoys a high position. Since he dared to set such a rule, that proves that he has the guts to directly kick Shi Xiaobai out of rookie training. So if Shi Xiaobai were to appear, not only would he cause Team Red to fall apart, he will harm himself too. Of course, if a genius like Shi Xiaobai were to leave, the one crying would be Gaia. When that happens, someone from the upper echelons would appear to mediate, but by then, Shi Xiaobai would have been greatly disgraced. Ling Suan's words analyzed the situation in an extremely clear manner. Even a simpleton like Yi Jiachuan could understand what he said. Immediately, he said with a wretched face, this is too unfair for Captain Shi Xiaobai. Why does me feel that instructor Hizith is targeting Captain Shi Xiaobai? Shi Xiaobai also felt that he had been targeted by this baffling instructor. These scammy rules seemed like it was forcing him to have no choice. Either he was to keep hiding away, or he would be robbed off his position as captain after he appeared and then forcefully eliminated. Foolish human, is targeting this king your last stand? Shi Xiaobai felt unhappy, for he did not wish to be so easily eliminated. It was even more impossible for him to hide himself. How was he to make a breakthrough in this situation? Instructor Hizith isn't targeting Shi Xiaobai. He is just playing a game. Instructor Hizith is a madman who treats everything as a game. To place Shi Xiaobai in such a situation is just an interesting game for him. Underneath the silver hair, a confident smile appeared on an extremely handsome face as Ling Suan said softly, however, regardless of the game's creator will always intentionally or unintentionally leave a path that allows you to win the game. And I happen to know what that path is. At this moment, Ling Suan's right hand, which had always been in his pocket, raised up as he pointed out his thumb at his chest. Author's note, 2 characters that everyone thought were antagonists are actually Shi Xiaobai's comrades. You didn't expect that, right? The story needs fleshing out, but I will try to write these parts in as lively as I possibly can. I will definitely not disappoint everyone when it reaches a climax. 1. Lingsuan can mean zero existence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26, This King, Tu Dahe. Chapter 26, This King, Tu Dahe. The silver-haired youth who pointed at himself was exceptionally handsome. The corners of his mouth revealed a confident smile, which was both bedazzling, and at the same time, gave a sense of reliability. Not only did Yi Jiachuan's eyes light up, even Shi Xiaobai began to faintly feel a sense of anticipation. The way to resolve the situation? What was it? Lingsuan said, on the surface, Shi Xiaobai seems to have only two choices. First, it is to voluntarily concede the position of captain, and try to be on friendly terms with Xiao Xiao, so that he wouldn't be eliminated. However, this approach is too humiliating for Shi Xiaobai. Even the two of us might not be able to accept it. When Yi Jiachuan heard this, he shook his head and said loudly, "Me doesn't accept it." Lingsuan chuckled and carried on. The second choice is to continue playing truant, and only appearing after his strength rises to the third level of the psionic mortal realm. As long as he can beat Xiao Xiao, Shi Xiaobai's position as captain will not be taken away from him, But even AS Plus class genius would take at least 3 months to reach the third level of the psionic mortal realm from a mortal state. Although the rookie training can be said to be optional for a genius like Shi Xiaobai, it is extremely important for members of Team Red. In 3 months, probably most of Team Red's members would be eliminated, with nearly none left. So this approach might work, but as a member of Team Red, I really do not wish for Shi Xiaobai to make this decision. Yi Jiachuan scratched his head and agreed, "Me does not wish Captain Shi Xiaobai to carry on playing truant. But me really can't think of any other way out." Lingsuan, you are so smart, you must have an idea, right? Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai could not help but look at the silver-haired youth. The two choices Lingsuan mentioned were naturally something he vehemently opposed. However, he could not think of a better solution in such a short period of time. From the look Lingsuan gave, it was like he had already thought of a feasible approach. Shi Xiaobai pricked his ears up as he looked forward to it. Lingsuan did not plan on keeping them guessing, as he directly and simply said, "There naturally is a solution, and it is very simple. I think Shi Xiaobai should join the rookie training, but he has to conceal his identity." Once these words were said, Shi Xiaobai and Yi Jiachuan were momentarily stunned. They never expected that the approach Lingsuan placed so much confidence in was actually so simple. In fact, it sounded like there was nothing special about it. However, on further thought, concealing his identity could avoid the previous two scenarios, but was concealing his identity going to be easy? Yi Jiachuan doubtfully asked, "Me might be dumb, but me knows that for rookies to enter the team, they have to go through a review. How will Captain Shi Xiaobai be able to deceive Instructor Hizif?" Lingsuan smiled lightly and retorted with a question, "Why is there a need to deceive Instructor Hizif?" Yi Jiachuan was stunned. Lingsuan did not expect this simpleton, silly Yi, to be able to figure out the mystery behind his words. He immediately and directly revealed the answer. "I said before that any game's creator will intentionally or unintentionally leave hope for the game to be one. A game that is impossible to complete is destined to be boring. As an avid game fanatic, Instructor Hizif, by already deliberately designing a silly game that targets Shi Xiaobai, then he must naturally have left some loophole he didn't think of that allows the game to be completed, and that will also please him." Lingsuan dug his hands back into his pockets and then rocked his body. He said while looking up, "And the loophole Instructor Hizif unintentionally left behind is what I just said, concealment of identity. Shi Xiaobai can think of a way to conceal his identity, and continuously grow stronger while joining the rookie training. When the time is ripe, he can reveal his identity, and then defeat Xiao Xiao. This way, not only would he defend his position as captain, he can also join the training. This is undoubtedly a good method that serves both purposes. And Instructor Hizith is the factor we do not need to worry about at all. Instructor Hizith will actually be very happy to see Shi Xiaobai conceal his identity. An ingenious method of cracking the game is what a game creator looks forward to the most. Although Instructor Hizith might very likely increase the difficulty of the game because of this, there is one thing for sure: Instructor Hizith will not only not expose Shi Xiaobai's identity, he will instead help Shi Xiaobai conceal his identity. That's because he wishes that the game will have unexpected developments while under his control. The most important thing is that the information of Shi Xiaobai's identity is very scarce. It was said that at the rookie evaluation test, Shi Xiaobai's appearance and departure were all very sudden. As such, no one in the testing room had managed to snap a photo of him. The upper echelons of Ji Gaia would not easily reveal information about Shi Xiaobai. As for those rookies that took the test with Shi Xiaobai, for some unknown reason, their faces will show a look of displeasure at the mention of Shi Xiaobai, unwilling to say anything else. So although most rookies already know of the uproar Shi Xiaobai's testing results has caused, none of them knows what Shi Xiaobai looks like. Hence, concealing his identity is definitely something absolutely feasible. Ling Xuan was extremely eloquent and explained it to the point. Yi Jiachuan kept nodding as he listened. When the explanation came to an end, he applauded and cheered, giving a silly smile. Shi Xiaobai also understood Ling Xuan's idea, and immediately felt that Ling Xuan's argument made sense. If Instructor Hizith truly behaved like Ling Xuan's analysis, and was a game maniac who was extremely wicked, then the strategy of identity concealment was indeed within the defined rules. It was more likely for Instructor Hizith to connive with him than expose him. If the upper echelons of Gaia had deliberately concealed his identity, and along with the fact that Yang Yang and company kept their mouths shut, then none of the other rookies knew what he looked like. Furthermore, if the current situation was understood as a game, then the only challenge Shi Xiaobai was facing was to level up and encounter enemies. If he wanted to level up, he had to first engage in a battle with enemies several times stronger than him. If he wanted to avoid the battle, then he needed to give up on the orthodox path of leveling up. And concealing his identity had basically resolved the two aforementioned conundrums. It was equivalent to mixing with the enemy undetected, and secretly leveling up. When he reached a sufficient high level, he could defeat the enemy's boss so as to complete his counterattack. Thinking it through carefully, it was indeed a very ingenious method of clearing the game. Although this king prefers to face things head-on, this king was after all, once called the king of strategy back in the days of raiding the world of games. This strategy of identity concealment seems pretty interesting. Shi Xiaobai was already beginning to seriously consider Ling Xuan's suggestion. Yi Jiachuan, who was simpering by the side, suddenly thought of something as he said with a wry face, "But how can they let Captain Shi Xiaobai know of this good idea?" Shi Xiaobai was surprised hearing this, as he couldn't help but be amused. This king is omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. Shi Xiaobai felt that he had been silent for too long. He was considering whether he should show them mercy by revealing his identity. After all, the two people in front of him were his pious devotees. Although one was passionate but brainless, and the other was cold and wise, their faith was beyond doubt. Just as Shi Xiaobai was hesitating, Ling Xuan suddenly said, "Silly Yi, do you think Shi Xiaobai can't think of something I thought of? Shi Xiaobai is definitely a lot smarter than me." Yi Jiachuan's eyes immediately lit up, as he smiled and said, "Why did me forget? Captain Shi Xiaobai must have already come up with this idea." Ling Xuan nodded and said, "Maybe Shi Xiaobai will soon join the rookie training with his identity concealed." "No, maybe he is already hiding amongst the rookies." Yi Jiachuan immediately asked with excitement, "Really?" Ling Xuan chuckled. "So look forward to it." Although Shi Xiaobai is temporarily unable to be the hope of Team Red, he will one day suddenly appear before everyone and prove his glory. Maybe a person beside you is actually Shi Xiaobai, and maybe while Team Red has been suffering, he has been silently accompanying us, silently growing stronger. Maybe Shi Xiaobai will similarly see the hard work we put in. And maybe by the time he reveals his identity, we might already be his friends. Ling Xuan pulled his hand out from his pocket and pointed to the sun, proclaiming loudly, maybe, as we think he is hiding in the dark night, while we wait for dawn, he has already appeared by our side, emitting the light and warmth like the sun. Silly Yi, maybe Shi Xiaobai has always been by our side. Yi Jiachuan turned agitated listening to this as his eyes went red. He nodded continuously in a forceful manner, producing choked sounds of un. Shi Xiaobai was similarly inexplicably touched listening to this. He felt that the Shi Xiaobai as described by Ling Xuan was such an endearing person, a person so worthy of respect. This king has always been by your side. Just thinking of himself standing in front of everyone in Team Red and saying those words made Shi Xiaobai's heart palpitate, his chest turning warm. Oh, right. This brother, have you considered which team you plan on joining? Ling Xuan, who never looked straight at Shi Xiaobai, suddenly turned to face Shi Xiaobai and asked him lightly. Shi Xiaobai's stirring thoughts were interrupted, and was unable to react in time. He subconsciously said, this king will join Team Red. Yi Jiachuan immediately cheered, that's great. Ling Xuan also revealed a faint smile and took a few steps forward and stretched his hand out, welcome to Team Red. I am Chan Ling Xuan. His slender, white fingers looked very long, and under the illumination of the sun, one could see crystalline blood vessels under the nearly transparent skin. Those hands were like delicate boneless hands. Shi Xiaobai hesitated silently before reaching out with his equally white, but apparently generous and warm hand, gripping Ling Xuan's hand lightly. This king, Tu Dahe 1. Shi Xiaobai reported a name he fabricated at the last moment, while his heart was blooming with a smile. However, Shi Xiaobai did not seem to notice that the silver-haired youth in front of him had a similar smile. However, that smile seemed like it had a playful and strange hint to it. 1. Tu Dahe, soiled big black, is nearly an antonym to Shi Xiaobai's name, Stone Little White. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27, Oh My Beloved Little Toy. Chapter 27, Oh My Beloved Little Toy. Shi Xiaobai decided to take up Ling Xuan's proposal and conceal his identity. Hence, he came up with the dorky name, Tu Dahe, successfully mixing with these two Team Red members. It was noon, and it was also the precious break period for the rookies. However, Ling Xuan suggested Shi Xiaobai to use this period of time to meet Instructor Hizith, and explain the reason for missing classes for the past few days. As such, the three immediately set off for the rookie training grounds. Yi Jiachuan did not seem to have the slightest doubt about Shi Xiaobai's identity or name. His extremely simple brain was already filled with the two matters: Captain Shi Xiaobai might be beside us and Team Red has gotten a new member, so all he could do was giggle in a silly fashion. From time to time, he would issue a good-natured heh-heh chuckle. On the way, Ling Xuan would occasionally make conversation with Shi Xiaobai, mainly to inform Shi Xiaobai of certain things to look out for example, a few taboos regarding Instructor Hizith, or a few figures amongst the rookies in this batch that should not be provoked, as well as the power distribution amongst the Annihilation rookies. This batch of Annihilation rookies are split into Team Blue and Red. Team Blue has always been in a dominant position, because their captain is a strong person at the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm. As such, the team cohesion of Team Blue is extremely high, so they are united against external enemies. As for Team Red, we already have internal fractures. Ling Xuan sighed and gave his analysis. Due to differences in opinion for voting, Team Red currently has 3 different factions. The strongest faction is Song Zhao's gang, and the faction that can barely compete with them is the one which Yi Jiachuan and I are in, the Han Feng group. The remaining weakest faction are comprised of those who believe voting should be personal, so they refuse to join any group. Due to 2 rounds of elimination after voting, Team Red's internal strife has reached such an intensified point that it is irreparable. Although Song Xiao is the strongest person in Team Red, but I personally am dismissive of Song Zhao's exploits, so I do not wish you would join Song Zhao's group. However, after you join Team Red, we would respect your decision regardless of which faction you join. As Shi Xiaobai listened to Ling Xuan, he gently nodded his head, and occasionally issued an ORH as a response. Although Shi Xiaobai looked uninterested, Ling Xuan still carried on mentioning things Shi Xiaobai had to look out for with great patience. In fact, Shi Xiaobai did not listen to any of this. He was actually considering more important things, such as how did Yi Jiachuan's fist cause a depression in the wall over empty space? For example, how did Ling Xuan suddenly appear out of thin air? What sort of technique did he use? This Steel Ox is only ranked 3rd in Team Red, and isn't even in the top 5 when it comes to all the rookies in Annihilation. This king can't even understand his fist. As Shi Xiaobai recalled the power struggle between the factions described by Ling Xuan, he immediately felt the stress. Looks like Violent Girl did not lie to this king. This king is probably ranked at the bottom of this batch of rookies. Shi Xiaobai felt somewhat indignant, but he had no choice but to admit that he was weak. As he glanced at the silver-haired youth and the muscular man beside him, he could not help but think of the words, maybe Shi Xiaobai has always been by our side. Immediately, he felt a warm rush in his chest. Whatever. This king shall use 1/1,000,000th of my effort. A serious Shi Xiaobai even makes this king feel afraid of himself. Waha, laugh out loud. Be excited. Rookies of Annihilation, your king is here. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai immediately felt his repressed moods swept away. He began to feel great anticipation for the rookie training. The steel building Yi Jiachuan used to practice his fist was not too far from the rookie training grounds. After a few minutes of walking, the three of them arrived at their destination. On the way there, they had encountered quite a number of rookies. However, only a handful of people casually greeted Yi Jiachuan and looked at Shi Xiaobai with thoughts on their mind, while all of them completely ignored the extremely handsome Ling Xuan without any prior arrangement. Shi Xiaobai immediately began jeering in his heart how unpopular this silver-haired youth was. However, his mind was quickly attracted by the rookie training grounds. He saw a vast field, about the size of 10 soccer fields, constructed out of steel. Sunlight reflected off the field in a hot intense beam, and there were several large arena rings dispersed around. Located around the field were 5 steel buildings. Each building had its own purpose. Some were used for lectures, while others were special training rooms. One of the steel buildings was where the instructors rested. It was said that there were 3 instructors for this batch of Annihilation rookies in the beginning, but later on, Instructor Hizith felt that he alone was enough, and chased the other 2 instructors away. Regarding Hizith's unusual enthusiasm for teaching, Gaia's upper echelons found it strange, but could do nothing about it. As the other 2 instructors appeared to have experienced a haunting encounter, they had firmly refused to return. From Ling Xuan's depiction, Shi Xiaobai slowly outlined a weird person who liked to play others, while seeking pleasure from the games in life. However, when Shi Xiaobai entered Hizith's office, and truly met him, he felt that the image in his mind was not weird enough. The man, named Hizith I, in front of his eyes was beyond the description of weird. His red hair stood up like flames, and his crescent-shaped eyes squinted in a cheeky and playful look. He wore face paint, a star on his right cheek, and a teardrop on his left cheek. It was impossible to tell his age, and his mouth hung with a sinister-looking smile. He was clearly a man, but his facial features gave an illusionary coquettish look. When he stood up, he was tall, and had symmetrical muscles. He had long limbs, and wore a tight outfit, with long sleeves and pants. There were several golden rings that tightly bound his waist, making his waist look like a compressed spring. Under the ring's wrapping, his waist looked so thin that it seemed like it could be snapped with a tight grip. You are here. At this moment, Hizith's office only had the 2 of them. The first person to break the silence was Hizith. His voice was gentle, and his footsteps were light. His slender figure was filled with a strange repressive feeling. Every step he took seemed to make the ground tremble. Hizith slowly walked in front of Shi Xiaobai, and a strange breath was released from his mouth as his eyes narrowed into a slit. His coquettish smile bloomed on his face. So, what do you intend to do? My beloved little toy? Hizith held up 2 fingers to raise Shi Xiaobai's chin, lifting his head high up. That motion was like a thug teasing a girl. Shi Xiaobai frowned and immediately wanted to retreat, but he was shocked to discover that his body could not move at all. His limbs did not seem like they were under his control. After using all his strength, he was only able to tremble his muscles slightly. Hizith focused his eyes to study Shi Xiaobai's face. His eyes sparkled with a strange glint, as if he was admiring his favorite plaything. From the bottom of Shi Xiaobai's heart, a sense of nausea suffused. He stopped struggling against the invisible bondage his body was experiencing as he said loudly, "This king, Tu Dahe, has missed classes for a few days. I am here for reporting." Upon hearing this, Hizith issued a strange laughter as he released his hands and took a few steps back. So that's what it is. Your choice is very interesting, but also very boring. You probably have the presumptuous thought that I would agree to your approach, and even help you conceal your identity. However, my beloved little toy, you missed out something. For me, I wish that the game will carry on proceeding and wish that it would become more dynamic. I like things that are different and out of the blue. I hate being read by anyone, and hate an ending that is obvious. As Hizith spoke, he pulled out a brand new deck of poker cards from his breast pocket. The back of the poker cards was a short sword that pierced through a 6-pointed star. Hizith suddenly threw the poker cards into the sky and immediately dozens of poker cards scattered in the sky like falling leaves. However, surprisingly, the poker cards did not flutter to the ground as one would expect. Instead, they were frozen mid-air, as if they were fixed in place. Come, my beloved little toy, let us play a little game that no one can guess the outcome. Hizith charmingly smiled with squinted eyes. Author's note, mentioning the reasons why Shi Xiaobai is able to conceal his identity. 1. The upper echelons deliberately withheld information, afraid other organizations would poach him. 2. The rookies who participated in the evaluation did not wish to mention anything, deep mental scars. Hence, the rookies of Annihilation only know of Shi Xiaobai's evaluation results. This is publicly released internally, but do not know of Shi Xiaobai's appearance or character. I know writing it in this way isn't exactly stringent. But everything is for the plot. I do not wish to waste words, dragging out the story, to ensure that everything is made completely perfect, as the story is what is important. I personally think that the past few chapters were a bit too dragged out while I was setting up the plot. Thanks to the 2 characters, Steelox and Lingsuan, it was still considered interesting. 1. Hizith's appearance is modeled after Hisoka Maro from Hunter x Hunter, but again, they are completely different characters. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28, Shi Xiaobai's Intuition. Chapter 28, Shi Xiaobai's Intuition. Dozens of poker cards floated in mid-air, and although it looked like a messy distribution, there were no 2 poker cards that overlapped each other. Shi Xiaobai even realized that in his range of vision, all the backs of the poker cards were facing him. It was probably deliberately done by Hizith. Make your choice. Choose one card out of these 54 poker cards. If it has more than 10 points, I will help you conceal your identity. If it is 10 or below, I will directly eliminate you from the rookie lineup. Make your choice, my beloved little toy. Hizith said those words with a sinister smile on his face. He had a savoring expression, but his tone was not to be doubted. Shi Xiaobai suddenly found his body relaxed. The invisible binding energy had been removed, but once he looked up, his eyes met Hizith's, causing a biting chill to immediately suffuse, as if he had been thrown into a dark forest where danger lurked at every corner. Shi Xiaobai instinctively felt fear, but he was unusually furious. The words Hizith said, "Make your choice," made him recall that unforgettable sunset, as well as the cold voice that rang in his head. Compared to filling in the blanks or short answer questions, this king prefers questions with options, but this king does not like being forced to make a choice. Why should this king choose from the options you provide? This king refuses. This king chooses not to choose. Shi Xiaobai said with a sneer as he looked straight into Hizith's eyes that were narrowed into a slit. He felt like there was the coldest blade hidden behind those slits. Every moment he looked at them made him lose a bit of his courage, but Shi Xiaobai did not shift his gaze. Very good. Very good. Very good. Hizith suddenly looked up and issued a harsh and sharp laughter hysterically. It was terrifying. Then he inserted his 5 fingers into his flaming red hair, his mouth pursed into a sinister arc. Shi Xiaobai, oh Shi Xiaobai, my liking for you is truly increasing. Your choice makes me surprised, so I am very satisfied. Hizith put out his tongue to lick his lips. Suddenly, his body seemed to teleport through the densely hovering poker cards without them moving, as Hizith appeared in front of Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai's pupils contracted as he could not help but draw a gasp. Suddenly he found his body bound by that invisible force once again. There was no way to move his stiff body. Hizith leaned his face close to Shi Xiaobai, and whispered, like how lovers exchanged whispers, but the game has already begun. I will not allow you to quit midway. So you still have to make a choice. If you don't, I will. Hizith dragged out the word will before suddenly closing his mouth. This dragged out word that suddenly came to an abrupt stop sparked boundless imaginations. Shi Xiaobai could not help but begin thinking. If he insisted on not choosing, what would this depraved person do? Shi Xiaobai felt his heartbeat increasing rapidly, and his back was beginning to ooze with sweat. The fear that came from the bottom of his soul occupied his mind. The sinister face that was inches away from him looked like the face of a most ferocious wraith. Relax, relax. Don't be nervous. Hizith laughed softly as he reached out his right hand, gently caressing Shi Xiaobai's cheek with a sharp nail. The cold nail moved across Shi Xiaobai's face, immediately giving him goosebumps. It's just a little game. This king can join you in this game, is that fine? Hurry up and take your hand away. Shi Xiaobai was extremely furious, but he no longer dared to put on a brave front. His intuition told him that the depraved person in front of him was very dangerous. Upon hearing this, Hizith slowly retracted his hand. He had a slight disappointment on his face, as he turned around to take a step. In a blink of an eye, he had returned to the other side, across the poker cards. Choose. Choose the poker card that you think is greater than 10. Hizith stressed the rules once again. As he said, this was a game no one could guess the outcome to. Success and failure only depended on luck. Of course, this game was considerably unfavorable for Shi Xiaobai. Amongst the 54 poker cards, the number of cards with faces greater than 10 only numbered 14. Shi Xiaobai focused on the floating poker cards but could only see the 6-sided star with the short sword face on the cards. He could not tell the difference, much less be able to find the 14 cards amongst the 54 cards. It looked like he needed a certain amount of luck. This card. In 3 seconds, Shi Xiaobai had made his choice. He stretched out his hand to point at an unnoticeable card out of the dozens of cards. It was not at a corner, nor was it at a particularly unique location. In fact, it looked extremely ordinary. However, Shi Xiaobai's eyes were brimming with confidence. The demeanor of his expression and his tone was extremely determined, as if the choice he made was definitely correct. It seemed like he was destined to win despite the outcome of this game of luck being completely unknown. Hizith was standing on the other side of the poker cards, so he could immediately see what card Shi Xiaobai had chosen. His gaze stared intently at the chosen card, as he fell into a long silence. You passed, my little friend, Tudahe. I look forward to the upcoming rookie training. I will definitely give you my love. After a long while, Hizith finally announced the game's outcome. His voice was still coquettish, but was now apparently exceptionally cold. When he said the 2 words my love, he even enunciated it with a tone that was absolutely terrifying. Shi Xiaobai felt the invisible bondage disappear immediately once again. Without another word, he hurried out of the office. He felt that every second he spent with this depraved person was dangerous. After Shi Xiaobai left, Hizith was still maintaining the same posture. His eyes were still on the poker card Shi Xiaobai chose. A 1 in 54 chance. Was it by coincidence or simply inevitable? Hizith stretched out his hand to hold the poker card Shi Xiaobai chose. The other 53 poker cards suddenly transformed into plumes of blue flames, turning to ash after burning for a moment. As for the poker card in Hizith's hand, it revealed its front side. It was the highest trump card, Red Joker. It looks like you indeed possess the perception of God, and it's the strongest one at that. Interesting, definitely interesting. As a toy, you are truly too extravagant for me. However, the game has only just begun. I will teach you well, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Hizith placed the red joker into his breast pocket as a sinister smile suffused on his lips. After walking out the office, Shi Xiaobai still felt panic-stricken. He hurried his footsteps, afraid that the hateful, depraved person would chase after him. Yet another monster that covets this king's divine body. Thankfully this king was fast in getting away, but the more he thought, the more he felt fear after the event. However, just thinking of himself being able to choose a poker card that was greater than 10 out of 54 poker cards made him happy. There is indeed nothing this king can't do. Isn't it just a bet on luck? This king has never feared it. While Shi Xiaobai was choosing the poker card, he thought of how he had blindly made a shot during the rookie evaluation's ability test. Immediately, he had felt like he had invincible luck, so he chose without any hesitation. His intuition told him that the poker card was greater than 10. Strange, why does this king keep having the thought that the poker card is the red joker? This bizarre idea flashed in Shi Xiaobai's mind, but soon vanished. Haha, there is nothing strange about that. The card chosen by this king is definitely the red joker. Shi Xiaobai felt at ease and justified as he accepted his own explanation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29, Do you need to go this extent just because of the bathroom? Chapter 29, Do you need to go this extent just because of the bathroom? The rookie training grounds had 5 steel buildings. The largest building was the classroom instructor Hizith usually taught in. The internal layout of the classroom was very similar to the room where the rookie evaluation test was held. There were 2 rows of seats on each side of the room, but the only difference was that the seats slanted and joined together to form a V shape. In the middle of the V shape where the seats joined, there was a podium that looked like a lecture stand. And near to the podium was a wall that was probably a large LCD screen. After Shi Xiaobai left Hizith's office, he went along with Lingxuan and company to the classroom. At this moment in time, there were only a handful of people scattered around the classroom, but soon, people successively came in, back from their break. Lingxuan would keep entering a conversation with Shi Xiaobai for no reason at all. After having experienced the torture by Hizith, he was somewhat annoyed by Lingxuan. However, he knew that Lingxuan was not to be blamed, as human nature was something difficult to guess accurately. But in any case, his first step of concealing his identity had succeeded. Shi Xiaobai's name was now Tu Dahe. Many people who entered the classroom noticed a new face in Shi Xiaobai. A few people came forward to inquire, while Lingxuan would take the initiative to explain to them for Shi Xiaobai. People turned thoughtful after hearing this. In fact, a number of people were suspecting if this so-called Tu Dahe was Shi Xiaobai, who had played truant for the past few days. However, since instructor Hizith had vetted his identity, and they had no idea what Shi Xiaobai looked like, they could only hide their suspicions in their heart. The scenario of Shi Xiaobai concealing his identity developed as Lingxuan expected. There were some frights but no danger. Afternoon break time ended very quickly as all the rookies returned to the classroom. The Annihilation Rookies in the classroom now has a total of 73 people, 63 male, and 10 female. There are none below the age of 10, while there are 52 from the ages of 10 to 15. There are 20 between the ages of 15 to 20, and only one person above the age of 20. Ling Xuan mentioned a series of numbers that made Shi Xiaobai feel dizzy in the head. He finally summarized, this batch of Annihilation rookies are quite average in quality, except Shi Xiaobai. Everyone else are here just to make up the numbers, but... Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai quietly gave Ling Xuan a big thumbs up. He liked honest people the most. Shi Xiaobai surveyed the surroundings and immediately noticed that the rookies sitting on the right side sat in a cluster, and seemed like a collective whole. It was quite obvious they were rookies from Team Blue. As for the side he was sitting on, there was a divisive split. It was probably the two fractured fractions of Team Red that Ling Xuan had previously mentioned. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai's gaze paused on a particular person. The person did not seem very tall, but looked very fit. He had sharp facial features and a calm expression. He looked like a sharp sword hidden in a scabbard. Shi Xiaobai felt surprised as this person was sitting alone in a corner. There was no one around him and he seemed like a loner, as if he had been ostracized by the two factions. Ling Xuan traced Shi Xiaobai's gaze and after seeing that person, he said, that person's name is Xiang Wu. He is Team Red's third faction. Shi Xiaobai said in disbelief, one person? How could one person form a faction himself? Ling Xuan nodded and then sighed, saying, Team Red's two factions happen to have 15 people each. When votes are cast to eliminate someone, it results in a stalemate. As for Xiang Wu, he is the only person that does not belong to the two factions. His single vote can influence the outcome of the vote. But it happens that this person is extremely stubborn and refuses to join any of the two factions, hence he has been isolated, but as an antithetical person who refused to join any group, he had the power to change the outcome. Clearly, the two major factions in Team Red saw him as a thorn in the flesh. Ling Xuan said with a sigh, the third faction originally had 3 people. They called themselves the Xiang brothers, and were all pretty strong. As they thought that it was a despicable act of politics, they refused to join any of the two factions. Hence, in the previous 2 rounds of elimination, the two factions partnered up to eliminate 2 of them. As for the third round of elimination, if there aren't any surprises, Xiang Wu will be the one eliminated. Yi Jiachuan said with a dull voice, methinks that it is very unfair. Methinks that the Xiang brothers aren't wrong. The elimination vote should not be used to collectively target someone. Ling Xuan sighed and said, if everyone were to vote according to his wishes, the outcome of the vote would be very fair. This ideal is very nice, but reality is very cruel. Under the elimination mechanism set by Instructor Hizith, the person who fails to make the mark will be the first to be eliminated. So for us who are not strong enough, we have no choice on the matter when it comes to joining a group. Our only choice is to decide on joining which group. Xiao Xiao might be the strongest person in Team Red, but he is extremely authoritarian. People who join his group have to abide by his decisions. It is equivalent to eliminating anyone he wishes. Although Han Feng isn't any better, he would at the very least not deliberately deprive the voting rights of his peers. Han Feng's group will first have an internal vote before the candidate to be eliminated is decided. Dahei, you must seriously consider it. Currently, you are very similar to the 3 Xiang brothers. It can be said that your choice can tilt the balance between the two factions. As far as I'm concerned, I would hope that you join Han Feng's faction. Shi Xiaobai felt his heart turn slightly heavy hearing this. It was no wonder he noticed so many people giving him strange looks when he walked in. The people that came to ask about his identity had queer looks in the eyes. So it was all because he was currently in hot demand. Sigh, this king is always the focus of attention no matter where he goes. Shi Xiaobai exclaimed, and could not help but consider Ling Xuan's words. Xiao Xiao and Han Feng were like a dictator and a constitutional monarch respectively. Personally, Shi Xiaobai would lean towards Han Feng. But Shi Xiaobai could not help but look at that lonely figure. Under the cruel elimination mechanism, once a group of people huddled together, their voting rights would collate into a distinctive force. The person left out would not be able to resist in the face of this force. People were selfish. No one wished to be eliminated, so hugging on to the biggest pillar was their best option. Clearly, Xiao Xiao and Han Feng were the two relatively biggest pillars. However, the groups gathered by Xiao Xiao and Han Feng happened to be 15 each. As such, their voting strength reached an awkward balance. But as long as they gained another person, the balance would be broken. One side could then slowly devour the other group, ensuring that no one from their side would be eliminated. The three Xiang brothers were independent from the two factions, so it was clear that they could join any side to ensure immunity from elimination, and even throw the other side into a spiraling abyss. However, the three Xiang brothers would rather be eliminated one by one than choose to join one of the two factions. Why did they do that? Why were they so stupid? What were they trying to insist on? Shi Xiaobai looked at Xiang Wu, who was sitting alone at a corner. Suddenly, he felt his heart palpitate. This king, Shi Xiaobai, stood up. I know. Ling Xuan hurriedly stopped him with his words and got up. He stretched out his hand to press down on Shi Xiaobai's shoulders and said seriously, "Dai, I know you don't want to join any of the two factions. I also know that you wish to help Xiang Wu. I share the same feelings as you, but you need to be aware of one thing. If you were to be left out like Xiang Wu, then the next person to be eliminated is very likely you. Da Hei, are you willing to eliminate yourself the moment you arrive?" This king, Shi Xiaobai, knitted his eyebrows slightly. Ling Xuan cut him off by saying, "Dai, if you were to join Han Feng's faction, it is actually the best method to help Xiang Wu. After you join us, Han Feng's faction would have 16 people, one more person than Song Zhao's faction. Then, in the next round, the 16 of us can vote together to eliminate Song Zhao's members. As such, we can prevent the fate of Xiang Wu being eliminated." Sigh, this king, Shi Xiaobai sighed. Ling Xuan cut him off once again and said seriously, "Dai, I know you don't like to join the factions of others, and even more, you dislike voting out someone by combining forces. You advocate justice and believe in freedom, but I wish you can seriously consider it. Joining Han Feng's faction does not mean you are ignoring your conscience, but it is a very rational and mature way of doing things. Not only will it protect yourself from being eliminated, it will also help Xiang Wu, but Dai, whether you and Xiang Wu can stay behind or not all depends on a thought of yours." Both of Ling Xuan's hands were already on Shi Xiaobai's shoulders. His pale blue eyes revealed a sense of anxiety. His handsome face was slightly taut, afraid that Shi Xiaobai would give a capricious answer. The rookies, who were already paying close attention to Shi Xiaobai, also began to look over. The rookies from Han Feng's faction, who were closest, pricked up their ears. From their conversation, this rookie named Da Hei seemed to be on the fence. This king. Shi Xiaobai shrugged his shoulders, saying helplessly, "This king just wanted to go to the bathroom. Is there a need to be so nervous?" Upon hearing this, Ling Xuan was dumbfounded. So all the heartfelt advice he gave was all F***king nonsense. Author's note: the situation regarding the rookie training is basically set up. Wasted quite a few chapters, but I will try my best to make it interesting, but I'm not sure if everyone will still find it boring. But it's alright. Soon, there will be a small climax, and after the small climax, it will be a big climax. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30, Another Game? Chapter 30, Another Game? In fact, Shi Xiaobai wasn't planning on going to the bathroom. Although the reason why he stood up wasn't as Ling Xuan thought, it was somewhat similar. He did not want to join Han Feng or Song Zhao's factions. He also did not want to stand up for Xiang Wu. He just had a simple belief that voting should abide to the individual's wishes. Although gaining safety by collectivizing was beyond reproach, to use a collectivized force to kill the freedom of an individual was something that did not conform to Shi Xiaobai's kingly ways. Hence, the reason why Shi Xiaobai stood up was to head to another corner. Since Xiang Wu could become a faction himself, why couldn't he, Shi Xiaobai? He insisted on being isolated from the others. However, Ling Xuan had stopped him, and had managed to persuade him. Shi Xiaobai had forgotten which line made him give up his nearly silly idea, but Shi Xiaobai knew in his heart that the true reason why he abandoned that idea was because of fear of being directly eliminated. Be it him choosing to conceal his identity, or choosing to use the excuse of going to the bathroom, by indirectly agreeing to joining Han Feng's faction, it was something that Shi Xiaobai found difficult to accept. It should have been taken for granted that with his character, he would have roared out with laughter, saying this king insists on not doing so. Shi Xiaobai, who was never afraid of the strong, was extremely afraid of weakness. He was afraid. He had always been a weakling. Having heard from others mention how much a genius Shi Xiaobai was, or how outstanding Shi Xiaobai's natural endowment was, Shi Xiaobai was the one who knew better than anyone else. He knew that even if he had entered the first level of the psionic mortal realm, he did not feel like there was a shred of change. Be it Yi Jiachuan's fist, or Ling Xuan's mysteriousness, or Hizitha's repression, they made Shi Xiaobai deeply feel he was too weak. It was not because he was afraid of Yi Jiachuan's fists, nor had he yielded to Hizitha's pressure. Shi Xiaobai only desperately worried when the moment of becoming stronger would come and when he would stop being weak. And the rookie training was by far the closest opportunity for him to become stronger. Shi Xiaobai did not want to let this opportunity slip away. He wanted to hold on to it tightly, whatever it took. For this, Shi Xiaobai caved. He had concealed his identity and joined Han Feng's faction. This was the one of the few compromises Shi Xiaobai had made. After using the bathroom and returning to his seat, Shi Xiaobai's heart was heavy. The opportunity of him becoming stronger was clearly at his fingertips, but for some unknown reason, he could not feel any emotion of joy. It was as if he had lost something in his heart. Shi Xiaobai fell into silence, but his surroundings turned noisy. All sorts of noises entered his ears. Ling Xuan's voice frequently resounded in his ear, but Shi Xiaobai felt extremely irritated. It was as if there was a heat flowing through his body, making his every nerve feel uneasy. Shi Xiaobai couldn't help but glance at the isolated man named Xiang Wu at the corner. He sat there quietly, motionless. As if he was bound by the air, locked in time. However, Shi Xiaobai saw from his body freedom. The freedom to not move was also a freedom. It seems, this king is sick. Shi Xiaobai sighed as he slowly closed his eyes. He needed rest, because he was fighting himself. Shi Xiaobai's resting time did not last for very long as Hizith slowly walked into the classroom. The moment he stepped into the classroom, everyone shut their mouths, turning silent. The hustle and bustle immediately melted into silence. Shi Xiaobai involuntarily opened his eyes, and when his eyes matched Hizith's slightly narrowed eyes, his hair stood on end, just like a frightened cub that jumped up in fright. Thankfully, Ling Xuan, who was beside him, held him down by the shoulders in time, allowing Shi Xiaobai to calm down from the sudden repressive feeling Hizith gave him. This darn depraved person must have done it on purpose. This king nearly got hit by his samsara eye magic. Shi Xiaobai cursed in his heart, and the inhibitions in his heart gradually faded away without him realizing it. Hizith slowly walked to the podium in the middle. His gentle footsteps sounded extremely clear in the quiet classroom. Everyone's heartbeats seemed to synchronize with each other, as if they were involuntarily being paced by his footsteps. Punctilious discipline was reflected fully in this classroom. Relax, don't be nervous. I'm in quite a good mood today. Hizith spoke softly. The moment Hizith spoke, heaving sighs of relief broke out in the classroom. Shi Xiaobai felt that the tensed Yi Jiachuan beside him also seemed to relax. What would happen if this depraved person was in a bad mood? Shi Xiaobai could not help but have such a thought. When Instructor Hizith is not in a good mood, he will usually play a game. As for the contents of the game, you will see it when the time comes. I'll not talk about it. Ling Xuan leaned towards Shi Xiaobai's ears and used an extremely inaudible voice to tell him. His voice seemed to exude some fear. Shi Xiaobai was stunned, as a chill rose up from the bottom of his heart. A game that could make everyone so nervous was probably some abnormal game. Although all the rookies in the classroom had heaved a sigh of relief, they still maintained their silence. Every occasional motion was done extremely gingerly. Alright, my beloved toys, let us continue from our morning lesson. Hizith clapped his hands and his eyes swept across everyone. The rookies who had been addressed as toys did not dare show any look of discontent. They all displayed an attentive posture. After a pause, Hizith began teaching. For the past few days, we have been talking about combat. In fact, combat is nothing more than the interplay between four major systems: offense, defense, evasion, as well as superpower. Those who do not have any psi genes, then you actually only have three of the systems. You are naturally born to have one less combat technique than psychers. However, I can tell you seriously that it is not difficult for psionites to defeat psychers. This is because every superpower needs to fulfill three elements: function, condition as well as restrictions. If you can discern the weakness in your opponent's superpower's conditions and limitations, then the actual thing that determines victory is still the three major systems: offense, defense, and evasion. And all three of these systems rely on psionic power. In terms of psionic ability cultivation, psychers have no advantage over you. Hizith threw out a series of sentences, and finally concluded, in other words, the three major systems are the only things you can rely on to defeat a psycher, and also your only remaining dignity and pride. You are different from psychers who are naturally born with superpowers. You are all the most ordinary out of ordinary people, without any halo surrounding you. You have lost at the starting line the moment you were born. In various competitions in the future, you would suffer a crushing defeat. In the game known as life, you are all losers from the very beginning. However, you can turn the tables. As long as you hone a powerful offense, a rigid defense, and agile evasion, then you would have the capital to fight psychers. And for these things, I will teach them all to you. Hizith seemed to transform into another man. That teasing expression turned serious. The tone in his voice sounded encouraging. He was like a dedicated teacher working hard at teaching his students. Shi Xiaobai noticed that the rookies beside him were short of breath, as their eyes burned with fighting spirit. Yi Jiachuan even clenched his fists tightly. Hizith's words had touched them and infected them. His final sentence lit up the desire they buried deep in their hearts. Shi Xiaobai began to gradually look serious. What Hizith said about a powerful offense, a rigid defense, and agile evasion, could he possess them? However, the prerequisite of all this is that you must hold on to the end. Hizith's tone changed suddenly, as his eyes narrowed slightly. What a pity. This afternoon, another cute toy will be eliminated. A coquettish smile appeared on Hizith's face once again as he used a teasing tone to say the word pity. It was heart-chilling. The meaning behind his words made the rookies from Team Red draw a gasp, while the rookies from Team Blue collectively laughed, seemingly deriving pleasure from those words. This was just the fourth day of rookie training, and today, a third person was to be eliminated? Shi Xiaobai felt that when Hizith said those words, his gaze had swept past him. That faint amused look made Shi Xiaobai's heart involuntarily palpitate. It can't be that he is targeting this king again, right? Shi Xiaobai felt a sense of foreboding. Oh, right. Today, there is a rookie who returned after missing classes for many days. I happen to have thought of a fun game, and plan to let him participate in it. Hizith revealed a sinister smile as he looked towards Shi Xiaobai, saying, Tu Dahe, come to the podium. Let us play a game that is slightly more difficult. When everyone heard this, they traced Hizith's gaze towards Shi Xiaobai, who looked somewhat ordinary, seated in the row of seats. Immediately, they felt full of pity for him. Instructor Hizith said a game, and not a little game, and he had even used the qualifier, slightly more difficult. The rookies who were unfortunate enough to encounter normal games found it impossible to imagine how perverse instructor Hizitha's game that is slightly more difficult would be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, You are actually a demon, right? Chapter 31, You are actually a demon, right? Shi Xiaobai was rendered speechless. Only recently had he played an uninteresting card-drawing game with Hizith. Shi Xiaobai was not interested in Hizitha's game at all, and wanted to keep a distance from the perverse Hizith. But the depraved instructor did not plan on letting him off. This was not the first time he had targeted him, and now, he had been called to the podium the moment class started. Feeling the concerned and sympathetic gazes from Yi Jiachuan and Ling Xuan, Shi Xiaobai frowned. Whatever. This king was previously once a god of games. How can I be scared off by a depraved gamer that is none other than a sham? Thinking of his tiny victory back in Hizitha's office, Shi Xiaobai was immediately filled with confidence. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he got up and walked fearlessly to the podium in the middle. Da He looks very confident. Mia feels that Da He should be able to survive it. Yi Jiachuan looked at Ling Xuan and said feebly. Ling Xuan sighed and did not respond. His pale blue eyes flashed with seriousness. When Shi Xiaobai came to Hizitha's side, he immediately felt like he had entered an ice cavern, as a cold crept up through his entire body. His body slowly began to stiffen. Hizith gave Shi Xiaobai a sinister-looking smile and whispered, "Before we play the game, let me ask you. Da He, do you know what psionic shield is?" Shi Xiaobai was momentarily stunned as he thought for a moment, before he shook his head and said, "No." When the seated rookies heard this, they gave an incredulous look. A number of people even had a dismissive sneer suffusing at the corner of their lips. He was an idiot who didn't even know what psionic shield was? Did he rely on cronyism to get into Igaya? The rookies who suspected Da He to be Shi Xiaobai immediately had their suspicions lessened greatly. Hizith had received information of Shi Xiaobai from the organization's upper echelons. The information revealed that Shi Xiaobai had yet to begin psionic ability cultivation, so it was naturally possible for him to be unaware of psionic shield, hence Hizith had questioned him. Shi Xiaobai's answer was within his expectations, but Hizith felt his headache. This was because to proceed with the game, he needed Shi Xiaobai to be able to understand and grasp psionic shield. It looks like I need to tug at a sapling to help it grow, but... With this thought in mind, Hizith turned towards the seated rookies and said, "Wanglin, explain to him what psionic shield is." With him saying this, a 17 to 18-year-old youth with short hair stood up from the seats on the right. Under his tight-fit shirt were firm muscles, it was obvious he was strong. Everyone from Team Blue cast their eyes at the youth, filled with awe and trust. Wanglin nodded at Hizith before looking at Shi Xiaobai and said calmly, "Psionic shield is a psionic ability produced from one of the four major combat systems, namely defense." Wanglin paused for a while as he pondered over his words before continuing. The system of defense is divided into physical and psionic defense. Physical defense refers to one's skin, flesh, bones and mental defenses. It is in the domain of one's physical cultivation. As for psionic defense, it is a study of how to use psionic power as a form of defense. The name psionic shield implies using psionic power to form a shield so as to block attacks within a defensive range. After Wanglin finished speaking, he stretched his right hand out. Suddenly what seemed like beams or vapor began gathering in front of his palm in the form of white energy. He had produced a white shield that could nearly block everything in front of him. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up. He had previously seen the white energy back when Yi Jiachuan was punching the wall. So that was so-called psionic power? Psionic shield typically is used to protect against unidirectional attacks. Be it engaging in melee combat with swords and sabers, or long-distance gunfire or bombs, a solid psionic shield can block all of them. Typically, a psionic shield at the 4th level of psionic mortal realm is able to withstand ordinary bullets, but would be useless against special anti-psionic bullets. After Wang Lin was done speaking, he retracted his right hand. Immediately, the white shield began to dissipate. He looked at Hizith, indicating to him that he was done explaining. Seeing Hizith nod his head, he coolly sat down. This thing can block bullets. Shi Xiaobai's heartbeat began palpitating as he felt like all the blood in his boiling was about to boil. Upon seeing this, Hizith's eyes seemed to flash as he said, psionic defense is divided into 4 stages. The first stage is psionic hardening. By using psionic power to cause a body part to harden, it can instantly achieve the effect of enhancing the body's physical defense. The second stage is psionic shield. Typically, it is used to block unidirectional attacks. The third stage is psionic barrier. It can be said to be an omnidirectional shield. Although its defensive strength is inferior to psionic shield, it is suitable for protecting yourself when facing a rain of bullets, swords, or sabers. Finally, the last stage is psionic domain. It can achieve the effects of defending a large area. When many people collectively produce a domain, it can be used to protect cities. Once the degree of hardness reaches a certain level, it will be the main method to defend against missiles or nuclear bombs. Hizith explained the 4 psionic defenses in detail. The rookies in the room already knew this by heart, so they were immediately somewhat puzzled. Why was Instructor Hizith patiently explaining such extremely basic knowledge to this bumpkin? But Shi Xiaobai's eyes were almost burning red. What did he hear? Through human means, defend against missiles and nuclear bombs? Wasn't this the power he had always been dreaming of? How is it? Do you want to learn psionic shield? Hizith's voice that contained a spell of bewitchment sounded in Shi Xiaobai's ears. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai was unable to resist the temptation as he hurriedly nodded. Yes. Not only the shield, this king wants to learn everything. Alright, then I'll teach you. Hizith smiled as he suddenly leaned towards Shi Xiaobai and whispered into his ear. The rookies pricked up their ears but were unable to hear a single thing. They immediately found things odd. Producing a psionic shield was not something one could do overnight. It was like learning a language. It needed the accumulation of time to achieve that. Instructor Hizith said he wanted to teach this bumpkin, and even whispered something in his ear. Was there some heaven-defying shortcut? Hizith's whispers did not last more than a minute. Shi Xiaobai nodded his head despite having only a hazy notion of it, but he said with doubt, doing that can produce the shield you mentioned? That's simple. Everyone was stunned hearing this. There was really a shortcut? Hizith nodded with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Of course, you will know once you give it a try. Shi Xiaobai did not doubt him. His passion for power made him immediately execute what Hizith told him. Use your heart to feel your body's psionic power. Use your mind to control the flow of psionic power. Then silently recite the chant. Shi Xiaobai stretched out his right hand as Hizith's words flashed in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a warmth rise up from his body. The warmth made him feel comfortable. But very quickly, this warmth carried on rising in temperature, and slowly became a scalding heat. Pain came from his every nerve, as Shi Xiaobai immediately felt like he had found himself in the middle of flames. It was so painful that he nearly fainted. Ah! A scream tore out of Shi Xiaobai's mouth, immediately resounding throughout the entire classroom. The rookies immediately understood what had happened as they immediately drew a gasp. They covered their mouths to prevent themselves from screaming. Yi Jiachuan's eyes were already red as he said with a trembling voice. Lingxuan, if me isn't wrong, Dahe is now using the body incineration curse, right? Lingxuan's facial expression had long sunk, as he said with a painful tone, it is the body incineration curse. It is said to be the most vicious manner of accelerating growth through excessive means. The success rate is less than 10%. If he succeeds, he would be able to at least open up one psionic sacred meridian, but the outcome of failure would be having his body consumed in fire and he would die a painful death. If Dahe can survive the body incineration curse, and open up any psionic sacred meridian, then he can indeed omit the need of a comprehension and accumulation process. He would be able to directly gain the control of grasped basics of psionic power. This is probably the shortcut Hizith thought of. Damn it! I never expected Hizith to be willing to make such a desperate attempt just so that his game can proceed smoothly. Doesn't he know that Dahe is actually sure? No, it's impossible that he doesn't know, but why is he doing this? Isn't he afraid that he will cause Dahe's death? The success rate of body incineration curse is less than 10%. If Dahe dies, as one of the three powerhouses of Gaia, won't he feel the pinch? Or could it be that he doesn't care about Gaia's rise or fall? That's right. I should have realized earlier that he was such a madman. I was the one who harmed Dahe. It's all my fault. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! As Ling Xuan whispered, he was shouting out in his heart silently. His expression looked painful as he buried his head in his knees, with his entire body trembling. Shi Xiaobai's tragic screams continued. His skin was already a scalding hot red color. White smoke was beginning to rise up around him as his body seemed like it was about to spontaneously combust into the most ruthless inferno. As for Hizith, he was standing by the side turning a blind eye to it, as if he was watching a good show play out in front of him. Even the most ruthless and merciless rookie could not help but feel a sense of pity seeing this. This bumpkin, to Dahe, was truly wretched. Encountering the depraved madman, Hizith, who wore an outer skin as a hero, was bad luck accumulated across 8 generations. His only chance of survival was that scammy less than 10% chance of success. Using the body incineration curse either meant being reborn or to be burned to ash. Everything did not depend on oneself, nor willpower, just plain luck, but. Time passed by the tick, as Shi Xiaobai's screams turned hoarse. His body seemed like a fixed column. Although he looked like he should have been squirming on the ground, he was standing there screaming. He was like a young tree sapling erected there, experiencing the burning of an inferno. How long would such torment last? Pooh! Suddenly, the sound of a crisp crack issued from Shi Xiaobai's body. In front of him, a cracked shield, which was so white it looked translucent, bloomed. The red glow on his skin converged immediately as the burning temperatures of the surroundings quickly cooled down. The water mist also dispersed in an instant. The seated rookies immediately broke into chaos. Holy shit, he succeeded? He actually managed to survive the body incinerating curse. This bumpkin's luck is heaven-defying. This means he has at least opened up a psionic sacred meridian. Zay zay. As they say, foolish people can have dumb luck. You guys, enough. He was tortured to the point of death, can't you just be more sparing with your words? That is a sacred meridian won at the risk of his life. You can't not be convinced. Should this bumpkin bear a grudge or thank Instructor Hizith? Whispers in the classroom erupted. They had witnessed a rare body incinerating curse, and even rarer was that the extremely weak bumpkin had managed to succeed. Shi Xiaobai was still gasping violently as sweat covered his entire body. His eyes could no longer open, and his body looked like it would topple with a simple nudge, yet for some reason, he still stood upright. After enduring such cruel torture, at the moment of his relief, he must have felt like falling to the ground and lay unconscious, right? Why was he still standing? Very good. Very good. Very good. Hizith's voice that seemed bordering on madness cracked the mystery. Everyone immediately shut their mouths as they felt their hearts filled with fear. Shi Xiaobai was unable to fall, because Hizith did not want him to fall. Hizith had forced him to stand there, so he could only keep his exhausted body silently standing there. Enough, it's really enough. The seated Lingxuan was roaring in his heart, as he looked furiously at Hizith. Was it enough? For Hizith, this was clearly not enough. This was because everything he did for Shi Xiaobai was to allow the game he designed to proceed smoothly. His game had only just begun. Since Dahe has learned Psionic Shield, let the games begin. Hizith relentlessly mentioned his original but consistent goal. Everyone could not bear watching this any further. To Dahe, should it be said that you had great luck to open up a psionic sacred meridian, or should it be said that you had terrible luck to encounter the perverse Hizith? As for the game rules, all of you are to attack Tu Dahe's psionic shield. Only by shattering Tu Dahe's shield in one strike will it be considered a pass. If you can't shatter it, then you will be eliminated from Gaia directly. A sinister smile suffused from the corners of Hizith's lips. Then, let the games begin. I already can't wait for it. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. What **king game was this? They had heard that this bumpkin was at the first level of the psionic mortal realm, and he had just learned how to use psionic power. The psionic shield he produced was in such a sorry state, and was so thin like there was nothing. It was impossible for them not to be able to break it, right? The crux of the matter was that they would be eliminated if they failed to break it, so all of them would definitely muster all their strength. This was no doubt a form of abuse. No, there were 72 rookies in the classroom excluding Tu Dahe. It was 72 rounds of abuse. After having nearly died from physical torment, he would next be faced with 72 terrible counts of defeat. This game was indeed extremely fun. Instructor Hizith, you are actually a demon, right? This was the most intense thought in everyone's minds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32, The Weakest Rookie. Chapter 32, The Weakest Rookie. Although Shi Xiaobai was standing, he was trembling overall and drenched with sweat. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes seemed to be rolling upwards. Everyone knew that if Hizith had prevented him from collapsing, he would have long passed out. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai's condition was probably so bad that he found it difficult to take half a step. What more power a psionic shield to withstand the attacks of 72 rookies one after another? Why did Hizith want to play such a heartless and boring game? A few rookies, who knew Hizith's stained record, were confused. Hizith always felt disdain for boring toys and games, so why was he doing the opposite now? Hizith gave his answer. A poker card appeared out of thin air, in the middle of two of his fingers. As he fanned his wrist and threw it out gently, the poker card with strange iridescent sparkles flew onto Shi Xiaobai's chest. As everyone looked on, it sank into Shi Xiaobai's body and disappeared. At the instant the poker card disappeared, a red beam blasted out from Shi Xiaobai's back. A gigantic illuminated projection formed behind him, fading in and out of existence. It was a gigantic poker card, 8 of hearts. A seated rookie suddenly screamed. Underworld poker. 8 of hearts. That's too exorbitant. Poker Hizith, Underworld King of the mortal world. People successively stood up from the seats as they widened their eyes, refusing to blink. They were afraid to miss this rare scene. The looks they cast at the poker card-shaped projection was filled with fear. What is Underworld poker? Yi Jiachuan scratched his head as he asked Lingxuan. Underworld poker is Instructor Hizith's A-class superpower. It's known as the poker from the underworld. Some people say that Hizith's poker cards are actually the underworld. Lingxuan had an odd expression as his voice contained a tinge of disbelief. He said, every underworld poker instructor Hizith has is extremely precious. This is because underworld poker is constructed from the souls of the dead. Be it calamity fiends, astral beasts, aliens, alternate dimensional beings, mutated creatures or even humans, their souls are the ingredients Instructor Hizith uses to create underworld poker. Hence, Instructor Hizith is a true soul reaper, a spokesperson of the underworld. As he is so powerful, he has been dubbed Underworld King of the Mortal World. Use souls as ingredients to construct poker cards? That is actually possible? Yi Jiachuan found it absolutely mind-boggling. Superpower also means the ability to let your imagination go wild. There are only things that cannot be imagined, nothing is impossible. This is the main reason why psychers are so powerful. However, superpowers have their three elements: function, conditions, and limitations. Instructor Hizith's underworld poker must have weaknesses both in conditions and limitations, but that is Instructor Hizith's greatest secret, and I'm afraid no one knows. Ling Xuan gulped his saliva to moisten his throat as he continued. It is said that Instructor Hizith's underworld poker has 4 functions. I remember that hearts represent healing. Instructor Hizith is now using the healing hearts on 2 dahe. The higher the value of the face of the card, the better the effects. The 8 of hearts is considered above average and rather precious. Silly Yi, if we use your soul as a standard of measure, 100 of you won't even be enough to produce 1 8 of hearts. 100 of me's souls won't be enough. Yi Jiachuan stared in disbelief. Why is Instructor Hizith willing to spend his valuable underworld poker to heal dahe? Why? Ling Xuan's eyebrows deeply wrinkled. Be it tricking Shi Xiaobai into using the body incineration curse to aid his growth through excessive means, or using the underworld poker to forcefully heal Shi Xiaobai, it was all for allowing this seemingly boring game to proceed smoothly. Was the game so important to Hizith? Could Instructor Hizith feel pleasure in seeing Shi Xiaobai being utterly defeated 72 times? Underworld King Hizith treated humans as toys, and life as a game. He treated the world as a theme park. All his actions and judgment should have been categorized as interesting and boring. Love the interesting, trample on the boring was the only principle Hizith had. And what Hizith was currently doing clearly proved something. Shi Xiaobai and the upcoming games were to him relatively interesting, worthy of his love. Sigh, I shouldn't have persuaded him to join rookie training. For him, Gaia is not a necessary choice, and wouldn't even be considered an excellent option. But for my own selfish motives, I lured him into concealing his identity, sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. I have harmed him. Ling Xuan blamed himself in his heart as his fists clenched tightly. He habitually bit his thumbnail with his teeth as he tried to think of numerous methods to crack the situation, but he rejected each and every one of them, eventually become severely frustrated. Hizith was too strong for him. In front of absolute strength, no strategy or trick was useful. Hizith was not only the 3 powerhouses of Gaia. He was famous in China, and even internationally. When he suddenly volunteered to be a rookie instructor, it had caused quite a sensation in Gaia, internally. Although Hizith was eccentric, or even could be said to be perverse, his strength was beyond doubt. And when he became serious at teaching, the rookies benefited greatly from him. As such, even though they had witnessed Hizith's normal games several times, they still felt more joy than sorrow. But at this moment, they were completely at a loss. Wasn't this game that is slightly more difficult a bit too perverse? Some meticulous rookies noticed something strange. The poker card projection was essentially a soul. When the poker card's energy was drained, the souls imprisoned by Hizith in the poker card would vanish, disappearing completely. And the bumpkin was currently absorbing the soul energy, derived from the valuable 8 of hearts. Why was Instructor Hizith giving him so much love? A few rookies with dark minds could no longer suppress their jealous emotions. Everyone had disparate thoughts, as the healing heart on the platform was coming to an end. The projection of the poker card suddenly transformed into a pale red rain of light that fell on Shi Xiaobai. As droplets of energy infused themselves into his white, tender skin, a pink fog began to immediately rise up around Shi Xiaobai's surroundings. His sticky sweat droplets evaporated while he was bathed in the pink fog, and his pained and twisted face gradually looked relieved. His tightly clenched teeth gradually relaxed and the light in his eyes slowly returned. The healing effects of 8 of Hearts were rather staggering. Within moments, Shi Xiaobai's pain and fatigue was completely eliminated. His physical strength, mental strength, and psionic power were all restored. Just as the underworld poker's soul was about to dissipate, everyone in the room could hear a roar that reached into their souls. The roar was filled with anger, resentment, and indignation. At the same moment, Shi Xiaobai's eyes suddenly widened. An angry roar came out of his throat, resounding the entire classroom. "You perverse person, what did you do to this king?" When everyone heard this, they were stunned with open mouths. How did this bumpkin still dare to curse Instructor Hizith? And why was he calling himself this king? Doesn't he know how dangerous his present situation was? Instructor Hizith was one of the 3 powerhouses who could ignore the organization's discipline. Even if he killed this bumpkin right there and then, or even turning his soul into an underworld poker, those members of the upper echelon of the organization, who loved having the words justice hang by their mouths, would probably just wryly smile and say, "Can't you take it easy," and not mete out any punishment. This bumpkin was simply courting death himself. After using the body incineration curse, Shi Xiaobai had experienced an excruciating pain throughout his body, and he fell into a trance, so how could he hear the voices around him? Of course he did not know what the body incineration curse was, or else how would he have been so easily tricked by Hizith? So in fact, Shi Xiaobai did not know that he had just taken a trip to death's door, nor did he know that the Hizith beside him was not only a game maniac, but also a cruel demon. Similarly, he did not know that he was about to face 72 rounds of sparring that he had no chance of winning. Shi Xiaobai only knew that after using Hizith's imparted method, he had experienced great pain. Later on, the pain gradually subsided, but his brain kept producing heart-wrenching screams, as wave after wave of resentment struck his soul, causing him to nearly have a mental breakdown. After a long period of suffering, he finally came to and saw Hizith immediately. Instantly, he recalled that all that had happened to him was a result of attempting Hizith's method, so having found the culprit, he did not hesitate to rail out angrily. Shi Xiaobai stared at Hizith with eyes filled with anger. Air seemed to solidify, and a repressive atmosphere immediately emanated the entire room. Everyone could not help but hold their breaths, as to their horror, they saw Instructor Hizith's gloomy expression. It was like the amassing of dark clouds before a thunderstorm. This bumpkin will die a horrible death, right? Just as everyone was having such thoughts, Hizith suddenly laughed. A coquettish smile suffused the corner of his lips as it turned into a charming smile. "I was helping you open up a psionic sacred meridian, but..." Hizith's eyes narrowed slightly as he gently said, "The human body has 8 psionic sacred meridians. Opening up any single one of them gives rise to a magical effect. What I just did was to help you open up at least 1 psionic sacred meridian. Opening up a psionic sacred meridians allows your control of psionic power to reach the grasped basics realm. It will eliminate the requirement of a long period of accumulation. Tu Dahe, you can now use psionic shield." Hizith's gentle voice made him look like a kind and amiable instructor, as though he was not angered because of Shi Xiaobai's cursing. Instead, he graciously tolerated his insolence. Everyone immediately found it odd. What Instructor Hizith said was not wrong, but why did he deliberately skip the matter regarding the body incineration curse? This bumpkin's psionic sacred meridian was not opened up by Instructor Hizith, but obtained by having the bumpkin risk his life. He had won using heaven-defying luck. What did Hizith do? He had maintained a mild, prim and proper look while producing such a shameless lie, and for what? Shi Xiaobai neither knew that he had used the body incineration curse or that Hizith had lied to him, nor did he know anything about the psionic sacred meridian, but he understood the last thing Hizith said. This king can already use psionic shield? That was a method that could withstand bullets. He could already use it. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up, but very quickly, he began frowning and looked with renewed wariness and suspicions at Hizith. Then why was this king's divine body engulfed by an eternal calamity inferno? Why were there underworld wraiths who infiltrated and wailed in this king's mind? What did you do? Shi Xiaobai asked angrily after a moment of silence. With that said, everyone was dumbfounded. What did that bumpkin just say? Eternal calamity inferno? Underworld wraiths? Hizith was startled for half a second before the smile on his lips grew more intense. The way he looked at Shi Xiaobai turned even gentler. He said softly, "The gaining of strength is usually associated with the birth of pain. Tu Dahe, if you can obtain eternal strength for a moment of pain, is there a need for you to complain?" Hizith's expression seemed to say, "You cheaped out and you still want to act innocent?" Hizith's expression was truly vivid. Numerous rookies hurriedly covered their mouths, afraid they would burst out with laughter. Was Instructor Hizith pulling a fast one on a fool? However, when Shi Xiaobai heard Hizith's words, he went into deep contemplation, with his gaze turning heavy. Moments later, Shi Xiaobai suddenly reached out his right hand, and instantly, a broken psionic shield, which was so white that it looked transparent, appeared in front of him. However, it was so thin that it resembled a cicada's wing. This motion that he had never rehearsed before had become nearly instinctive. It was as if a simple thought of fantasizing something would spew out of his palms, materialized into reality. Was this power? This was power. Shi Xiaobai answered his own question, and immediately felt clarity in his heart. All the resentment he had disappeared the next moment as an intense fighting spirit burned. If power can be exchanged with pain, this king is willing to suffer the agony of purgatory. Shi Xiaobai grinned and retracted his right hand. He looked at Hizith and said, "This king was wrong about you." Everyone nearly fell backwards as they were rendered extremely speechless. This bumpkin's stupidity was peerless. They could not bear it, but did not make a single move. Instructor Hizith clearly had a scheme and he was enjoying it. If anyone dared to interrupt Hizith's fun, that person would probably end up in a miserable state. At this moment, Hizith was immersed in his world of games. Although you have obtained strength, this strength is unstable. You temporarily have control over psionic power, but you need to think of a way to consolidate it. A light smile suffused from Hizith's mouth. It looked extremely coquettish and charming as he told Shi Xiaobai another lie. People who had a psionic sacred meridian opened up would have their psionic ability cultivation speed accelerated. It was also very beneficial to one's physical cultivation. It would also push one's control of psionic power to another stage, and unsurprisingly, it would be an eternal lifting. The words temporarily and unstable Hizith said was something even a 3-year-old would not fall for. Everyone cast their eyes on Shi Xiaobai, thinking that this bumpkin couldn't be that ignorant, right? Ah. Then what should be done? How can it be consolidated? Shi Xiaobai's reaction made everyone at a loss. They did not know how to react, as not only did he believe, he even turned anxious about it. A strange glint flashed in Hizith's eyes as he beamed even more. The way he looked at Shi Xiaobai was so gentle, as though he was looking at a loved one. It gave Shi Xiaobai goosebumps. "Very simple," Hizith gently said. "By constantly destroying before establishment. Only then will it stand firmly. Dahe, the game I prepared for you happens to allow you to consolidate the energy that might disperse at any time." Shi Xiaobai knitted his eyebrows and said in a wary manner, "What game?" Hizith's grin turned sinister as he reached out his hand to point at the seated rookies. He said with a bewitching tone, "The 72 rookies here will be your training partners. Each and every one of them will strike your psionic shield, breaking your psionic shield one after another. Tu Dahe, even if you fail again and again, even if your dignity is trampled one after another, you must endure through it. Clench your teeth to hold on, because from multiple times of destruction, you will find that one opportunity at establishment. Infinite destruction before establishment. This way, you will be able to obtain power. Tu Dahe, do you desire power?" Hizith's hands opened up, as if he was holding an invisible treasure in his hands. He was inviting Shi Xiaobai to hold it tight. His fiery words contained an irresistible magic, and the way he depicted destruction before establishment made people excited. If the rookies in the room did not know better, they would probably have been deceived. However, reality was cruel. Hizitha's guise was just targeted at Shi Xiaobai alone, but in their eyes, he was fully exposed. It made people feel sick. However, this false disguise clearly deceived the ignorant Shi Xiaobai, and had even touched him. Did Shi Xiaobai desire power? No, this king wants justice. Shi Xiaobai smiled coldly, but it then turned into a wry smile. But justice requires power to maintain it. Shi Xiaobai spent only a second thinking, but he was able to come to a conclusion. He turned towards the seated rookies and shouted loudly, then, "Sorry for troubling all of you." Shi Xiaobai accepted Hizitha's game, and even believed that the 72 rookies present were training partners who would help him. Everyone sighed in their hearts. This bumpkin had fallen for it after all. Even though opening up a psionic sacred meridian was enough to push his control of psionic power to the realm of grasped basics, for him to produce a perfect psionic shield required the next realm of familiarized proficiency. That was a realm that required years of accumulation. The psionic shield he produced was not only broken. It was so thin that it neared transparency. Even a 7 to 8-year-old student could easily shatter it, what more them, who had passed Gaia's rookie evaluation. The bumpkin would indeed continuously experience destruction, but it was impossible to have establishment. It was something they had accomplished over thousands of times of practice, so how could this bumpkin achieve it within 72 times? There was no doubt that he would suffer the bitter taste of failure 72 times. And the taste of defeat would slowly be augmented into a sense of oppression. With the last straw, the bumpkin would completely collapse. It could range from him losing his confidence to never recovering. This is what Hizith does best. He first gives the game participant immense hope, then he would shred the hope bit by bit, causing despair to slowly emerge out of the layers of hope. The seated Lingxuan muttered to himself. He looked miserable as the unacceptable situation that was infinitely nearing on reality began to appear in his mind. Be it the price paid for the situation Hizith designed, or the amount of effort placed into it, Shi Xiaobai has already reached the level of favorite in his heart. And a favorite toy will be completely played to brokenness. This is the very core of Hizith's games. Hizith wants to completely destroy Shi Xiaobai. Then the game is definitely not that simple. He still has a trick up his hands. Lingxuan's pupils constricted as his heart skipped a beat. He looked at the stage where Shi Xiaobai was filled with fighting spirit, and Hizith who was beaming. He bit at his thumbnail, as his handsome face looked twisted, mind overloaded from thinking. Quick think. There must be a way, there must be some way. There must be a solution I didn't think of. Hurry. Quick think. I'll give you all my brain cells, so hurry up and think of a solution. Lingxuan's eyes were red as his teeth clamped harder. Gotcha. The sound of his thumbnail being broken sounded. At the same moment, Hizitha's excited voice resounded, instantly drowning out Lingxuan's thoughts. Then let the game begin. In the first wave of attack, let us begin with the weakest weakling to start the gongs of war. Hizith reached into his pocket, taking out a small notebook. He flipped through it rapidly as he murmured, "Let me look for it. Let me see what name the weakest little toy amongst this batch of annihilation rookies has." After flipping for a moment, he finally stopped at a particular page. A joyful smile suffused along the corner of his lips. I found it. This batch's weakest rookie. His name is Chen Lingxuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33, True Weakness. Chapter 33, True Weakness. When Instructor Hizith read Chen Lingxuan's name, other than Yi Jiachuan and Shi Xiaobai receiving a shock, the others revealed a confused look. Who is Chen Lingxuan? Why do I not have any impression of this name? Isn't the weakest rookie Ni Xiaoqi? The rookies began to engage in whispers. They were surprised to discover that their memories did not have the slightest impression of a person named Chen Lingxuan. The strongest and weakest were always the focal of attention. On the path of psionic ability cultivation, the figure that walked in the forefront was always the one idolized and the target to chase after. For example, Team Red's Shi Xiaobai, who had played truant for several days, was such a person. His duel's monstrous talent and perception of God had been deified by the rookies in their conversations. Everyone in the room knew of him. And the person at the back of the pack was normally one they would be familiar with. Every time they encountered a setback, when they were exhausted from it, they would see the person in front opening up a despairing gap. And at that moment, if they were to turn backwards to look at the trailing figure at the back, they would see that there were weaklings weaker than them. They could then feel a lamentable joy, a tiny bit of comfort, and even gain the strength to hold on. The weakest person was the source of their self-comfort, so they were naturally the focus of attention. But, who was Chen Lingxuan? The rookies racked their brains but were still unable to gain any information regarding this name. They suddenly realized that they had missed out something or had forgotten something. When Instructor Hizith called out the three words Chen Lingxuan a third time, a silver-haired youth stood up. His hands were in his pocket and his head was lowered. He walked out of the crowd. When certain people walked into your field of vision, your eyes would be glued to them. The silver-haired youth, who was walking out, was such a person. Even though his head was lowered, his handsome look still made people hold their breaths, unable to shift their gazes away. How can there be such a handsome hunk? It's been so many days, and yet I didn't notice him? A boy-crazy girl was already shooting hearts out of her eyes. What a handsome elder brother. Strange, why don't I have any impression of him at all? A 10-year-old girl cocked her head and wondered. It serves him right to be the weakest for looking so handsome. A particular ugly boy cursed in his heart. Oh, I have such a person in my faction. The head of one of Team Red's faction, Han Feng, frowned. Under the doubtful and surprised gazes of everyone, Lingxuan walked to the stage and stood meters away from Shi Xiaobai, just across him. He revealed a wry smile. Very good. Very good. Very good. Hizith squinted his eyes as he stared at Lingxuan for a moment before suddenly laughing maniacally. He inserted his fingers into his fiery red hair and began to tremble. I don't have any information about you in my memory. Even I missed your existence. It looks like you are similar to another interesting guy. Your looks are near perfect, but your presence is nearly zero. This extremely fun contradiction is truly interesting. Hizith looked at Lingxuan with fiery eyes. You know that guy. Lingxuan suddenly raised his head to look at Hizith, his breath shortening. His pale blue eyes revealed a redness, as he gnashed his teeth, saying, Where is that guy now? Hizith was slightly surprised as he began thinking. So that's how it is. It seems that you and that interesting guy come from the same place, so that's why you have the same characteristics. I can see from your eyes hate. The desire to kill him is so intense and urgent. Oh, I like your gaze. It reminds me of a particularly happy moment in time. Hizith grinned. You are pretty lucky. I do know that guy who looks somewhat similar to you, and similarly, I know where he is presently. Upon hearing this, Lingxuan's breath went stagnant. His pale blue eyes were suddenly filled with a layer of crimson. But as though he thought of something, the crimson color faded away suddenly. His aberration state only lasted for half a second before he returned to normal. Following that, he took a deep breath, calming down gradually. As long as you tell me where he is, I'll fulfill any condition you want. Lingxuan raised his head to look into Hizith's eyes. His calm words were filled with rough emotion as well as resolve that was beyond doubt. I have seen enough fun from you. As long as you show the value as a toy, I will satisfy your every desire. Hizith licked his lips with his tongue. Perfect, I have thought of a game that is slightly difficult. If you can survive the game, I'll tell you everything you want to know, including everything about that man that nearly had zero presence. The rookies present, who were still at a loss, were immediately aghast when they heard this conversation. Surviving was the passing criteria of the game? Regardless of what game it is, I'll accept them all. We can even begin now. Ling Xuan answered without hesitation. Very good. I'm truly beginning to like you even more. Hizith's pleasant face suddenly turned cold as there was a sudden turn in his words. He said, although I am very satisfied with the fun you bring, I am still filled with doubt about you being qualified to join my game. That's because you are too weak. Hizith lowered his head to look at the tiny notebook in his hand. He smiled lightly. You are truly deserving of being this batch's weakest rookie. Come, my beloved toys. Listen well and know what true weakness is. Hizith turned to face the seated rookies and began to read out the text in his notebook. Chen Lingxuan, Mind Expanse, F Class. Psi Genes, None. Ability Test, F Class. Obtained only 1 point. Psionic Ability Realm, Psionic Mortal, First Level. Known Offensive Skill, None. Known Defensive Skill, None. Known Movement Technique, None. Evaluation, 3 points. Rating, F Class. Hizith announced Lingxuan's personal information line by line, without sparing his feelings. As Lingxuan's pathetic natural endowment evaluation was revealed, how weak Lingxuan was immediately laid bare for all to see. There was half a second of dead silence before mocking laughter and jeers erupted from the seats. Even the faces of those female rookies, who were previously shooting hearts with their eyes, turned cold. Had ha. What trash-like numbers. Pooey. To think I was slightly moved. Who knew he was such trash? What a waste of a nice piece of skin, but Mi Xiaoqi is so much stronger than him. He is indeed worthy of being this batch's weakest, annihilation, rookie. Heh, he is probably the weakest rookie in all of Gaia. How did he get into Gaia when he's so weak? Did he take the back door? Look at how smooth and tender his skin and flesh is. Maybe he took the back door through some old freak from the upper echelons? Maybe he is kept by one of those old women high up the chains of command. There was unbridled vicious mockery. Hizith's smiling look seemed to encourage everyone to say even more vicious words. Rookies, who were just subconsciously mocking him, seemed to get the meaning behind Hizith's smile. Slowly, they began to pour out more mean remarks. Deplorable words such as weakling, gigolo, taking the back door and various other profanities poured out in limitless fashion. Instantly, the entire classroom was flooded by invectives. Hizith had a brimming smile, and looked as though he was enjoying it tremendously. Lingxuan was silent, his face calm. However, the hands in his pockets were clenched tightly before relaxing. He clenched them again, and relaxed them again. Suddenly, a voice filled with anger exploded in series amidst the invective voices. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! All of you shut the hell up for this king! Shi Xiaobai had a furious glare as he pointed to everyone seated. The word shut up spewed out from his throat like a volcano erupting. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! The din did not stop immediately, but as the maniac screams continued, it gradually faded away, no longer having any strength in them. And at that moment, the mockery and invectives also seemed to lose its fun and meaning. One rookie after another involuntarily shut their mouths. When the final rookie stopped laughing, only that single youth was still screaming in the classroom. The youth's voice was slightly hoarse and was nearly cracking, but it was still stirring. Finally, silence. Only when Shi Xiaobai realized that his voice was the only remaining sound in the classroom did he stop shouting with satisfaction. He coughed, as though he was prepared to say something. Everyone could not help but hold their breaths and wait. This bumpkin was like a madman. What did he want to say after making them turn silent? Why can't this king understand the reason for your laughter? Shi Xiaobai faced everybody's stares and righteously spoke, "Trash? Weakling? That is just by your own standards. From the way this king looks at it, it's utter baloney. Have you seen true trash? Have you seen true weaklings? Do you understand what weakness is? No, none of you have any idea what true weakness is." Shi Xiaobai's enraged look shocked everyone. The words he said were incomprehensible. What was he trying to express? Don't you want to play a game? Come on. This king will keep you company to the end. This king will show you what true weakness is. Shi Xiaobai sneered as he pointed his thumb at himself. This king is the true weakling in trash. Author's note: this king does not do cookie-cutter plots. Yes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34, please shatter it. Chapter 34, please shatter it. In the eyes of the majority of the rookies, Tu Dahe was a bumpkin who did not even know about psionic shield. Although he got lucky and survived the body incineration curse, allowing him to open up a psionic sacred meridian, his psionic ability control had just reached grasped basics. The psionic shield he produced was at best at the primary school level. Although Chen Lingxuan was the rookie with the poorest evaluation this batch, Tu Dahe was likely the one with the weakest strength. Hence, when Shi Xiaobai pointed to himself saying this king is the true weakling in trash, the rookies realized amidst laughter that in this room, it was indeed true that this bumpkin was the most qualified person to say so. However, what was the point of you saying it so righteously and awe-inspiring? Why did it seem like proving that your weakness was something glorious? You told us to shut up just to say those dumb words that played to the gallery? A number of rookies felt as though they had been fooled. The tiny bit of pity for him immediately disappeared, giving rise to baffling anger. There was also a number of rookies who, despite finding it funny, felt a sense of admiration. For this bumpkin to deprecate himself in this manner, it was clearly to help Chen Lingxuan resolve the situation. To be able to deprecate oneself for a friend was not something any ordinary person could do. A very small number of rookies turned solemn. Their eyes looked as though they were pondering over his words, such as Xiang Wu, the strongest rookie, Wang Lin, and the honest Yi Jiachuan. They spontaneously had a strange thought: Tu Dahe was not simple. The most lamentable thing for weaklings is not their weak strength, but that they refuse to admit that they are weak. Although he claims to be a weakling in trash, is he supposed to be considered dumb, or a master that looks like a fool? A smile suffused on Xiang Wu's lips. Hizith similarly had a smile on his face. His joy was effusive, but he remained silent. No one could guess what was on his mind. As for the handsome silver-haired youth on stage, he was still the focus of attention. Most of the people's gazes landed on him. This bumpkin was willing to deprecate himself for him, so what would be his reaction? Lingxuan's reaction was beyond everyone's expectation. Put. He laughed. His laughter was like a silver bottle shattering. Ha, ha, ha. His laughter did not stop. It was as though he was trying to curb his laughing but failed. It was staccato as he continued laughing. His laughter was beyond description. It gave people the feeling that it was like a silver chime, soothing to the ears. However, it was also like a silver needle scratching a wall with an ear-piercing screech. Tears rolled out of Lingxuan's eyes as he laughed. He took a great deal of effort to stop his laughing, and by then, his breath sounded like chokes, but the smile on his face was clearly filled with joy. Lingxuan knew Tu Dahe was Shi Xiaobai, and he definitely knew Shi Xiaobai had monstrous talent. When he first met Shi Xiaobai, he thought that Shi Xiaobai was a person who failed to show restraint, thinking that he was like a common genius who was arrogant. Hence, he had intentionally said the words, Shi Xiaobai is still a weakling, so as to remind Shi Xiaobai that he was still a weakling. However, he did not expect that Shi Xiaobai knew this better than anyone. Furthermore, Ling Xuan did not expect Shi Xiaobai to say it without qualms, as though he had a clear conscience. Phew, I always thought I was very clever, but compared to you, I'm truly too dumb. Ling Xuan felt respect for Shi Xiaobai and he was touched by him. All of this was reflected in the way he looked at Shi Xiaobai. He said softly, "Dahe, you are stronger than anyone." "No, this king is very weak." Shi Xiaobai smiled and stretched out his right hand. In front of him, a broken white shield that was extremely thin and nearly transparent appeared. "Come, I'll show you how weak this king is." The white shield looked extremely fragile, as though a touch would shatter it. "I can't do that." Ling Xuan shook his head gently. It was unknown if he meant that he was powerless at shattering it, or he was unwilling to shatter it. "If you want to know where that man is, you have to do it." Hizith, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He had a heavily jesting tone. "I don't like toys without fun." Ling Xuan's expression changed. Hizith's words struck the weakest spot in his heart. His will to resist, which just rose up, was immediately shattered. Ling Xuan looked at the weak shield once again. Shattering it was very simple, but also very difficult. Although Shi Xiaobai did not mind being viewed as a weakling, he did not want to personally shatter what seemed like weak dignity. However, if he were to resist Hizith's will, that would be a most irrational act. Besides, he had to know where that man was. What was he to do? Suddenly, a voice broke Ling Xuan's line of thought. "I always knew I'm a weakling, but I do not know how weak I am. I have always been running away from the fact that I'm powerless." Ling Xuan was stunned. The person who spoke those words was Shi Xiaobai. At this moment, he looked serious and stern. Everyone was stunned. This was the first time this bumpkin did not address himself as this king in front of them. The way he spoke looked as though he was a different person. "I do not know what psionic shield is, but I know it is true strength, a strength I have always desired." Shi Xiaobai looked at the broken white shield in front of him. "I desire to possess true strength." Numerous words of desire came out of his mouth, as though he wanted to let everyone clearly understand how much he desired it. "So, what I'm eager to know is how great a difference I am from all of you. Because only then, my desire will be real." What did it mean for a desire to be real? It was that the desired object would possess realism. For Shi Xiaobai, he still did not know the shape and form of the power he desired. "Shatter it. Tell me how weak I am. If you are the weakest one here, then, prove to me that I am weaker than the weakest." Shi Xiaobai pointed to his shield and looked at Chen Lingxuan, his eyes flickering with anticipation. "Let me witness how weak your strength that is mocked by everyone. Let me experience how powerful that weak strength is to me. Shatter all that fake illusions. Tell me the harsh reality. Only then will I know what strength is, and what the thing I desire is. For that, I am willing to pay the price. Please shatter all my weakness and hesitation. Please shatter it." The moment Shi Xiaobai finished his words, Chen Lingxuan's fist finally came smashing over. The fist was very slow, and looked weak and powerless. The white energy around his fist was so thin that it looked transparent. It gently smashed into Shi Xiaobai's shield, like a soft tofu colliding into another tofu. That punch was infuriatingly weak. However, Shi Xiaobai's shield shattered. There was no boom explosion, but a crack that appeared like a frozen surface of water. The crack slowly emanated, as a crisp sound sounded, "Pooh!" It shattered. The white shield turned into numerous tiny fragments, melting in the air. There was nothing astounding about this punch, in fact, it was somewhat ludicrous. However, no one produced any derisive laughter. A strange repression seemed to fill the entire room. Shi Xiaobai was stunned as he saw his shield shatter so easily. He lowered his head gently. "Sorry, thank you." Ling Xuan sighed as his fist turned into a soft palm that patted Shi Xiaobai gently on his shoulder. He turned to leave the platform. As he passed Hizith, he coldly said, "I will look for you. No matter the game, it's fine by me. Also, if your goal is to shatter Dahai's dignity and hope, or that you want to personally wipe away the luster of a gem, then from the very beginning, you have already lost this meaningless game." After Ling Xuan finished speaking, he returned to the crowd. Everyone's eyes followed him, but at a certain moment, their eyes suddenly glazed over. Other than Hizith and Yi Jiachuan, the others moved their gazes away from Ling Xuan. Their minds vaguely remembered that a very weak person had shattered Dahai's shield. However, as for who it was, what his name was or how he looked, none of them could remember. It was as though someone with an intense presence had disappeared from their memories. The rookies focused their eyes back on the platform. The bumpkin's head was still lowered, so his expression could not be seen clearly. Although they had forgotten a particularly important person, they still remembered that the bumpkin's psionic shield had been shattered by the pathetic strength of a weakling who had the poorest evaluation. He must have received a terrible setback, right? So, now I am the weakest weakling, right? Shi Xiaobai had his head down, his voice trembling. "Yes, my beloved toy. You are really the weakest here. You have proven what is true weakness. You have let everyone witness what a weakling and trash truly looks like. You did a terrific job." Hizith's voice was filled with fiery praise, but this made everyone draw a gasp. They felt a shattered coldness rise up their hearts. Was it so joyful for Instructor Hizith to trample on dignity that was already stamped to the ground? Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai raised his head. When his expression landed in everyone's eyes, everyone was stunned. Shi Xiaobai was laughing. A smile that came from the bottom of his heart bloomed on his delicate face. His eyes were sparkling like stars, and the corners of his mouth was gently curved upwards. Why did he have such an expression? Since this king is already the weakest weakling, then what are the ones who can't shatter this king's shield? Shi Xiaobai faced the seated rookies as he roared with laughter. There are still 71 more opportunities. This king will definitely achieve destruction before establishment, and eventually defend against your attacks. Tremble and be filled with despair, foolish mortals. This king will show you who is the true weakling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35, The game has just begun. Chapter 35, The game has just begun. If Shi Xiaobai was the weakest rookie in Annihilation, then wouldn't the person who failed to shatter Shi Xiaobai's psionic shield mean that that person was weaker than the weakest? The rookies subconsciously overlooked this possibility. Now that it was mentioned by Shi Xiaobai, although they still scoffed at it, they had no choice but to attach importance to it. Their gazes also turned more serious. Clearly, Shi Xiaobai had sought death, pushing himself into an extremely difficult situation. Hizith seemed to gain joy seeing such a situation, but even felt that it was not enough. He decided to give this matter a serious push. I will judge the damage levels of your psionic offense before producing a new ranking in each team, but... The moment Hizith said this, the looks on the seated rookies changed. Even those with lazy expressions turned serious. Hizith's game was frequently related to the team's internal ranking. The people ranked nearer the top typically had a better advantage. No one wanted to lose out in Hizith's game because Hizith showed no mercy to failed toys. And at this moment, Hizith wanted to rank them based on the damage levels of the psionic offense. This was no doubt a chance for the rookies ranked at the back, while the rookies ranked at the top couldn't be careless. Hizith was forcing the rookies to use all their strength. Shi Xiaobai's declaration that saw death and Hizith's suddenly announced rule pushed a new development in this boring game. Now, it was not a sparring session, but Shi Xiaobai becoming the touchstone for everyone else. Seeing that the time was ripe, Hizith flipped to the first page of the small notebook. The game continues. Next, Song Nan. Shi Xiaobai was trying hard to suppress the pangs of anger in his heart. When the rookies derided Lingxuan, he was truly infuriated. Although he had not known Lingxuan for long, Lingxuan was still a passionate fan of his. Shi Xiaobai naturally would not sit idle seeing his fan being derided, hence he chose the simplest and most brainless method. All of you mocked Lingxuan as a weakling? Then, this king will let you have a taste of what it means to be mocked as a weakling. Shi Xiaobai strengthened his resolve. Although he did not know if he could accomplish destruction before establishment, he was not afraid of destruction. Wasn't desiring establishment already enough? At this moment, a slightly plump girl came in front of Shi Xiaobai. Song Nan. Nice to meet you. Song Nan's voice woke Shi Xiaobai from his reverie. Shi Xiaobai stretched out his right hand as energy surged out. The white shield appeared once again. It still looked as broken as ever, and so thin that it looked transparent. Ha! Song Nan took a deep breath as her plump hand pierced forward like a spear. Shi Xiaobai saw two fingers stretched out from the plump hand, and at the moment she stabbed over, a sharp white beam shot out, striking the white shield. Pang! Dot! A hole opened up in the white shield instantly before it exploded into fragments, disappearing into nothingness. However, the white beam did not stop, it grazed past Shi Xiaobai's face, nearly striking him. At the moment his shield shattered, Shi Xiaobai felt a pain in his chest. It was as if all the blood in his body was flowing in the opposite direction, making it hard for him to breathe. He entered a daze due to the pain in his mind. When he snapped out of it, he immediately felt a lingering fear as he took a few arduous deep breaths. Sorry. Song Nan gave a reluctant look as she reminded him. It's best you prop the shield to the side of your body. A few rookies are proficient at psionic penetration like me. If you aren't careful and get hit by it, you might. Song Nan did not finish her sentence. She sighed deeply and turned to look at Hizith. Seeing Hizith write something on the tiny notebook, she guessed that it was her results. She was perturbed because she had not held back at all and nearly failed to control the direction. She did not know how her results were, or if her ranking would rise. Hizith waved his hand, indicating for Song Nan to leave, as he flipped to the second page of his little notebook. Next, Hua Pengju. A youth with dyed hair stood up. Smiling at the people beside him, he rubbed his fist, as though he was eager to try. As for Shi Xiaobai, his chest was rising and falling erratically. It was as though he had not recovered from the recent pain. The more thoroughly shattered the psionic shield, the more burden it would cause the caster. If Song Nan's strike at her full strength is enough to cause Shi Xiaobai pain, then if it was Wang Lin, Song Xiao, or Xiang Wu's full strength, would Shi Xiaobai be able to withstand it? The seated Lingxuan's eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, the youth with the dyed hair was standing in front of Shi Xiaobai. What? You already can't take it? Hurry, don't you want to experience destruction before establishment? Where's your shield? The youth noticed that Shi Xiaobai was still gasping and began denigrating him. How can this king not be able to take it? Shi Xiaobai clenched his teeth and produced the white shield. For this time, Shi Xiaobai heeded Song Nan's advice, and propped up the shield to his side, slightly further away from his body. Oh? Don't you know that the closer the psionic shield is to the body, the thicker it would be? Why, by placing it so far, are you giving up? Or are you cowering? Don't you want to prove who is the true weakling? Do you dare to have a bit of courage? Can you be more like a man? The youth disparaged, with a look of contempt. Shi Xiaobai was slightly stunned as a cold beam flashed in his eyes. He dispersed the shield and produced a new shield by the side of his body. This time, the shield was nearly stuck to his body. Shi Xiaobai could faintly sense that there was a difference in the thickness between the two shields. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai's heart leaped, as if he felt danger approach him. He turned around and his pupils involuntarily constricted. The youth with dyed hair had suddenly appeared by his side, his fist mere inches away. This punch was too sudden. Shi Xiaobai did not have time to react, as the fist with white energy circling it hit the weak shield. Boom! The shield shattered, but the fist did not stop, slamming heavily into Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. Immediately, a white light exploded like white fireworks, magnificently blooming from Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. Shi Xiaobai was instantly sent flying. After flying a few meters backwards, he slammed into the hard steel ground, issuing a heavy thud. Shi Xiaobai felt as though there was a surging energy in his body that was going to burst out of his body. Wah! Shi Xiaobai spat out a mouthful of hot blood. TCH, true trash that can't even take a beating. The youth sneered with disdain. He turned to look at Hizith and gave a flattering look as he watched Hizith write something into the small notebook. The expressions of the people in the seats turned slightly ugly. This youth with dyed hair was named Huapingju. He was always a prick amongst the rookies. Although he was quite strong, he had a terrible character. He was infamous, and only a few people with similar bad characters like him mixed with him. What Huapingju did clearly disgusted the crowd. Not bad, as a toy, you are sufficiently fun. Hizith's praise caused the rookies, who wanted to denounce Huapingju, to shut their mouths. Huapingju looked overjoyed as he began laughing out loud. And by the side, Shi Xiaobai was half kneeling. He constantly coughed and occasionally spat out blood. His body was trembling intensely. Hizith took a glance at Shi Xiaobai and gave a sinister smile. Raising his hand to make a light throw, a poker card that appeared out of nowhere hit Shi Xiaobai. It melted into his body as a red light burst out from behind Shi Xiaobai, turning into the phantom image of a three of hearts. Stand up, my beloved little toy. The game has just begun. Hizith happily flipped to the third page on his small notebook. Next, Yi Jiachuan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36, Yi Jiachuan's Yi Family Punch. Chapter 36, Yi Jiachuan's Yi Family Punch. The poker card, Three of Hearts, caused everyone's breathing to stagnate, but wonder rose once again in their hearts. Why was Hizith willing to waste two precious underworld poker consecutively to torture two Dahe? With Hizith's strength, he could have easily set up a psionic barrier around two Dahe's body, protecting him from receiving any injuries from the afterwinds of an attack. But why did Hizith want to let two Dahe experience pain, even at the cost of wasting his underworld poker? If the first 8 of hearts was enough to let the game proceed, then a second 3 of hearts looked like it was purely to abuse two Dahe. Could Hizith and two Dahe have some grudge, and this so-called game was purely a form of revenge and torture? The seated Lingsuan suddenly thought of something, his eyes flashing as though he figured it out. No, revenge and torture would not make Hizith feel pleasure. Only interesting toys and games can make Hizith feel happy. Maybe I have been misled from the beginning. It is very likely that Hizith doesn't want to destroy Shi Xiaobai, but to accelerate the ripening of the fruit. He wants his beloved toy to mature faster. Only then will he be able to enjoy more interesting games. He has seen immense fun in Shi Xiaobai, so he wants to personally dig out the fun. The luster in Lingsuan's eyes brightened, but soon, his eyebrows frowned slightly. If Hizith's goal is to make Shi Xiaobai grow rapidly through torture, then it means he sees the possibility for Shi Xiaobai to be able to have destruction before establishment. However, even if Shi Xiaobai is a psionic ability cultivation genius, he would not be able to reach the familiarized proficiency realm in 72 rounds of destruction. Yet, he is attempting to do so. It can't be that he has seen the chances of success in Shi Xiaobai's body, right? Could it be that he has discovered some secret on Shi Xiaobai? That secret gives Shi Xiaobai the possibility of having destruction before establishment? Ling Xuan felt like he was nearing the truth, but he was missing the most critical piece of information. That information was hidden at an undetectable depth, so if he wanted to grasp the information, he needed to infer the true reason for Hizith to do these series of strange actions. Silly Yi, use all your strength with the Yi family fist. Remember to open up a distance. After making up his mind, Ling Xuan tugged at Yi Jiachuan, who was about to walk to the platform, and said those words. Ah! Yi Jiachuan's eyes looked vacant, but after looking into Ling Xuan's resolute eyes for a few seconds, he nodded and said, "Ni will follow what you said." As he was being healed by the Three of Hearts, Shi Xiaobai quickly recovered from his injuries. After he stood up, a puzzled look flashed in his eyes. After having his shield shattered thrice, Shi Xiaobai began to realize that something was wrong with the shield he had propped up. Every time he used the psionic power, he would feel a strange obstruction. If the psionic power that surged out was described like water flow, then the obstruction was like a rock that was blocking the water flow when it reached the end of the pipe. It could only squeeze out through cracks. Is this the psionic ability control that perverse instructor mentioned? Shi Xiaobai clenched his fists tightly as a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his face. This is the realistic feeling of power. Yi Jiachuan, who had just finished walking down from the stairs, noticed Shi Xiaobai was smiling. After a momentary daze, he could not help but reveal an honest smile. Da He does not seem depressed at all. That's great. Yi Jiachuan thought in his mind. He scratched his head and said, Ni was told by Ling Xuan not to hold back. Although me does not know what his plans are, but me knows that Ling Xuan is always right, so me will follow what he said. However, me will not hurt you. Prop your psionic shield further away. Although the shield is harder the closer it is to your body, the defensive effects might not be the best. Psionic charge and psionic blast have a certain amount of penetrating power. Me thinks that the best distance for a shield is beyond the limits of the afterwinds. Shi Xiaobai was surprised hearing this. He could not help but ask, what are psionic charge and psionic blast? Ah? Yi Jiachuan was momentarily. He scratched his head again as he patiently said, most psionic offensive skills are formed or derived from the 5 basic combat skills or combinations. The 5 basic offensive skills are psionic charge, psionic blast, psionic wavelet, psionic slash and psionic penetration. Just now, Song Nan used a variation of psionic penetration, while Huapingju used psionic blast. Shi Xiaobai recalled Song Nan's sharp white beam that penetrated the shield and Huapingju's white fireworks that bloomed the moment his shoulder was hit. Immediately, he understood the meaning of psionic penetration and psionic blast. At this moment, someone in the seat shouted, "Are the two of you catching up on old times? Do you know that there is a bunch of people waiting behind?" Shi Xiaobai turned his head and realized it was the youth with dyed hair. This rascal was truly like a ghost that lingered on. Come on, steel wall shaking powerful ox, let this king witness your punch. Shi Xiaobai stretched out his right hand and propped up a white shield about a meter away from him. It was still as broken and transparent. All right. Yi Jiachuan nodded his head heavily as he slowly bent his body. His fists were placed in front of his chest. Immediately, a powerful stance rose up. His honest expression disappeared and his tiny eyes burned with flaring beams. The psionic offensive skill me uses is Mi's Yi family's special fist technique, Yi Family Fist. The Yi family had a fist technique known as Yi Family Fist, Yi Jiachuan, and similarly had a son whose name was Yi Jiachuan. Ha! With a loud roar, Yi Jiachuan punched out. This punch infused all the glory of his family. Shi Xiaobai's pupils constricted slightly. This punch seemed to combine into the dozens of punches that happened at the back of the steel building in his memory. The white glow around the fist, the waves that surged out like ripples was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was as though the secret behind the Yi family fist finally revealed a tip of the iceberg. This king understands, Shi Xiaobai managed to finally see the true face of this white glow. It was spinning psionic power. No, it was not only spinning. The psionic power had a regular spiraling pattern in the form of wavelets. Yi Jiachuan's fist stopped 1 meter in front of the shield, but the white spiraling beam of light continued on forward, smashing into the broken white shield. The white shield exploded immediately as fist wind blew up Shi Xiaobai's clothes and hair violently. Yi Jiachuan had used all his strength, but his fist had stopped 1 meter in front of the shield, hence, what hit the shield was just Yi Jiachuan's afterwind. The shield shattered, but Shi Xiaobai was not in great pain. Instead, he fell into an intriguing state of comprehension. The fist from before was constantly replayed in his brain. The white spiraling beam, the psionic power in the shape of ripples all seemed to tell him something in his mind. Phew! Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath and stretched out his right hand. Another broken white shield appeared in front of him. Suddenly, dense ripples began to appear on the broken shield, like circular wavelets that could be seen on a water surface. Someone in the seats suddenly exclaimed, "Wavelet shield! How can that be possible? Isn't it an E-class defensive skill? How can having only psionic ability control at grasped basics be able to produce wavelet shield? How did this bumpkin do it?" The white shield still looked thin and nearly transparent. It looked wretched, but ring after ring of ripples indicated that it was a wavelet shield, an E-class defensive skill. Any offensive skill, defensive skill or movement technique above F-class required familiarized proficiency level of psionic ability control. However, from the thickness and level of perfection of the shield, Shi Xiaobai's psionic ability control was clearly at the grasped basics level. What was going on? Everyone fell into deep thought, even Hizith was not spared. Shi Xiaobai looked at the undulating ripples on the shield as his eyes began to burn. A smile appeared on his lips. This is power. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai's desire in his heart intensified. He turned around to realize that Hizith was in a daze. He spoke loudly, urging him, "Hurry up and announce the next one. This king is unable to endure the thirst. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 37, The Absolute Choice That Forcefully Changes the Outcome. Chapter 37, The Absolute Choice That Forcefully Changes the Outcome. Hearing Shi Xiaobai's urging, Hizith was momentarily stunned. Immediately following that, he revealed an odd smile. He flipped the little notebook to the 4th page and announced, "Next, Xiang Wu." Shi Xiaobai was slightly stunned hearing this. As he dissolved the shield in front of him, he looked to the corner in the left. The man named Xiang Wu was, in his opinion, an independent and free person, a person worthy of respect. Xiang Wu wasn't tall. His chiseled facial features made him look heroic. He wore a white top and black bottom, a samurai outfit. When he walked, he was like a hidden blade in his scabbard. This person is very strong. Shi Xiaobai had such a thought. Xiang Wu. Nice to meet you. Xiang Wu came in front of Shi Xiaobai and bowed with his hands folded in front of him slightly. Shi Xiaobai nodded seriously. He propped up his psionic shield once again. The spiraling ripples emanated out from the middle of shield, like a water surface that formed concentric ripples. Xiang Wu quietly looked at the wavelet shield, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Your wavelet shield, was it just figured out or have you been practicing it for a long time?" When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. This question was in fact the greatest question they had on their minds. Did this bumpkin truly just learn wavelet shield suddenly? The ability to use psionic offensive skills, defensive skills and movement techniques depended on one's psionic ability control as well as familiarity level of the skill. According to Tu Dahe's grasped basics level of psionic ability control, unless he had practiced numerous times, allowing his wavelet shield's familiarity level to reach familiarized proficiency, it was impossible for him to use wavelet shield. However, if Tu Dahe truly knew Wavelet Shield, then why did he say that he did not know what psionic shield was in the beginning? Was he lying from the beginning? Shi Xiaobai would not lie on matters like this. He had just learned it. It's clear that his Wavelet Shield's familiarity level has only just reached grasped basics, but yet he can produce Wavelet Shield. Why is that so? Could it be? An inconceivable guess flashed past Ling Xuan's mind as the way he looked at Shi Xiaobai turned to astonishment. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai replied in high spirits, "This king managed to touch the truth from Steelox's first. The sleeping power of souls, the kind of the gods in this king's body had its initial stages of awakening, so what's so strange about being able to use the divine power of wavelets?" A dark shade clouded over everyone immediately, believing that this bumpkin was beyond hope. Even if he could produce a wavelet shield, that broken wavelet shield was still unable to withstand a single hit. Yet, he was still speaking nonsense. Wasn't the few defeats from before insufficient to teach him a lesson? I see. Xiang Wu's reaction was unsuspected. After he heard Shi Xiaobai's response, he pondered for a moment, and after some hesitation, said, "Try and see if you can transform this psionic shield into a white ball the size of a soccer ball." Everyone found Xiang Wu's request ridiculous. To change the shape of psionic shield, one needed at least familiarized proficiency level of psionic ability control. However, a scene that made them stare tongue-tied happened. They saw Shi Xiaobai acknowledge with a terse response. Then, the psionic shield in front of him began spinning, and while it spun, the white energy that was like a whirlpool began to condense in its core. Seconds later, it transformed into a round white ball. Holy shit! Psionic transformation? This bumpkin's psionic ability control has already reached familiarized proficiency? No, it's not familiarized proficiency. Look at the speed at which the shape changes. I estimate that he is almost about to break through to the exemplary mastery stage. Look carefully at the white ball. All the psionic power is compressed together, and yet it hasn't repelled after such a long period of time. How stable must your control be to be able to achieve that? The seated rookies were stunned as they called out with an inconceivable tone. Eh? Why are these foolish mortals making such a big fuss? Could it be that this king has done something impressive? Could it be that this king isn't that weak? Shi Xiaobai immediately felt like he had underestimated himself. When he heard Xiang Wu's request, he was initially at a loss. He did not know what to do, but his mind began to flash a thought of changing the psionic shield to a ball, and it resulted in the psionic shield really condensing to form a ball, but he didn't expect that transforming the psionic shield to a white ball was so easy for him. Isn't it just producing a ball? This king shall try others. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai had his confidence restored. He suddenly stared at the white ball. His brain began churning, and at this moment, he felt like he held dictatorship over the white ball. Hence, a scene that shocked everyone, that even Hizith was left staring in bewilderment, happened. The white ball turned into a white pole seconds later. The pole turned into a spear seconds later. The spear turned into a scimitar moments later. The scimitar turned into an axe moments later. The axe turned into a hammer moments later. The hammer turned into a sickle moments later. The sickle turned into. The white psionic power did all sorts of transformations, and its speed wasn't fast, but was done with regularity and thoroughness. Furthermore, the weapons he produced looked extremely realistic, as though they were specially sculpted out from white clay. Everyone could not help but quieten down. As they focused on the constantly changing white psionic power, they felt like they had to be dreaming. After a long period, Shi Xiaobai finally stopped, as he sighed heavily. "Hi, a castle is too hard. This king can't produce it." Shi Xiaobai's voice was filled with regret. At this moment, everyone was petrified. Pa! 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 A light round of applause broke the dead silence. It came from Hizith. My beloved little toy, you have really given me such a pleasant surprise. Just 4 rounds of destruction and you have already completed destruction before establishment. You went from grasped basics to familiarized proficiency. I can't find any adjectives to praise your monstrous perception. You are truly very interesting. Hizitha's ecstatic voice revealed the truth. The rookies, who had thought of this possibility but kept rejecting it, immediately went into a frenzy when they heard Hizitha's confirmation. Undergoing destruction 4 times to complete 1 realm's breakthrough. Am I F*King dreaming? It's too inconceivable. Tempering thousands of times to undergo destruction before establishment. I always thought it was a legend, never expecting that someone could gain true insight from 4 rounds of destruction to obtain establishment. That perception is truly perverse. That, even the legendary Shi Xiaobai wouldn't be able to do that, right? Yeah, Tu Dahe might be more of a genius than Shi Xiaobai. Tu Dahe? Shi Xiaobai? Why do I feel like that there's something strange about that? Strange +1. Everyone could not link the freak that managed to achieve destruction before establishment after 4 rounds of destruction and the bumpkin that was full of nonsense. They could only constantly sigh, be awed, be shocked and use words to vent the astonishment in their hearts. While bathing in the praises and exclamations, Shi Xiaobai surprisingly did not reveal a smug expression. He only quietly adjusted the psionic shield in front of him. Shi Xiaobai already understood that he could control the white psionic power in any way he wished. If that was the case, then it was obvious he could produce a perfectly transmuted psionic shield. Shi Xiaobai was not disappointed. With a thought from his mind, the psionic shield in front of him transmuted from a broken and thin state. Although it had shrunken overall, the thickness had increased by more than 100%. The perfect surface was no longer filled with holes. Ripple after ripple emanated from the middle. This was a nearly perfect wavelet shield. Come on. Shatter it. Let me have a deeper understanding of what true power is. Shi Xiaobai placed the shield in front of him and suddenly roared at Xiangwu. His voice made the rowdy rookies gradually quieten down. Upon hearing this, Xiangwu gave a knowing smile and took a step forward. He raised his right hand, and forming his hands into the shape of a blade, he slashed forwards. His hand blade slashed out a white blade beam, shooting out with a flash, and struck the wavelet shield in front of Shi Xiaobai in a straight line. The blade beam disappeared into the concentric ripples like a rock dropping into a lake. With a poo sound, it vanished. But in the next second, the shield became 2 halves. It did not crack open or fracture, but just naturally split into 2. It was like a tiny sharp blade sliding through a thin piece of paper, producing a smooth cut instantly. Shi Xiaobai stared in a daze at the wavelet shield that shattered only after splitting into 2. He felt the difference between his strength and Xiangwu, and gradually, a smile suffused on his face. A hot beam of light flashed in his eyes. This is the power I desire. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai finally managed to grasp the realistic feeling of what he desired. He also understood how much he would be willing to pay for it. The strength of offensive skills, defensive skills and movement techniques is determined not only by psionic ability control or the familiarity in the skill. How much psionic power that can be used is the key. Xiangwu sighed, Tu Dahe, your psionic ability control has already surpassed mine. Your familiarity with Wavelet Shield is something that far surpasses mine, but you are only at the first level of the psionic mortal realm, while I'm at the third level of the psionic mortal realm. The strength of our psionic power is not on the same level. This is the main reason why I can use Psionic Slash to split your shield into 2. Tu Dahe, if your psionic ability realm was the same as mine, you would have been the victor. After a deep bow from Xiangwu, he turned to return to his seat. That was his corner where he was at ease. No one disturbed him there. Although it was a bit lonely, he was free. Shi Xiaobai looked at Xiangwu's back and clenched his fist tightly. He turned to Hizith and said with a deep voice, Next. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai had endless desire for even stronger power. His blood was boiling and his heart was palpitating intensely. Even his breathing produced hot air. No, no, no. The game is over. Hizith gave a sinister smile. My beloved little toy, this game's completion criteria is destruction before establishment. You have already done it, so this game is over. You won with a perfect outcome. Hizith's declaration that the game had ended exceeded everyone's expectations, but it was also understandable. Tudahe, well done. It was unknown who suddenly shouted, but suddenly, applause, like a torrential downpour, befell onto the classroom. Applause, cheers, whistles, screams, filled the entire classroom. This sort of ending sure isn't too bad, but... Although Shi Xiaobai felt somewhat regretful that he could not continue helping the other rookies spar, seeing everyone cheer for his victory made him suddenly feel that such an outcome wasn't too bad. Just as Shi Xiaobai had agreed to this outcome, everyone's voices disappeared suddenly. Everyone's motions halted, as though everything had frozen. Then, a fiery voice resounded in his mind. Make your choice, youth. The black text that had not appeared in a while slowly materialized in front of him. Choice 1, ask Hizith for his underwear. Must be done within a minute. Choice 2, ask Hizith for a first kiss. Must be done within a minute. Gentle reminder, this choice is considered a mischief-style choice or only the choice needs to be performed. No reward. Make your choice, youth. Translator's note, the familiarity of any skill that has been revealed up to now are from weakest to strongest. Grasped basics. Familiarized proficiency. Exemplary mastery. Note that for ease of remembering, I have named them in a way that the first letter ranks the skill in descending order. G less than F less than E. The rest will be revealed soon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38, Quick Hand Over Your Underwear. Chapter 38, Quick Hand Over Your Underwear. The din carried on as numerous rookies began leaping in joy. After all, most rookies were at the first or second level of the psionic mortal realm. When it came to Shi Xiaobai's wavelet shield, only those rookies at or above the third level of the psionic mortal realm could be sure that they could shatter it. So now that Shi Xiaobai had won Hizith's game, many people heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Lingxuan also heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a strange sense of foreboding. In his opinion, the entire matter seemed to have many suspicious holes in it. For the game to end so suddenly made these holes seem even more suspicious. If Hizith's true motive is to force Shi Xiaobai to grow stronger, then Shi Xiaobai should be rather important in his eyes. He shouldn't be a toy that Hizith will discard wantonly, so wouldn't using a method such as body incineration curse make him look too eager for success? How did Hizith have such confidence? Shi Xiaobai managed to complete destruction before establishment after 4 rounds of destruction. Does such unprecedented perception truly exist? Or is there a hidden truth? Hizith seemed to believe that Shi Xiaobai could complete destruction before establishment given 72 opportunities, but even 4 times was beyond his expectations. Then why didn't he carry on probing further? Instead he stopped and ended the game? The series of actions Hizith did clearly isn't to help Shi Xiaobai grow stronger. There should be a hidden motive. It seems Hizith has seen something in Shi Xiaobai that has interested him. He wants to understand it deeper, preventing it from hiding, so he was trying incessantly to force it out. If Hizith really has a deeper motive, then why did he stop? Is it because he is full from the side dishes and wants to leave the main dish for later? Or does he think that it's no longer suitable to carry on forcing it? Chen Lingxuan bit at his thumbnail, question after question flashing in his mind. Maybe he was overthinking it, but he kept having a nagging feeling that things were not so simple. Hizith did not like perfect endings. The game he prepared for Shi Xiaobai should not be that simple. However, Shi Xiaobai had finally managed to survive it all. In less than an hour, not only had he opened up a psionic sacred meridian, his psionic ability control had reached familiarized proficiency. His defensive skill, Wavelet Shield's proficiency level reached grasped basics. This was something others took years to achieve. Chen Lingxuan was truly happy for Shi Xiaobai. He, who was always a restrained person, could not help but cheer along with everyone else. He could not conceal the smile on his face as he laughed like a child. Suddenly, he saw Shi Xiaobai turn towards Hizith and seemingly said something. Chen Lingxuan involuntarily closed his mouth. Everyone noticed something abnormal had happened as they all closed their mouths and pricked up their ears. Was this bumpkin going to give a game completion speech? Hee, Underworld King Hizith, this king can smell the aura of an evil cursed god from your body. Do you know that you are now in grave danger? Shi Xiaobai said as he took a whiff around Hizith's body. When everyone heard this, they felt at a loss. Hizith was in grave danger? What sort of worldly joke is that? Hizith was also momentarily stunned. He did not feel irritated by Shi Xiaobai's interesting actions, so he smiled and said, "Oh? What danger?" Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath and held it in for a moment. Through a spacetime medium, evil god Sabis placed a hex on an item on your body, in the scheming hope that through contact with your skin, the hex will penetrate your body. If you do not throw this item quickly, you will suffer the pain of this evil god's hex. You will be doomed for all eternity. Shi Xiaobai deliberately lowered his voice as if he were telling ghost stories at a campfire. His serious demeanor seemed to emphasize that what he said was true, and then he sternly said, "But don't worry. This king possessed the Elf King's bloodline, and with the purest energy in this world, will be able to cleanse off every foul object. So, you must quickly give that cursed item to this king. This king will do his best to save you." "What item is it?" Hizith said with a smile, but there was no emotion in it. Everyone pricked their ears even more. This bumpkin sure liked to exaggerate. Wasn't it just getting something from Hizith? What did he want from Hizith? Underwear. Shi Xiaobai answered with dead sobriety, as he pointed his fingers at Hizith's pants. Everyone stared with widened eyes. Shi Xiaobai knitted his eyebrows together and while still pointing at Hizith's pants, he bellowed, "Hurry up and give your underwear to this king. The seed of the evil god's aura is already emanating, his hex will soon cross the boundary of space and time, and descend onto your body. If that hex were to mix with your blood, this king will be helpless. Hurry up and hand over your underwear." Shi Xiaobai's face looked extremely anxious. His terrified look made it as though something terrible would happen immediately. The classroom fell into silence as a strange heavy atmosphere fell onto the classroom. Hizith's smile stiffened, and slowly disappeared. A cold aura began emanating from his body, and from afar, it looked like his body was at freezing point, as though he was frozen. All the rookies in the classroom were dumbfounded by Shi Xiaobai's actions. Wasn't underwear the most taboo of topics for Instructor Hizith? Heavens, this bumpkin is doing it on purpose, right? Content of choice completed. Absolute choice finished. The fiery voice rang in his head as Shi Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief. When he received the absolute choice, he had resisted performing the choice 3 times, and after a minute, he caused time to flow backwards. Finally, Shi Xiaobai could only resign himself to destiny. Compared to asking Hizith for a first kiss, Shi Xiaobai felt that asking for his underwear was relatively acceptable. Thankfully, this absolute choice was an execution-type choice. He just needed to ask Hizith for his underwear, regardless of him succeeding or not. The absolute choice was completed when Shi Xiaobai said, "Hand over your underwear," loudly. Shi Xiaobai deeply detested the mischief-style choice. It was fine if the choice's content was odd, but there was no reward. Days without rewards is insufferable for this king. Shi Xiaobai sighed in his heart, but suddenly he realized that the classroom had fallen into a strange silence. A cold aura seemed to creep up to him as he couldn't help but raise his head. He saw Hizitha's face cold. His narrowed eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was looking at a fish that was about to die. I was just making a joke. Shi Xiaobai felt a sense of trepidation suffuse from his heart. When he tried retreating, he realized he could not move at all. Joke? Haha, then let me play a joke with you. Hizitha's cold voice squeezed out from his mouth. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a black barrier burst out with him in the middle of it. It enveloped the entire platform, with only himself and Shi Xiaobai in it. Light could only diffuse into the black barrier, so it turned extremely dark. In this sealed domain, we can see outside, but people outside can't see us. So, you do not need to worry that others will disturb us. Oh, by the way, your screams will not leave this domain. Ha. Hizith sneered as his right hand flipped. 4 poker cards appeared out of thin air in the middle of his fingers. My poker card suit, clubs happen to have the power of hexes. Now it is my turn to play a tiny joke on you. Shi Xiaobai was beyond tears as he cursed in his heart how this perverse guy did not have a sense of humor. Hizith chose one of the 4 poker cards and said, the hex in this 7 of clubs can make the target experience the pain of 10,000 snake bites. Don't worry, although it's a bit painful, you will not die. So enjoy it well, my playful toy. Hizith gave a wicked smile as he threw out the underworld poker from his hand, making it fly straight at Shi Xiaobai. The poker card did not seem to fly very fast, and was in fact very slow. However, with Shi Xiaobai's body being restrained by an unknown force, he could not move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the poker card approached him. Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh sounded, and at the same moment, a figure appeared out of thin air, in front of Shi Xiaobai. The finger reached out 2 fingers and caught Hizitha's poker card. You are finally willing to appear? Hizith looked at the figure in front of Shi Xiaobai as his eyes narrowed. He sneered, but I never expected that it was you. Author's note, triggering a hidden plot. Translator's note, there was a mention of taboos by Lin Suan back in chapter 27 sneaked in by the author, but Shi Xiaobai was preoccupied with other thoughts. Pat yourself on the back if you guessed that would be what escalated things. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39, That Poker Card. Chapter 39, That Poker Card. I never expected it was you, one pun. Hizith smiled coldly with a tinge of disbelief. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of Shi Xiaobai wore a white cape over a yellow tight-suit. His facial features were soft, and the top of his head was smooth, there was not a single strand of hair. It was the hero, Baldy One Pun, who had previously saved Shi Xiaobai from the hands of Sahadin. After pinching the poker card, One Pun gently threw it back into Hizitha's hand. He sighed as he said, You have been making things difficult for this child, wasn't it just to force me out? Now, are you satisfied? Hizith fell silent for a moment, but did not answer One Pun. Instead, he asked, Since you are the person who appeared, were you the one who cast a realm seal on this little toy? One Pun did not answer. He turned to take a glance at Shi Xiaobai, who had a lingering fear. He suddenly took a step forward, and a black barrier emanated out from his body, enclosing Hizith and himself within. This black barrier was enclosed by Hizitha's barrier, so there was a barrier within a barrier. Shi Xiaobai immediately felt that intangible suppressive feeling disappear. His body regained its freedom. This king just heard the word seal. Do they already know that this king was sealed by the evil gods of the various worlds? Shi Xiaobai felt curious, but he quickly ignored his curiosity. He studied his surroundings and realized he was in the middle of 2 barriers. The black barrier was like a special glass that allowed him to see outside, but people on the outside could not see in. Shi Xiaobai could see the rookies outside the bigger barrier talking, and was also able to hear their noisy discussion, but he could not see or hear Wonpun and Hizith inside the smaller barrier. Hizith's barrier isolated the three of them from the rookies, while Wonpun's barrier isolated Shi Xiaobai from the two of them. Shi Xiaobai attempted punching the black shield but felt like he was smashing into steel. Having felt the pain, he could only depressingly give up his struggle. Out of boredom, he sat on the steel tiles on the ground and began producing psionic power. He began controlling the psionic power's shape. This king will definitely produce a castle. Shi Xiaobai's eyes burned with intense fighting spirit. The reason why Wonpun enclosed himself with Hizith in the small barrier was naturally because he did not want Shi Xiaobai to hear the conversation they would be having. The realm seal was set up by me, so as to protect him. Wonpun calmly answered Hizith's question. Heh, I understand. That naughty little toy took just 10 days to go from an ordinary mortal to the third level of the psionic mortal realm. Such cultivation speed already overturns humanity's understanding. It would be difficult not to attract the attention of others. To protect him, you sealed his cultivation realm to the first level of the psionic mortal realm. That is indeed the best method. Hizith threw up his hand and said, although I'm similarly curious as to what sort of cogitation method he used to achieve such a crazy cultivation speed, but the interest he gives me far exceeds my curiosity. That's why I did not disturb your plan, and just helped him slightly so that he can grow faster. Wonpun coldly said, you tricked him in using body incineration curse, and you call that slightly? Hizith frowned slightly and said, you used divine elf water on him, so the flames of the body incineration curse naturally won't burn him to death. Since he won't die even if he fails, why not make the bet? From the outcome, you should thank me. Wonpun had a cold expression and did not say a word. If he ignored the process and just looked at the outcome, Hizith's method of accelerating growth through excessive means was indeed a success. Hizith suddenly thought of something as he frowned, saying, I thought that in this world, only Rico Minamiya will be treated specially by you. I never expected you to go through so much effort to set up a realm seal on this little toy. You even wasted a drop of the sacred level item, divine elf water. Wonpun fell silent as he said seriously, according to the Elves Pontifex Maximus prophecy, the fourth apocalypse will happen in the next 40 years. When that happens, this child will become one of the hopes of all humanity. Since he is in Gaia, we should be protecting him with all we got, so that he can mature smoothly. So that's the case. Since it has to do with the survival of humanity and world peace, it is understandable why you pay so much attention to him. Don't worry, he is now one of my beloved toys, so I will definitely protect him well. Hizith smiled sinisterly. However, a toy that maddens its owner has to be taught a good lesson. On this, I will not take a step back. Wonpun said coldly, is your so-called lesson using a cruel hex like the heart-devouring snakestorm? This child is only 13 years old. He would not be able to withstand such a hex, and his mind might even collapse. You will be destroying him. Hizith shrugged his shoulders and said, what you said makes sense. I was a bit rash in my fit of anger. Since 7 of clubs is too much, why not 3 of clubs? Wonpun shook his head and said, since I have appeared, I will not let you fool around. That child's heart is simple. For his first day here, he probably doesn't know about your taboos and definitely did not say that word deliberately. Since his act was purely unintentional, spare him, would you? What if I say no? Hizith's eyes turned cold as a chilling aura emanated from his body. Inside the barrier, it became a world of ice and snow. I will stop you. Wonpun slowly pulled out the blade from the scabbard by his waist. The blade's edge revealed a cold luster. Then I'll see you try. Hizith roared out coldly. Inside the barrier, with a poo sound, hundreds of poker cards appeared, hovering in mid-air. It filled the entire barrier, surrounding Wonpun completely. Wonpun sighed and unsheathed his blade. As he held it in his hand, his stance caused his white cape to flutter high up. The dull and lifeless eyes turned sharp, emitting a cold beam. The numerous poker cards hovering mid-air was about to move, while one pun's blade seemed like it would slash forwards. Ding! 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 Suddenly, an alerting sound spontaneously chimed from their bodies. One pun and Hizith raised their right arms immediately and looked at something that looked like a watch. At the same time, their expressions changed. An A-class calamity. Meteor shower. The two of them shouted two different things, but it seemed like they were referring to the same thing. They raised their heads and glanced at each other. A wry smile appeared between the two of them. It looks like we do not have time for this. Hizith shrugged his shoulders as all the poker cards immediately disappeared. He said, the A-class meteor shower calamity will take 3 hours to hit southern Gold City. As S-class heroes, we have to be there. We can still barely make it in time if we rush there now. One pun nodded and sheathed his blade. At the same time, he removed the black barrier and after hesitating, he said, you go first. Hizith fell silent for a moment and took a glance at Shi Xiaobai, who was squatting on the ground, attempting to produce a castle. He had a look of indignation in his eyes, but with a wave of his hand, he removed the black barrier he set up. Following that, he rushed out of the door with a speed like the wind, disappearing from sight. With the barriers removed, the rookies were surprised to see one pun's figure. They immediately screamed. His Excellency, One Pun. Holy shit, isn't this that invincible One Pun? Heavens, I actually got to see my idol with my own eyes. One of the 3 powerhouses of Gaia, ranked alongside Hizith, an S-class hero. It's said that no one dares fight him. I entered Gaia so that I could one day be able to meet His Excellency One Pun. I never expected my dream to be realized so soon. When One Pun heard those flattering words, his face went dull. After he stood there for a few minutes in silence, confirming that Hizith did not return, he nodded at the seated rookies. With a wave of his hand, he bade farewell, and rushed out the door at an extremely fast speed. Just like Hizith, he disappeared from everyone's vision. Everyone was stunned as they began to engage in conversation, discussing what had happened vividly. This king succeeded. Suddenly, a pleasant yelp sounded from the platform, instantly attracting everyone's attention. They saw the squatting Shi Xiaobai suddenly stand up. He turned to look at everyone, and in his hands, there was a pure white object. Looking carefully, it was an exquisite-looking castle. This king's castle, completed. Shi Xiaobai's bright smile shimmered like the stars. Everyone was dumbfounded. How the F***CK did he do that? That's not right, why are you so F***King calm, sitting there playing with yourself? At this moment, a poker card fell from the top of the building. It gently landed on Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40, Why are you dealing your cards so erratically? Chapter 40, Why are you dealing your cards so erratically? After One Pun ran out of the room, he encountered someone blocking his path moments after he ran through Steel City. Hizith? One Pun stopped in front of Hizith, and was surprised that Hizith, who had left several minutes earlier than him, was standing there. He immediately wanted to ask why Hizith had stopped, but suddenly realized something. His expression changed as he wanted to run back. It's too late. Hizith spoke softly. Upon hearing this, One Pun stopped and sighed heavily. Why do go to such ends? Hizith gave a sinister smile and said, no one can stop me from the things I want to do. I know that your second superpower, God's Guardian, allows you to instantly teleport to the protectee. Although I do not know the condition or price of using it, the limitation and weakness is very obvious. Your God's Guardian definitely has a time restriction. You used God's Guardian once just now, so it's unlikely you can use it again. As for my poker card, it has already landed. Regardless of how fast your movement technique is, it will be too late. One Pun remained silent. Hizith was mostly right. he did not have the ability to prevent whatever Hizith left behind. Don't worry, it's just a 3 of clubs hex. It will let that naughty little toy endure a little bit of pain, and teach him to remember. It won't give him an insufferable existence. Too much protection won't do. Suffering is the mother of growth. Hizith said with a happy expression before he turned around. Meteor Storm is an A-class calamity. Getting there earlier might save a cute toy or two. You just want to search for more souls. One Pun sighed, and with a struggling expression, he eventually followed Hizith. The poker card that suddenly fell from the ceiling onto Shi Xiaobai's shoulder melted into his body instantaneously. A phantom 3 of clubs image bloomed behind Shi Xiaobai, with dozens of shadowy wraiths appearing mid-air. They immediately surged into Shi Xiaobai's body. Ah! As pain instantly swamped his senses, Shi Xiaobai immediately shouted in pain. As his mind was consumed by pain, the shadowy figures that entered his bodies wreaked havoc in his body, as if every bone of his was being suppressed, and every inch of his skin was being pricked by a needle, while every nerve was being torn apart. Da hey! Ling Xuan shouted in alarm as he charged to the platform, while everyone watched blankly with bewilderment. Yi Jiachuan's muscular body also followed closely behind. Stop, human! Suddenly a cold, lacerating voice sounded from the door. Ling Xuan and Yi Jiachuan stopped abruptly and turned their heads towards the door. There, they saw a person covered in layers of white bandages. That person looked extremely similar in shape when compared to humans, but the flesh that it revealed was purplish red, and behind his back was a giant pair of bat wings. Just that person standing there made people shudder with fear. Calamity Fiend. No, he's one of the 7 servants of Instructor Hizith, the Bat, Mose. Instructor Hizith's diamond suit can summon calamity fiends. Apparently this Mose is the 9 of diamonds. What does Instructor Hizith want, having used the 3 of clubs hex on 2 Dahe and then summoning his 9 of diamonds calamity fiend servant? Hizith was one of the few S-class heroes in China. There was a lot of information regarding him on the internet. After the rookies knew that their instructor was Hizith, they immediately found the information and learned them by heart. At this moment, when they saw the calamity fiend in bandages and bat wings, they immediately figured that it was Hizith's poker card servant, Mose. Ling Xuan and Yi Jiachuan also identified Mo's identity. They were locked on by Mo's killing intent, and as intangible fear enveloped them, they felt their bodies turn extremely stiff. Cold sweat covered their backs as they did not dare make a single move. Go back! Mose barked coldly at the 2 of them. Immediately, he flapped his wings and flew to the platform. In moments, he landed beside Shi Xiaobai, who was scrunched up on the floor in pain. He looked coldly at the tiny figure trembling and struggling below him. Ling Xuan and Yi Jiachuan's eyes betrayed their internal struggle, but they knew that they were helpless against the calamity fiend, Mose, who they knew was a murderous beast. They gave Shi Xiaobai a deep and meaningful glance before returning to their seats, hearts filled with indignation. Instructor Hizith thinks highly of Dahe. It should be fine. Ling Xuan comforted Yi Jiachuan, but his facial expression was still extremely heavy. Although he did not need to worry about Shi Xiaobai's life, it was likely that Shi Xiaobai would suffer intense pain. A cold aura emitted from Mo's back. Everyone could not repress the fear from seeing this. Instantly, there was silence. Only Shi Xiaobai's tragic cries were left resounding in the classroom. Those who heard his screams felt like they could experience the pain he was going through. Mo's eyes were cold and emotionless, and naturally he had no sense of pity in his heart. He only watched quietly at the human in front of him who was scrunched up on the ground, squirming in pain. The people found it unbearable, but they were helpless. They were powerless against Mose. Even if they could resist him, the suffering 2 Dahe did not have deep ties with them. No one would do anything substantial for another rookie they didn't even really know. After an unknown period of time, a shadowy figure flew out of Shi Xiaobai's body, disappearing into thin air. After that, one shadow after another left Shi Xiaobai's body. Slowly, Shi Xiaobai's screaming came to a stop. His twisted body also slowly calmed down. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he had gone unconscious. At this moment, Mose drew out a poker card from his underarm and threw it at Shi Xiaobai. A 3 of hearts poker card phantom image immediately floated above Shi Xiaobai's body. As the pink sparkles fell on him, bathing his fatigued body, Shi Xiaobai began to murmur. Another underworld poker? What was Instructor Hizif planning on doing? Everyone was confused. Why was Instructor Hizif torturing Tu Dahei again and again, then exorbitantly spending a hearts-faced poker card to cure him? Why was he doing this? Master says that the game shall continue. A hoarse voice came out of Mo's mouth. Everyone was momentarily stunned and could not come round to immediately. They saw Mo suddenly take out a small notebook from his underarm, which was apparently the small notebook Hizif previously used to call out names. Mose coldly flipped the notebook to its 5th page and read out the name. Next, Xiao Xiao. So it was referring to the game that targeted Tu Dahei from before. All the rookies were enlightened as they turned their heads to look at a youth with long hair. That youth's name was Xiao Xiao, the strongest person in Team Red. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. In this batch of Annihilation rookies, he was only slightly weaker than Wang Lin, who was at the 4th level. Tu Dahei's psionic shield could not even withstand Xiang Wu's attack, much less Xiao Xiao, who was stronger than Xiang Wu. Was Instructor Hizif trying to make Tu Dahei have a taste of failure again? Hizif probably knows Shi Xiaobai is not only afraid of failure, and a genius who grows faster the more he fails. He is clearly doing this to help Shi Xiaobai grow, but Shi Xiaobai touched on Hizif's taboo topic, so why is he doing something that can help Shi Xiaobai? Ling Xuan instantly noticed that something did not make sense. For some reason, he felt a sense of foreboding. After experiencing the torture of the 3 of clubs, Shi Xiaobai fainted from the pain. When he was healed by the 3 of hearts, his fatigue and pain quickly disappeared. Soon he awoke, catching Mo's words. The game continues? Shi Xiaobai was stunned as he slowly got up. He felt delighted instead of feeling worried. Just as Ling Xuan thought, he was a person who was never feared failure. Back when this king played League of Legends, to climb from the ranks of bronze to platinum, more than 100 ordinary matches needed to be played before succeeding. Just having rose to Platinum V, the strength of the strongest was already obtained. It's just failure, so why would this king fear it? Shi Xiaobai quickly put the painful experience he felt behind him. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked forward to being defeated, and from that become stronger, to possess true strength. Make your choice, youth. Suddenly, a fiery voice resounded in his mind. Everything in front of his eyes, as well as his body, froze. Time came to a standstill at that very moment. Again! Shi Xiaobai was dumbfounded. The black text appeared as usual, gradually materializing in front of his eyes. Choice 1, in 1 hour, earn 100,000 China currency. The criteria of the earnings has to be cash, reward, D level. Choice 2, in 1 hour, collect 100 people's autographs, reward, F level. Gentle reminder, this choice is considered a daily style choice where there is only one opportunity after choosing. Successfully completing the choices mission will yield a reward, and failure will lead to punishment of the same level. Make your choice, youth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41, at that moment, he crumbled. Chapter 41, at that moment, he crumbled. Xiao Xiao was not a genius, but he worked harder than anyone else, hence, at his present age of 20, his psionic ability realm had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. However, compared to peers his own age, he was considered average. He had lived in the shadows of geniuses since he was young. His parents would constantly use a random neighbor or relative to compare with him, and every time, it ended up with a despairing outcome. They would nag at him, and even beat or scold him. And when he was schooling, the cute girls always circled the geniuses with psi genes. Delinquent upperclassmen would often stop him at an alley, and after a round of derision and abuse, they would rob him of all his allowance. Xiao Xiao believed that he was destined to lead a life full of hardship under the shadows of geniuses and the strong, until he grasped a fleeting opportunity. He had drugged a friend, who had received a recommendation ticket, and ruthlessly chopped his friend's hands off, making him lose his opportunity. Then he personally sent his girlfriend to the bed of an ugly member of the upper echelons, allowing him to finally obtain a recommendation to become a Gaia rookie, one he had always dreamed of. Later on, he managed to pass the rookie evaluation test, but his final evaluation was a pathetic E-class, but bliss had finally arrived. Xiao Xiao even believed that he had entered heaven. This heaven-like place was the rookie training ground. The people here were all a bunch of kids below the age of 20. Then, with him at the peak of the third level of the psionic mortal realm, his strength allowed him to rank second amongst all these kids. In the team he was allocated to by Hizith, his strength was ranked first. Although the title of captain for Team Red had been taken by a freak genius, Shi Xiaobai, that kid actually played truant. Xiao Xiao immediately believed that Shi Xiaobai was afraid of the elimination mechanism, protect the captain. He believed Shi Xiaobai was afraid of losing his dignity and had hidden himself cowardly. Due to Shi Xiaobai missing classes, Team Red did not have a leader. As such, Xiao Xiao did not let down this God-given opportunity. As the strongest person in Team Red, he began to gather cronies, such as the youth with dyed hair, Hua Pingju. Then, they used force to intimidate timid rookies into joining their group, in an attempt to become Team Red's true leader. Han Feng's rebellion and the three Xiang brothers' obstinate temper made Song Zhao's plan suffer, but he soon came up with a new plan. As a partner, he invited Han Feng to vote the three Xiang brothers with him, and on this, Han Feng shared the same stance as him. In fact, the reason why Song Xiao agreed to eliminate the three Xiang brothers first was because of his bullying. One person from Han Feng's faction chose to mutiny, hence, his voting strength was actually stronger than Han Feng's. As long as he eliminated the unstable elements, the three Xiang brothers, first, he could freely let the traitor be exposed. He could then erode off Han Feng's faction, and become Team Red's true captain. His plan was very perfect, and just as he thought it was going to succeed, Tu Dahei appeared. This bumpkin, who only spouted stupid nonsense, had completely disrupted his plans. The scenario should have been Team Red losing to Team Blue in the third competition, then the traitor in Han Feng's faction would suddenly make his betrayal and eliminate one person from Han Feng's faction. When that happened, he was destined to be the final victor. However, Tu Dahei's appearance not only increased Han Feng's faction by one person, Instructor Hizitha's game had also changed. 72 people were to take turns to attack Tu Dahei's psionic shield, and those who failed to shatter it were eliminated. What the F***ck did that mean? Did this mean his plan was going to be delayed, or that there might even be unforeseen events? Xiao Xiao was furious, wishing he could give Tu Dahei a brutal beating. So when Hizith announced Hua Pingju's name, he immediately ordered Hua Pingju to humiliate Tu Dahei thoroughly. Hua Pingju did not disappoint him. His punch that bordered on a sneak attack caused Tu Dahei to spit out blood. The various invectives hurled at Tu Dahei pleased Xiao Xiao greatly. He enjoyed the pleasure of humiliating the weak. What followed next made Xiao Xiao extremely angry. The bumpkin had managed to complete destruction before establishment after 4 attempts, and even achieved an epiphany with the E-class defensive skill, Wavelet Shield. This talent and perception was something Xiao Xiao never possessed. It was something he couldn't obtain no matter how much he desired it, it was always his greatest desire, and also what he hated the most. At that instant, his eyes made Tu Dahei's figure overlap with those geniuses who had previously repressed him. In a breathless state, Xiao Xiao began to form a deep hatred for Tu Dahei, and even began to suspect that Tu Dahei was Shi Xiaobai. Hence, he piled the hatred for Shi Xiaobai having the position of captain taken away from him onto Tu Dahei as well. Song Xiao was jealous, angry, and hateful. He frantically wished he could trample on Tu Dahei's dignity himself. He wanted to stomp on him, and used the most vicious invectives to deride him, so as to comfort his indignant soul. However, what disappointed him was Hizitha's announcement that the game had ended. It made him lose his chance. But a situation that delighted him appeared. That bumpkin actually courted death by asking Hizith for his underwear. At that moment, he felt like he could see the scene of Tu Dahei being tormented by Hizith, in a state worse than death. However, reality played a cruel joke on him once again. The mysterious One-Pun suddenly appeared, and seemed to save Tu Dahei. What did this bumpkin do to deserve this? He was clearly dumber than anyone, and he looked like a fool, so why did he have such monstrous talent? Why did he receive what seemed like torture from Hizith, but was actually a form of tempering? Why could he get His Excellency, One-Pun, to protect him? Based on what? Why was such a lucky person not him, Song Xiao? Why was it that from the moment he was born, he would lament over his darkness, overshadowed by the hallowed geniuses? Why did he get swallowed by the darkness of jealousy, consumed by the flames of hate? Song Xiao had completely lost his mind, roaring constantly in his heart. He looked hatefully at the thin figure on the platform. Seeing that exquisite white castle, he told himself that he wanted to destroy everything. He had to destroy Tu Dahei. The heavens seemed to hear his innermost desire. When the cursed poker card fell onto Tu Dahei's body, Tu Dahei's soul-wrenching scream was like the most beautiful chimes from heaven's bells. It made him feel like he had received the pleasure of an orgasm. Following that, the bat, Mose, came. He announced the continuation of the game, and even immediately mentioned his name. When he heard from Mo's mouth read Song Xiao, all the flames of hatred and anger rushed to his heart. His face melted into a cruel smile as he rushed onto the platform, unable to hold himself back, to stand in front of Tu Dahei. That bumpkin seemed to be somewhat distracted, which immediately made Song Xiao even angrier. He sneered, "You think you are a genius? No, you are only a weakling, do you understand? With you being only at the first level of the psionic mortal realm, you are a pathetic weakling, trash that I can trample on easily." Song Xiao cursed, immediately feeling pleasure in his heart. Seeing the bumpkin frown made him even happier. Just as he wanted to carry on insulting the bumpkin, he saw the bumpkin prop up a wavelet shield. The wavelet shield seemed to be much thicker than previously. The wavelets on the shield also seemed to undulate at a higher frequency. Song Xiao even had the impression that the shield looked very, very hard. It must be an illusion. With this thought in mind, Song Xiao heard Tu Dahei's voice. "Come on, shatter this king's shield." His anger reached its boiling point at that very moment. "Not only will I shatter your shield, I will also shatter your dignity, and even shatter your life and future." Song Xiao roared in his heart, and using all his strength, along with the strength of a terrifying psionic blast, he punched the wavelet shield. Boom, dot. A huge explosion sounded, as Song Xiao felt joy. He wanted to cast his glance towards the shattered shield he destroyed, as well as the gloomy expression of Tu Dahei after he experienced failure. Song Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted as he realized that the wavelet shield he punched it remained intact. There was not a single crack, nor did it produce a single wave. Impossible. Song Xiao lost his mind immediately as he suddenly punched again. An explosive sound echoed again, but the wavelet shield remained intact. The concentric wavelets kept undulating, as if they were mocking his useless fist. Ah! 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 Impossible! 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 Song Xiao bawled as he kept waving his fists, using all his strength to hit the wavelet shield that did not produce a crack at all. The more he felt despair, the more angry, hateful, and crazy he became. Ha! A sneer sounded as Mose lifted his leg to kick Song Xiao in the stomach. Song Xiao immediately flew out, and after flipping several times, he crashed into the steel floor, spitting out a mouthful of hot blood. However, Xiao Xiao immediately struggled to stand up again. His red eyes looked at the frail figure, as well as the still undulating wavelets. It looked like a perfect shield. He had failed to shatter it. This didn't make sense. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao noticed something and was completely stunned. Tu Dahe's psionic power was supposed to be at the first level of the psionic mortal realm, but why was his ripple shield's thickness like that from the third level of the psionic mortal realm? Could it be that Tu Dahe had already reached the third level of the psionic mortal realm? What the hell was going on? Xiao Xiao, eliminated. Suddenly, Mo's hoarse voice rang out heartlessly. Xiao Xiao was stunned and immediately recalled Hizitha's rule: those who failed to break Tu Dahe's shield were to be eliminated. If he were to be eliminated from the rookie lineup, it meant he would lose everything. He had betrayed his friend and girlfriend. Everything he had gained in exchange for his soul and morals would be completely lost, but he was no longer the Xiao Xiao that could act unbridled in Team Red. He would have to return to cruel society. He was just a psionite with mediocre natural endowment. He had no status in life or power. He would endure endless mockery and contemptuous looks, leading a miserable and sad life. No, I don't want that. Xiao Xiao screamed, but immediately felt his scream choke on him. He turned silent because Mo's killing aura had locked onto him. Xiao Xiao was sure that if he carried on wailing, that inhumane calamity fiend would mercilessly cut his head off. This was because he was no longer Gaia's rookie, he was just an ordinary person without the slightest importance. Xiao Xiao, who realized the harsh reality, forcefully repressed the indignation in himself. He used the vilest gaze to look at the figure on stage. Sigh. A heavy sigh suddenly came out of that bumpkin's mouth, as he heard Tu Dahe say sulkily, "You kept saying those tough words, making this king think that you were very strong, but it ends up that you are so weak. You are so weak that you can't even break this king's shield. Forget it, forget it. Since you want the title of the weakest so much, this king shall not contend with you for it. This king shall announce that from this very moment, the person with the title of weakest person is you." Although it was clear that there was a trace of pity on Tu Dahe's expression, it was as though the pity was because he truly did not want to hand over the title of weakest person. At that moment, Xiao Xiao's heart crumbled. Author's note: I hope everyone will like this chapter. Even if you don't like it, don't beat me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42, The Precursor Before One Person Takes All. Chapter 42, The Precursor Before One Person Takes All. When Xiao Xiao's explosive punch hit Shi Xiaobai's wavelet shield, but only caused it to slightly vibrate, with not a single crack, everyone was dumbfounded. They even forgot to breathe for a moment. When Xiao Xiao frantically hit the shield but failed to shatter it, they could only gulp with great difficulty. When Shi Xiaobai lamented about giving the title of weakest person to Xiao Xiao, the truth dawned on them. Everything was not a dream. The bumpkin in front of them was still that dumb bumpkin, while the extremely hard shield and the defeated Xiao Xiao was reality. At this moment, everyone erupted into chaos. Xiao Xiao, who is ranked second in strength, has lost. This. Holy shit, Xiao Xiao lost so badly. Don't tell me Tu Dahe has been posing as a pig all this while in order to eat a tiger. Heh, this Tu Dahe is clearly above or at the third level of the psionic mortal realm. He has been concealing it all along. We were fooled by Xiao Xiao's psionic ability realm. All he has is an F-class psionic blast. At the same realm, it's natural he can't shatter the E-class wavelet shield. I was still suspecting that Tu Dahe is actually Shi Xiaobai. Now, it seems like I was overthinking it. No matter how powerful Shi Xiaobai is, it's impossible he can reach the third level of the psionic mortal realm in 10 days. Why do I feel that Tu Dahe is actually a scheming bastard acting the fool? When Instructor Hizith was around, he was so weak, but once Instructor Hizith left, he immediately turned awesome. Did you hear his derision? The weakest person. Ha, I guess Xiao Xiao probably passed out from anger. Scheming bastard +1. Scheming bastard +10086. Well, why do I think Tu Dahei isn't faking it? Look at his expression, it's as though he really thinks Xiao Xiao is very weak. The rookies erupted into a din, and used their words to vent their disbelieving emotions as well as the feeling of having been duped. In a corner, Xiang Wu looked at Shi Xiaobai's wavelet shield that had thickened by several layers. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He knew that he too could not shatter that shield at this moment, but he still wanted to give it a go. The strongest Wang Lin, who had short hair, remained silent as always. His expression was calm, but similarly, an undetectable fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Yi Jiachuan's face was filled with an honest and happy smile. He whispered, "Dai, so strong. But me still thinks Shi Xiaobai is stronger." Ling Xuan was the only person in the entire room that knew Tu Dahei was Shi Xiaobai. The shock he received was the greatest. Shi Xiaobai had actually managed to use 10 days to go from an ordinary mortal to the third level of the psionic mortal realm. This was already beyond common sense. But with the emergence of this critical news, it made the messy speculation in Ling Xuan's mind turn clear. All his doubts received a critical explanation. The truth slowly unweaved itself in Ling Xuan's brain, emerging bit by bit. Since Shi Xiaobai possesses S-class mind expanse, to obtain such heaven-defying cultivation speed, it has to do with his heaven-defying cogitation technique. If people with ulterior motives know of this matter, they would definitely covet Shi Xiaobai's cogitation technique as well as do some unlawful act. In order to protect Shi Xiaobai, someone had set up a realm seal on his body. Instructor Hizith must have seen through the realm seal, which was why he became so interested in Shi Xiaobai. There were likely two goals in the series of actions after this. One of them is to let Shi Xiaobai grow faster, and secondly, it is to force the person, who set up the realm seal, out from behind the scenes. The person behind the scenes clearly was One Pun, who appeared during the crisis just now. After One Pun appeared, the two of them had to end their standoff due to some urgent matters. One Pun waited for several minutes after Hizith left before he felt relieved to leave, but he did not expect Hizith to have left a contingency plan. Hizith's contingency plan had two motives. One of them looked like it was torturing Shi Xiaobai, but it was actually to release the seal on his body. And the second motive was to let the game continue. The two matters, when combined, actually only had one motive. He wanted to make the realm seal set up by One Pun be for nothing, allowing Shi Xiaobai to reveal his true strength in the game, exposing himself to risk. Even if the upper echelons of Gaia have kept information of Shi Xiaobai confidential, it is impossible for it to be airtight. The news of Shi Xiaobai reaching the third level of the psionic mortal realm in 10 days will definitely fall into the ears of others. In that case, Shi Xiaobai will be coveted by other organizations. Hizith has pushed Shi Xiaobai into the most dangerous of situations because of his anger. No, Hizith's intent is far from that. He forced Shi Xiaobai into such a dangerous situation to force One Pun to use God's Guardian. With the function of the superpower, God's Guardian being so powerful, it must have numerous limitations and conditions, such as cooldown time, or a limitation like the number of times it can be used on the same target. Hizith was likely trying to expend One Pun's God's Guardian completely. What terrifying intent, what a vicious heart! Shi Xiaobai can only try to maintain his fake identity as Tu Dahei, and reduce the dissemination of information. Finally, he will have to rely on the protection of Gaia. Gaia's emphasis on Shi Xiaobai would likely move a step higher, and the protection would likely strengthen. Sigh, Shi Xiaobai, oh Shi Xiaobai, you really exceed my expectations every time, but yet you are always so worrisome. Ling Xuan's eyes flashed with a faint red glow as he heavily sighed. Immediately, he began to think of how he could help Shi Xiaobai pass any upcoming challenges. Shi Xiaobai naturally did not know that he was already at the third level of the psionic mortal realm, so when he said those words to Xiao Xiao, it was actually not mockery, but the truth. Previously, when his shield was easily shattered by 4 people consecutively, Shi Xiaobai could not help but consider himself very, very weak. Yet when this youth with long hair smashed into shield so many times without even causing it to shake, it was like he was super weak, but... However, when he heard the crowd's noisy conversation, Shi Xiaobai finally realized the truth. It was not because his opponent was too weak, but because he was too strong. Is this king really that strong? Shi Xiaobai still found it unbelievable. He hurriedly rushed to Xiao Xiao, who was on the ground, and asked him, "Weakest person, did you go easy? Or are you sick? Or is it because you really want the title of weakest person?" When Xiao Xiao heard this, a sense of hate rushed to his head, causing him to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood and then pass out. Shi Xiaobai, who did not receive an answer, was slightly disappointed. He began studying his wavelet shield and immediately realized that the amount of psionic power he had was a lot more than before. Furthermore, the obstructive feeling whenever he released his psionic power had disappeared. That obstructive feeling had nothing to do with psionic ability control, but it limited the amount of psionic power he could produce. Right, seal. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up. He immediately recalled the word one pun in Hizith mentioned vaguely and was enlightened immediately. So that's the case. One of the 81 seals set by the evil gods of the various worlds on this king has finally been dispelled. Wah! This king is no longer the weakest person. This king has finally taken the first step on his conquering path. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai, who thought that he had realized the truth, was in high spirits. He had recovered all his confidence. At this moment, Mo's cold voice sounded again, blanketing everyone's voice, causing the venue to turn silent. The game carries on. Next, Gao Song. Shi Xiaobai and everyone else were stunned before they recovered instantly. Hizith's game rules did not state that the game was over after one person was eliminated. Although Hizith had previously said that one toy would leave today, he did not clearly state that a person's elimination meant the end of the game. Clearly, in Mo's point of view, the number of people eliminated was not something he cared for. This inhumane calamity fiend clearly would not accommodate the rookies. He would carry out the game rules to the end. This game would not stop. However, how could any of the rookies, other than Wang Lin, be capable of shattering it? It was a shield that even Xiao Xiao was helpless against. Damn it, if this carried on, wouldn't Tu Dahe be eliminating all the remaining rookies? Everyone immediately looked with pitiable eyes at Shi Xiaobai, who was on the platform, but all they saw was Shi Xiaobai rubbing his fists, as though he was full of anticipation. Shi Xiaobai sensed the strange looks of everyone as he shouted, "Come on, this king will definitely not go easy." At that moment, Shi Xiaobai, who had been looked down with contempt as the weakest person, became the largest giant in the entire room. That day would likely become an unforgettable tragic memory for Annihilation. Author's note: this arc is finally coming to an end. But Shi Xiaobai's story has only just begun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43, Najin's Devotees. Chapter 43, Najin's Devotees. A depressed atmosphere brewed in the room. It came from the cold aura that came from Mo's and from the burning fighting spirit in Shi Xiaobai's eyes. This bumpkin was not going to go easy. The rookies could not help but have this idea flash across their minds. Immediately, they felt like weeping but had no tears. With Instructor Hizith's status in Jigaya, he could basically do anything to rookies such as them. Even if the upper echelons tried their best to negotiate with Hizith, only those rookies with higher evaluations would be retained. If nothing unexpected happened, a large number of people would be eliminated ruthlessly by Shi Xiaobai. At this moment, the person named Gao Song, who was called out by Mos, was one of those rookies in a precarious situation. His psionic ability realm was only at the first level of the psionic mortal realm. He was ranked in the bottom 5 amongst the rookies, so how could he shatter Shi Xiaobai's wavelet shield? Gao Song. Mo's impatient voice sounded once again. Cold killing intent emanated, causing many timid rookies to begin trembling. Here. The moment Mose finished his words, a slightly plump 12 to 13-year-old boy stood up forcefully. His body was trembling and his facial expression looked uglier than crying. Although Gao Song did not wish to be eliminated, he was more afraid of disobeying Mose, which would enrage Mose further. So he quickly stumbled onto the platform. When Gao Song reached the platform, he saw Shi Xiaobai prop up a wavelet shield at him. The extremely hard-looking shield had wavelets undulating, making Gao Song feel a deep sense of despair. How was he going to shatter it? Gao Song's expression, which looked like he was about to weep, was like a bullied lass. That expression looked quite funny when placed on his rotund face, but the number of rookies, who laughed because of that, were few in number. All of them could not help but feel a sense of dread. Sensing Mo's cold stare, Gao Song did not dare hesitate. He knew that there was no way he could avoid the fate of elimination. He gritted his teeth immediately, hoping to give his all at the wavelet shield. Although he knew that nothing would happen even if he engaged in a fight to the end, he still had to end spectacularly. Wait! Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai's voice resounded. Gao Song was stupefied as he opened his eyes. He saw Shi Xiaobai place his right hand by his ear, as if he was listening to something. Shoo! Shi Xiaobai placed his left hand's finger on his lips, gesturing for silence. In a listening pose, he constantly nodded. He kept producing murmuring strange sounds of oh, ah, okay, ha. It was as though he saw an invisible person, who was speaking to him, and he was listening and conversing in response. Everyone was stunned speechless, unsure of what Shi Xiaobai was doing. Gao Song could only stare at Shi Xiaobai in a daze. Mo's stare was cold, but it did not seem like he had any intention of stopping Shi Xiaobai. Not long after, Shi Xiaobai dropped both his arms and raised his right hand's finger and pointed at Gao Song. Youth, do you know that you are very lucky? Gao Song was stunned, having no idea what Shi Xiaobai meant. He heard Shi Xiaobai say solemnly, the god, Najin One used his divine powers to talk to this king through the distance of 1,000 worlds. He told this king that you, a lucky boy, has the excellent potential to be his pious devotee. Gao Song still gave a blank look, but Shi Xiaobai suddenly sighed. This king and the god, Najin, have deep ties of friendship, so I have to consider his feelings. It looks like I need to go easy on you, changing the fate of your elimination. Everyone could not help but roll their eyes when they heard this. What god Najin, what devotee, can you make it any more ridiculous? Forget it, you are the best now, so do whatever you please. When Gao Song heard this, he was overjoyed. He said with a trembling voice, You will really go easy? This was like seeing a silver lining. But why did he keep feeling that things were not so simple? Indeed, he saw Shi Xiaobai suddenly sneer, but you need to become a pious devotee of God Najin. Gao Song swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked, How do I become a devotee? Why did this conversation sound so much like a cult's recruitment for followers? Shi Xiaobai sized up Gao Song, before stopping at the lower half of Gao Song's body. He pointed at Gao Song's trousers and said loudly, Of course, you need to give your faith. When everyone heard Shi Xiaobai's words, they realized where Shi Xiaobai's eyes were aimed at. Immediately they felt a dark shade cloud over them. This bastard. With a mournful face, Gao Song asked with tears nearly pouring out, underwear? This underwear freak even dared to ask Instructor Hizith for his underwear, so how could he spare this little fatty? Gao Song immediately felt mixed feelings. His face turned red, wishing he could just close his eyes and tide this through. Of course it's not underwear. Shi Xiaobai sighed deeply and gave a look that seemed to think that Gao Song was an intractable person. He said, Najin wants you to put up your money. Do you understand? Quick, place your cash. Oh, that's not the right choice of words. Hurry up and profess your faith. So it turned out Shi Xiaobai was not targeting the underwear but the cash in his trousers pocket. Cao Song was stunned. He never expected Shi Xiaobai to spout a bunch of dumb nonsense just to extort him for cash. What a joke. If spending money prevented elimination, he would agree to it 100 times. Seeing Gao Song in a daze and silent, Shi Xiaobai immediately said coldly, "Quick, hand over all your cash, or don't blame this king for turning ruthless. Elimination or cash, make your choice, youth." Shi Xiaobai was currently a bit nervous. When the daily style choice appeared, he realized that, choice 1, in 1 hour, earn 100,000 China currency. The criteria of the earning has to be cash, had a D-level reward, while the other choice was an F-level reward. Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before resolutely choosing the first option. Although he only had one chance, and would receive a punishment of the same level if he failed, and that earning 100,000 China currency in an hour wasn't easy, Shi Xiaobai still chose the first choice. There was only one reason: instinct. Alright, it was also because of the illusion that the D-level reward gave him. However, Shi Xiaobai firmly trusted his instinct and chose the first choice. And without disappointing himself, he quickly thought of a method to earn cash. And it was now the most crucial moment. Would this boy, Gao Song, hand his cash over? Would such cash be able to meet the condition of earning? All of these determined Shi Xiaobai's success. Shi Xiaobai held his breath.